3 days into this European Cricket Series, ready for the start of day 4. We're heading back to some Group B action today. We're going to see the same teams we saw on Tuesday. Some really interesting results then. Had some really close games so far and a few surprises. I think we're going to get some more of them as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Hungary, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Yodagelt, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Day number 4 of this European Cricket Series does see us go back to Group B, and once again we'll see the same 4 teams we saw on Tuesday. Still no sign of UCB, but it won't be too long before they're unleashed into the competition as the 5th team. So we have 5 matches coming up today, and we're starting with the Cobras EC taking on Kashmir Budapest. So look, these two teams, they certainly have very different experience levels in ECN competition. The Cobras actually won the domestic championship last year, so represented Hungary as their champion club in the ECL earlier in the year, the Champions League of European cricket in Spain. And then you've got Kashmir Budapest, who have essentially never played ECN cricket until this week. So we actually saw these two teams play on Monday, and Kashmir, after really kind of underperforming start in their first game, when they did run into the Cobras, they actually put 131 on the board, weren't able to defend it, but certainly gave the Cobras a bit of a scare. Just quickly before we go to the toss, I can tell you weather-wise, we're expecting more of the same, except today we've got only blue skies, and I don't think we're going to see any thunderstorms or anything like that. We're expecting 33 degrees. Currently it's already up to 26 for the first ball, but a little bit earlier, Suleiman Saeed was with two captains from the Cobras and Kashmir Budapest. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Day 4, match 1, Cobras against Kashmir Budapest. Kashmir, you will call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's tails.
We would like to bowl first.
Kashmir won the toss, and they will ball first.
There you have it. Their news from the toss is that Kashmir Budapest have won the toss and they want to have a bowl. Yeah, good morning from the central commentary position. Vinny Sandhu here with you to take you through day 4 of this European cricket series. And look, it's a funny old day. A couple of days ago, Kashmir had a real tough start to the tournament, but they did come back well against the Cobras and really pushed them in that game. Let's see if they can do something similar again. Interesting, though, that they did actually play pretty competitively when they batted first, but they've chosen to bowl first in this one. Let's go back and have a look at yesterday, though. I can tell you it was a really exciting day 3, although it did start with a bit of a one-sided affair. Kangaroos being held to 64 by the Tigers, and the Tigers basically smashing them out of the contest, despite 3 quick wickets to the Kangaroos that made things a little bit interesting. The Tigers ended up getting there within 6 overs, and that meant they took all the points out of that one. But Budapest Zalmi then kind of put a shockwave through the competition, 110, 101 over the Royal Tigers, who, to be honest, really didn't quite look likely in their response. Took a long time to get Catapult into the action. He made 32 off 8. Wasn't enough, though, to get them over the line. That was a big upset. And Zalmi, at that stage, they were flying high. But their day would take a turn a little bit later. The middle of the game saw the Super Kings enter the fray against the Kangaroos. It was a pretty entertaining contest. Shiva Tadela, their Super Kings skipper, with 61, as was counted by his opposite number, Torok's 60. But it was the Super Kings that remained ascendant in that one, 139 to 127. In the end, Shamsha, player of the match, with a 3 for 13 performance. But Torok, I think, wasn't far behind with his half century and 2 for 4 for the Roos. And then it was a bit of a historic one, wasn't it, for the Danubian Kangaroos, as they had their first ever ECN win. They upset the upsetters, is how I put it, 105 to 101. Late runs from Shabazz got them close, but Zalmi couldn't get across the line. It was a real gripping contest, went right down to the last ball, where Zalmi needed 4 to tie, 6 to win. But it was a little edge caught behind by Morosi of the Kangaroos, and that was a big moment. Big celebrations were sparked there as well. Super Kings in the last game then made Zalmi's day even worse. After beating the Tigers, Zalmi then lose their other 2 games on the day. And Shiva Tadela once again in the runs, 47, top scoring for the Super Kings. Sadat Saeed with 3 wickets for Zalmi. And then despite the efforts of Usman Mohammed and Zahir Safi, and then once again Shabazz trying late in the piece to get them over the line, but they fell just short again. So they lost their second game by 4 runs. They lost their third game by 2, and Zalmi ended up having a 1-2 day with their 1 win over the Royal Tigers. Let's have a look at Group B, though, which is what we've got today. And I can tell you that we've got the Cobras up the top of the table, and we'll see them first. Now, Kashmir Budapest did take a point out of their first day of action, but it's always going to be a tough task, isn't it, when you run into a team like the Cobras, who, by the way, scored a record equaling 257 on their last day of action. These are the 2 teams. Pularuthu and Sheikh Razik made history as the first 2 twin century makers in an innings. The first time we've ever seen that in almost 6,000 matches on the network. Quite amazing. Sanjay Kumar listed at 3, Burhan at 4. Dow back into the side. I like him. I think he provides a little bit in the middle order. Ran out of energy beans, I think, the other night for Kashmir. I know they'll be relying a lot on on the Chowdhuries, I think, to provide some fireworks for them. 85% for the Cobras versus 15. Probably does kind of tell you all you need to know. And so I want to welcome everyone in the chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. And it is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Danny Hujek is off today, but I'm looking forward to hearing what he gets up to. He's got a few plans. We talked about them a little bit yesterday. Gives me a chance to say hello to Terry Richmond, who's watching from Australia. Dave B watching from France. Rob Thompson from New Zealand. Ivan B in there. Just casting my eye up. Sadhu Ratnaka also tuning in. Looking forward to a really exciting day. Hello to Rohit Sheila as well, who's saying good morning to me. Hello to Bajendra Yadav. And if you'd like to get a personal shout out, you always can. ECN European Cricket Network. Okay, Cobras. Got to say, it's a risky proposition sending them into bat first. Kashmir did put 131 on the board. Okay, I know it wasn't enough last time out, but it was still a strong showing. But I suppose what you're hoping here is you can catch a couple of batters still a little bit with the sleepy dust in their eyes. Shazadul Chowdhury to get us going. Starts with a dot. Good looking ball outside the off stump. Kashmir new to the competition. Their first game that they had was a little bit of a rough one, to put it mildly. They were held to 61 by the Royal Eagles, who ended up chasing that down pretty easily, taking all the points. 6.3 overs to get the result. Meant Eagles didn't take a point out of that game. They did take a point off the Cobras though in match 8. 131. And the Cobras went all the way to the last ball. But did get the win. So it was a really exciting game. Could we have another one here? Another last ball finish on the charge. Ruthi misses out. Dow's been sent out to open the batting. So I like that. We did see him rested last game the other night. It was against the Blinders. So the same 4 teams in action here that we had on Tuesday. First time we saw Group B. Still United Chalad Budapest to enter the competition. Won't be too long before we see them. Saturday, in fact. Good looking shot this time. This outfield grows pretty quickly. That's one thing I will say. It's quite lush. Despite, I know it had a haircut a couple of days ago, but because of the sandy kind of underlay as well, you see it decelerates pretty quickly. We've certainly seen some fields around Europe where that never seems to lose pace and it's unstoppable. That's why we have seen more 6s than 4s in this competition so far. Dow gets it over the top, only just. That one will get to the boundary. A good start for Chris. I like the way he plays this offside. That was the line it was bowled. It was pretty close to Sonny Mussey in there at cover. Does make it to the boundary in the end. That's a good comeback. Really good comeback from Shazadul Chowdhury. That'll end the first over. Boundary in that, a single and 4 dot balls. It's 5 without loss after 1. Let's look at some numbers then over the first 3 days of action. You can see that we've had 8 wins batting first against 7 batting second. That's been topsy-turvy, so there's no real advantage, I don't think, if you're chasing or not. Average score 133 batting first. And so far, we've seen the highest successful chase, 143. That was actually Zalmi against the Super Kings in match 5. We have seen a 105 defended, and that was yesterday, the Kangaroos against Budapest. Zalmi. But yeah, 133 batting first. Best run rate. Well, the run rate overall is 13.2 over, so it kind of tells you not too much of a difference batting first or second. Conditions don't really change. Bone dry out here. Sakleen Chowdhury is going to bowl the second over, so the Chowdhury's opening the bowling. Got it. missing in action first game. Still one of the great mysteries when you saw how well they hit the ball in the second game, that they didn't feature more in the first innings, but they've made that adjustment now, Kashmir. Well, that's hit, and it's hit pretty well. Maximo. And we've got our first knock-knock of the day. I don't think we got one knock-knock off the production van yesterday. That one, well, to be honest, it bounced first. So it could have been a lot of a harder knock-knock. But it's going to be 6 to Pularuthu, the first Maximo of day 4. Might be able to hear the train going past in the background, of course. About 30 or 40 minutes out of Budapest. Hit hard, and what a good catch. That was belted. And the Chowdhury's combined. It's Shazadul Chowdhury that takes the catch. And Pularuthu cannot believe this, because he smashed the cover off this ball. Really, Shazadul had to assume the brace position. Have a look at it here. He has got every bit of that out of the middle. That slow motion doesn't really do it justice. That'll wake you up in the morning. But Kashmir, they do have a wicket on the board. Pularuthu goes 6 and out in the second over. The score is 12 for 1. This is down leg side, goes completely wrong. And that's going to be 5 bonus runs. That one just gets away from Zaklan Chowdhury. Up in the air, and that should pitch just inside. It does, and there's 4 runs. Rusik comes in at number 3, and I think pound for pound he is the most dangerous of the Cobras. It's an easy swing of the bat there, confident in his ability to get it over the infield. Really try and hit too hard. That's kind of getting your eye in ECN style. Around the wicket here. Oh, just got chopped onto the foot almost. Came back to the bowler. What's that? It would have been out as well. Maybe hit the ground. I don't think that Chowdhury really recognised the opportunity there. It's not a good ball. Cannot bowl bad balls to this guy. Even some of the good ones he puts out of the ground. But Maximo time. Cobras. Despite that early wicket, putting on some big runs in the power play. Chowdhury's over's gone magical despite that wicket. One that's on the pads, and it's just eased away. This will go for another boundary zone. Expensive over in the end. Despite the wicket of Pularuthu, it goes for 26. And at the end of the second over, it's 31 for 1. Blue skies here. Did have threat of a thunderstorm yesterday at one point. Everything seemed to go around the ground though. So we got pretty lucky. This is where we're at Group B, and we have Cobras topping the table. This is their 4th game. Each team will play 8. Blinders, see them again today. Just 1 point behind with a game in hand. Won that important game between the top 2 the other night. Edged and gone. Dow's going to have to go. A little bit of away movement from Sunny Masi. No mistake behind the stumps by Sajjad Mahmood. It's a really handy wicket there. Dow may be a bit unlucky. Quite often you just miss that, but he gets a little feather, and he'll be the second to fall. 31 for 2. Kashmir fighting back. So Burhan comes to the crease now. Now it's up in the air, but it's into a gap. Plenty of gaps in the outfield at this stage. It's a very long chase. In the end, he's going to get there. I think there's been a chance for 3 there if they'd run hard from the get-go. See that, just keeps it inside. In the air, chance. Oh, he's dropped it this time. It was hit about as well, but he had about an extra 20 metres, didn't he, this time? I think it's just burst through the fingers of Shazadul Chowdhury. I hope he's all right there. It never really dropped on him. It was flat. And down it goes. Saw Super Kings have some issues last night. Anyway, remember that. Burhan dropped on 2. This is going to be worked away, and it's going to get to the rope. So there's 4 runs, and Rasik keeps on keeping on. Probably feel here, Kashmir, if they can get these 2. They showed they can make runs against the Cobras the other night. Down the leg side, this one we called. Is going to sneak outside the off stump. Well, this one takes a bit of a Tortuga, and it will get to the boundary. That's a bit unfortunate as a fielder there. I don't really put that on him. It's actually Saklan Chowdhury is a very good fielder there, but just have a look at this bounce. It takes just before it gets to him. This is all about how hard it's hit, and really lucky not to have an injury there. So end of the over, it's 43 for 2 after 3. Nasi ends up 1 for 12 in the over. The fight back. An even power play, really. Something for everyone. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone. Hello to Shohag, who's watching, I think, from Bangladesh. Jules Udabridge is in there as well. Good morning to you. 5:26 and 12. Interesting looking power play. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go back to Shazadul Chowdhury after he bowled that good first over that only went for 5, but I know, got to find a mixture. They actually are going to bring him back now, so they didn't wait too long to bring him back. Nicely got a wicket in the 3rd anyway. There's a big full toss that Burhan tries to drag across the line and misses. 150 expected, despite the fact they're only going at 13.6. So supercomputer probably knows the power of these two, what they might unleash on Kashmir should they get going. Not a good ball. That's going to be out of here. Maximo can't afford to get outside the pads. You're asking for trouble and you're going to get it. Maximo time for Burhan. Yeah, so with Danny off today, love a bit of company in the chat. If you want to throw anything through, maybe something you want to talk about, very happy to talk about it. Shazadul Chowdhury just erring in his line there. Let's see if he can get it back. That's pitched up, and it's going, and gone. It's Maximo for Burhan. Now the Cobras are getting into their work. Good clean hit. I mean, it was straight. They can offer that little bit of length. And Burhan's got a very good eye. 50's up as well for the Cobras now. Once again, takes it off the stumps, but it's high. Can he reach it? He cannot. That's been bad luck for Kashmir. Just popped up too far back for the infielder and too far in for the outfielder. Rusick 22 off 7. Scary thing is I don't think he's really hit his straps yet. We won't need to here. It's poor delivery. And the keeper gets a fingertip on it, but nothing more. And so it's got to be on the bowler against Minimo. 5 wides. This goes very wrong. Missed by a long way. Really, even at this level. Shouldn't be missing by that much. It's bad enough, I suppose. You're running into 2 good strikers of the ball and then basically handing runs over. And it does get on the stumps. That's just away from the fielder. And it's going to carry the rope. It's Maximal for Rusick. Could have easily gone straight down the throat of the fielder, but it was just wide of him. That's the way the game goes. Everything seems to go in the Cobras' way at the moment. 67 for 2. How quickly that run rate's accelerated up into about 17.5 territory. Oh, short ball, but it's mishit. Doesn't matter because it's still going to fly. It's going to go all the way. Maximal. That kind of illustrates why the short ball rarely works. Because to be honest, he beats him here morally, but with the dimensions of the ground and with the pace of the ball, that top edge flies, and Zia down there, deep fine leg, couldn't do anything about it. I mean, they kind of had the field set for that, but as luck would have it, the captain of the Cobras will get the result, and that makes it 73 for 2 after 4. Big uptick in that over. Went for 30, in fact. It was a supersonic over. Had 4 Maximos, a Minimo, and a 1. And a dot to start. So, yeah, frustration for Kashmir. You worry that I'm hearing some meowing, and it might be the sound of the cat getting out of the bag. Sonny Massey, though, bowled a reasonably good over first up. Was able to get Dow. Let's get Burhan. I think Burhan's probably a little bit different to Rusick in that Burhan does really default to that leg side. All right, goes after this, doesn't go too far. Once again, going to fall safely. No mid-wicket in the circle. It's rare you actually see the mid-wicket in the circle when you hit the end of the power play. Well bowled. We haven't seen too many of those kind of deliveries so far. To be honest, I think this week I've seen a lot of Yorkers attempted. Problem is we've seen a lot of Yorkers that have been attempted turn out to be full tosses and they've gone miles. So the ability to hit that block hole length, that bowls that can do it consistency, I think it's a big advantage. Too short, and that's going to get pulled away as well. And it will end up, let's just see, a long way from us. It's hard to see the rope over in that region now. The grass growing around it. Let's have a look on the replay. It has gone for, yeah, that's 6 runs maximal. And it's another half dozen to the Cobras, spitting their venom early on day 4, despite those couple of wickets going down. It's actually decent length. Batter does well to get a fair bit on it, Burham, but knocked down in the circle. Classic last ball, the over batting from the Sheik, who takes one, takes the strike, and we're halfway through the first innings of the day. The score, Cobras 83 for 2 after being sent in by Kashmir Budapest. European Cricket Series, biggest cricket series on this planet, and well, really any planet I've heard of that has intelligent life. And we're into the second half of the season now that we've hit July. You can see that our last stop was Romania. Next up will be Bulgaria. And Rico and Charlie will be there. Nish will actually be doing a bit of work there as well. And I'll be off Bulgaria, but I will be lurking. Might be doing a little bit from the studio, but I've got the Croatian bonus weekend to take care of in the middle of that. Something a little bit new that we'll be doing to get some extra cricket in front of your eyeballs. Rome will be next, and that'll include the Meltle Shield, which is the British and Irish Roses versus Team Europe. Austria and Croatia are the final fortnightly forays before we hit the European Cricket Championship, which is the Euros of cricket. That's the men's version in September and October. Be great to get to Malta as well straight after that. Haven't had the chance to get there this year yet, although we will have some T20 cricket from there before too long. And we'll end up in Barcelona before we get back to the Khartoum Oval for the Euros of women's cricket, starting on the 9th of December. So, plenty more cricket. And I think I mentioned yesterday, some early drafts for the 2025 program. And let's just say, I like what I see. Work in progress, but every season something wows me. I think, wow, can we really do that? Well, we'll try it. Kajala is going to get a bowl here over number 6. It's not all doom and gloom for Kashmir. If they could pick up a couple of wickets here. Remember, they did score 130 the other day against Cobras. Okay, it wasn't enough to win the game, but should give them a fair bit of confidence. I suppose the issue being they scored 131, but Cobra still chased it down. And Jala gets the wrong first up. This one actually swings a fair bit out of the hand. It's even wider by the time it gets to the keeper. They'll get 2 runs for free. Dave saying happy birthday to Jeff Maguire yesterday. Oh, I wasn't aware. So, well, Jeff, if you're tuning in, I'll make sure to wish you happy birthday when I do see you in the chat. Of course, Jeff,
Grizzly Bear Sports, big supporter of ECN. Got him. Really well bowled, Hanjala. This time he gets the movement and he gets the accuracy. And he swings one through the gate of Burhan for 24. It's the wicket that Kashmir needed. And now the Cobras are 85 for 3. Good bit of in-swing bowling. We know Burhan does like the leg side. And we've seen him hit balls off the stumps pretty consistently. This one was kind of more of an off-stump line. When it passed him, might have just grazed the back pad on the way through to knocking over the stumps. And Cobras now 85 for 3. This will bring Amal Jacob to the crease. Haven't seen too much of Amal in the series so far. Just played the one game on Tuesday. And he's the wicket they needed. I mean, Razik, obviously, at the other end is up and going, and he's one you need to get soon if you're going to be competitive. Just dug out, and no run. Pretty well bowled by Hanjala. I think he's made the adjustment well. First one, you're never quite sure what it's going to do. It swung a long way for him. And he's got it right till now. It's going to be smashed away. Now, a couple of things here. I mean, it was a full ball hit behind square, and then we're going to have to see if it's 4 or 6. First things first, let's have a look at the height of it. Borderline. Okay, they'll make a call on that. And maybe now let's have a look. Where does it end up? Is it 4 or 6?
No angle on the boundary. No replay on the boundary. Couldn't see it.
So, in the end, it's going to be called a no ball. And it was 4 runs. So, yeah, no ball plus 4 non-standard minimo. It's one of those ones. Yeah, I mean, it's about waste, isn't it? That's the thing. And that's basically how it happens. All right, free hit. Doesn't matter if it's caught or not. Let's see if anyone remembers. I think they do. Except one appeal there. 1 out of 11 is not bad. So, Hanjala, in a way, gets out of jail on the free hit, although the previous ball did go for 5, essentially. That's another one where it gets away from Hanjala. I suppose it's a difference in a way between some of the top tier teams and the second tier teams here in Hungary. Just that control. Hanjala, he's been good when he's gotten it right. When he hasn't, he's been expensive. Halfway through this over. Would have been that leg side, actually gets a bit lucky. It's off the end of the bat of Jacob. Rob Thompson asking about the schedule for 2025, saying England in the summer. Did England have a summer? No, I'm just joking. I heard it is actually quite nice over there at the moment. Nice looking drive, and it's hit too hard for the fielder to track it down. Razik moves to 40. And yeah, I suppose this is maybe the difference between a Burhan and a Sheikh Razik. You can see that Mr. Slick is pretty happy to go offside as well. Confident doing that, and he can hit the ball hard, hit the ball to the boundary or over. Up in the air. And a one hand, one bounce job out there. Nice bit of fielding. Mira Hussain's on the field at the moment. End of the over, and it's 99 for 3. And a few people asking, Vinny, can we get England in the summer next year? I suppose this year we're in May, which, I mean, it's pretty close to summer. It was last week of May. But Just quick look at that scorecard. 16 wides and a no ball, 17 for free. Number that Kashmir are going to want to cut down. Yeah, so this year actually England was a replacement series for Greece. Originally it was meant to be Greece. But I'd say we can make an effort to kind of get it into June, July, August, if we can make it to England next year, and hopefully we can. I think Wimbledon were very good hosts this year. All right, here's Zia Ulsaikat, who's going to bowl. It's going to be the 5th bowler for Kashmir Budapest. Rusik on 41. It's kind of like a slower bouncer almost, but Rusik does wait for it. And in the end, he's going to get it away. It's going to be 4 runs. It's just a little thing I've picked up. Some of these outfielders, they're not fielding right on the boundary. They're fielding kind of 5 in. But there's no reason on a field this side that you shouldn't be right on the boundary, especially when you've got a guy like Rusik, who can hit 6s on even some of the bigger fields in the world. So yeah, it's important to know exactly where that rope is. It's very rare you see 2s. That's one reason you would field off the boundary if you were playing maybe on a field with bigger dimensions. That's short and it's wide and it's put away and it's gone all the way. Maximo, it's 50 for Rusik. Brings it up off 15 balls. Continues his fantastic start to this tournament. Already coming off a century in their first day of competition. That was his first century on ECN, bettering his previous best of 74 last year against the Super Kings. And really, there's time here for him to get another ton. There's 4 overs to go if he has a lot of the strike. This is strange. I don't see any movement there. I mean, I always feel like you get one of these. I don't know, maybe it was some talking or something. And I mean, I tell you what's happened there. He thought he was going to bowl left-handed, and then he didn't. It surprised him. Honestly, I think that's what happened, because he had a left-handed style runner. It's one of those things, like I say, I think you get one free pass to pull away. But I honestly think he just got surprised when he saw that Zia was going to bowl right-handed, even though, look, he was bowling right-handed over the wicket. Yeah, that's just kind of what my cricket senses are telling me there. This is an unusual one. Cobra's up past the 100 now. Out bowled out there. It's not going to go too well. And that time, not quite the 6, but it will be 4 more. Sakat's going to have these tactics. He needs to get outside the off stump. I'm not saying that will work either, but you're a better chance if you put it short and outside the leg stump. It's only going one way and it's fast, and that's the boundary. Sakat being asked to fill that 5th bowler role. Wonder if they'll dabble with a 6th even, Kashmir. That's slightly better, but not a lot better. That's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo. And Sheikh Razik moves himself into the 60s now. Being brutal on the bowling. Just like that. Sakat's over's gone magical. 20 have come off this. There's still a ball to go. Last ball of the 7th over coming up. Classic last ball of the over batting. This guy, he's got cricket in his DNA, doesn't he? The Cobras skipper, Rusik, moves to 62. And that's the end of 7, 120 for 3. These are some numbers over the first 3 days. We've seen Over 3,600 runs, over 300 maximals. And if I'm looking at the rates, I mean, 13.2 runs and over is above average. So is the Maximo rate. 4 rate a little bit low, and I think that's because this field is a fraction slower and I suppose maybe more predictable than some other outfields. 4.9 wicket rate, probably a little bit low as well. Typical wicket rate is about 5.5 wickets per 10 overs. All of those numbers are standardised to a 10 over innings. And so, in Maximo rate, I'd say normal Maximo rate's about 8 sixes in innings. We're getting 11 sixes in innings here. But yeah, the ratio of Maximos to 4s is a good idea of how quick the outfield is normally. Anyway, Hanjala will get a second over. Bit of everything is first over. This one angles in towards the hip, and it's going to be worked away by Rasik. For 4 more, he moves 66 now. Hello to Alan. Nice to see you. And Manav Nayak. Well, I've heard Manav is actually in Hungary. He's in the squad for the Budapest Blinders. I wonder if I'll see you today, Manav, but yeah, good to see you. Look forward to spending some time with you. Manav, part of our Blue Crew as well, some of our events around Europe. Yeah, Alan saying London accommodation can be expensive in summer. That's true, but I suppose we'd like to get there at that time. Bouncer. It's a pretty good one. Well, he's given him. Oh, there we go. Well, to be honest, they were very confident, and it couldn't have hit anything else, but also the noise could have been something else. Let's have a look at it on the replay. So the umpire, to be honest, the umpire, he believes it's out. And the bowler probably is the one that had to be convinced. But, yeah, I suppose. It's very hard to tell. And the bat's very close to the ball. So there's nothing there to say he hasn't nicked it. But see, the keeper was sure. How about this? What does this show us? Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of the bat in front of the ball. See, when it first passes the bat, it's very close. So there's nothing conclusive there to say the ball goes above the bat completely. And I felt like it might have even been called a wide if it wasn't hit. But the bowlers and umpire says, yeah, I think he's hit it. And to be honest, he had lots of people that agreed with him. Funny thing was the bowler maybe didn't pick it up in his follow through. Now, I think in a way that's courageous umpiring, because if you believe it's out, the strength of the appeal shouldn't really influence your decision. Again, we can't really tell if it was nicked or if it wasn't, but there's obviously a noise to some extent. Now, if there was a noise, it's hard to work out what it would be if it wasn't bat, especially if the noise was timed right. Obviously, even when you swing the bat, it can make a noise, and there's a few little things it could be if it wasn't bat on ball, but umpire was satisfied. Big moment with Rasik going. Sanjay Kumar comes out, though, and he'll get off the mark with one steep cover. Interesting. Interesting little one. But, yeah, I think I applaud the umpire for backing his own instincts there. Because of the appeal being, let's just say, mixed, some of the fielders were sure it was out and a couple didn't hear anything. But the key thing is the umpire did. And the easiest thing to do in that situation is go, well, look, I'm not going to give it out because obviously some of you guys don't think it's out. Uh-oh. It's actually a really good stop from the keeper. It's going to be a big no ball from Hanjala. So it's gone very, very wrong. Chance then for Jacob to cash in the free hit. And he will. He pumps it out of the ground. Maximo. So they lose Rasik, but Jacob comes out to carry the torch forward. Yeah, so I'm going to run you through that decision. I think, the umpire, he feels it's out straight away. He looks around. He looks to his umpire at square leg as well to kind of say, look, is there any reason you think it's not? And the umpire at square leg says, no, I think you've got a good case here. Badly bowled. Hanjala needs to get more consistent. Turns out to be a pretty good over. In the end, goes for 13. And the score, 133 for 4 after 8. Two overs to go. And that's Hall from Isle of Man saying is the more you say how's that, the more chance you get the decision. Yeah, look, like I said, you got to be courageous to follow your own instincts. I mean, at the end, everyone's a human being. Everyone's got the same 5 senses out in the cricket field, and the umpire thought it was out. And like I said, nothing that we saw says that it wasn't. Anyway, that's up and out of here. Sanjay Kumar with his first maximal. Well, there's scoreboard pressure by literally hitting the ball into the scoreboard. Alan's got an interesting comment. Another ball whacked into the foot. Top ball bowled that time by Saklan Chowdhury. He's back for a second over despite his first one going supersonic earlier on. They just don't have a lot of options, Kashmir, as a second tier side. So yeah, they are going back to him. Obviously, different batters to deal with. Flicked away and out of the ground. Maximal, great timing from Jacob. And yeah, excellent bit of ball striking. So, yeah, Alan was saying, what about doing the north of England? And Scottish teams could also be invited to play. Well, and again, I've got to be careful with my words here. So I'll put it as a question. What if we didn't just have one in England, but what if we had one in Scotland as well? Just a thought. Let's ball the ninth. Doesn't really time it. And the result will be a single at the end of 9 overs, Cobras. The perfect break, 147 for 4. Yeah, look, and this is something, I suppose it's aspirational, because I think in practice it's very difficult to achieve it in one calendar year. But now we have 31 countries involved and 31 federations that are aligned with European cricket. I mean, all the European-based ICC teams. So we would love to play some cricket in each of those countries. There's no countries we're saying, hey, yeah, we don't want to go there. I mean, we want to go to all these countries, but finding it into the schedule, and obviously, you know, a lot goes into putting a European cricket series on as well. If you were there in England, you know that. All right, so Zia does come back and get the 10th over. He's pretty happy. Doesn't have to deal with a couple of the batters he had to bowl to earlier. But yeah, it's a lot of hard work goes in to make sure that everything runs smoothly. Sometimes it doesn't even run smoothly, but we still do it. This is going to be 4 runs, worked away to 45. This has been the issue with Sycat. I think sometimes it's getting a little bit too straight with that angle. I mean, look, it is a ball. I mean, by the time it reaches him, it's on the off stump, but he knows as soon as that pitch is out there, he can get across. There's no chance of LBW. And use your body as a second form of defence if you miss it. Sakat's going to go back over the wicket now to Sanjay Kumar. Same issues. It's short, it's down the leg side. And this one is over the rope. Maximal. Cobras up to 158 now. Big Zia. I wonder where he'll bat. He's listed at 9. We saw him kind of up the order. First game didn't really work out. I think you've got to go with Chowdhury at the top. Well, they say that insanity is trying the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. Well, you make your own judgments here. It's another short ball. I think this is, I don't think he's trying to bowl it there. Honestly, I just think it's a misexecution from Saikat. He is a bit of a cult hero, though. Looking great with the zinc cream as well. But, yeah, let's just see if we can get it right. 160 has been breached. Uh-oh. Well, slightly different result here. It's a wide. Scary thing is that was probably the best result they could have hoped for from that delivery. Pitched up, better ball. Not a better result though. Oh, never really galloped towards it long on. Here's a better ball. But you just expect protection in this area. Look, you see wide open spaces. As long on crept around a long way. I don't know what he was really trying to cover there. So 167 plus this for the Snakes. Again, slightly better ball, but a bit late actually for Saikat, who ends up in the naughty 40s. None for 42, his figures, including that last magical over. That went for 21 as well. And Cobras CC, after being sent in by Kashmir Budapest here in match number 16, they will finish at 168 for 4. So Kashmir, I mean, I'm sure they'll come out wanting to chase the whole thing, but they'll need 118 to keep their point, and that could be relevant. And you talk about things like qualification for the second phase of the tournament, which I'm sure they love to be a part of. And that gives a chance to go back and look at the highlights of the first innings. And it was an interesting one, wasn't it? Had Pularuthu and Chris Dowell open up for the Cobras. That's a nice shot by Dowell. It would turn out to be his only runs. Having said that, Pularuthu belted a 6 and then belted one at Shazadul Chowdhury, who took it clean as a whistle. Rasik came to the crease. We know how dangerous he is. He lost out pretty quickly. And he got a little feather on that one from Sunny Masit. Saw a little bit of Swan Lake in that fielding effort. But that's the catch that Shazadul Chowdhury dropped. It was very similar to the one he caught, although he was further back. Had more time to see it, which maybe wasn't a good thing. Fielder at cover. Sakline Chowdhury then almost caught one in the chops. That was a really good in-swinger though that got Burhan, not before he'd hit 3 Maximos in his 24. Then we had this moment, which is a funny one. The bowler basically got convinced that the appeal was on, and the umpire said, well, to be honest, I thought it was out. I mean, if you got to call it as you see it. Jacob came out, played a pretty good cameo, 20 off 11 for him, and Sanjay Kumar has also delivered a healthy diet of short balls outside his legs that he could smoke away. Nice on drive here as well, though. Got to say the fielder was a bit out of position for me. Like, kind of rally late in the piece. 44 partnership off the last 16 balls of the innings. And it gets them to 168 for 4 off the 10 overs. The openers miss out for the Cobras. Pularuthu went 6 and out. Caught Chowdhury, bowled Chowdhury. Dowell played one nice shot, but he nicked off soon after. Rasik leads the scoring with 66 off 21, including 5 Maximos, 8 4s in there. And then some handy contributions. Burhan, Jacob and Sanjay Kumar all in the 20s and scoring at a good rate. 20 extras, I think, sums it up as well, inflating that score to 168. Kashmir Budapest just used the 5 bowlers and really no one able to keep it very quiet. Masi probably the best with 1 for 22. 2 wickets to Hanjala, but he was also a little bit off with his control. Sakline Chowdhury the wicket, but did end up in the 40 zone, including a supersonic first over he bowled. Saket had some problems in his overs as well, but a lot of them were self-inflicted. Kashmir Budapest, one thing you just hope for our new teams is that they can look at what they're doing and see what they need to improve on, work on it, and make the necessary adjustments. So we'll take a break. It'll be 169, the chase for Kashmir Budapest. They'll be giving it a shake, no doubt about that. Cobras, though, they'll be wanting to get back in the winner's circle when we return after this break. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo in Budapest, Hungary. We'll be back after the break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. We're in Hungary for European Cricket Series action, and it's match number 16. Cobras taking on Kashmir Budapest. The Cobras had a bit of venom, didn't they, in that first innings, 168 for 4 off the 10. It's a very good score. Kashmir needing 169 for victory. Of course, bonus point is in play, and Kashmir Budapest, to keep their point, they'll need to exceed 70% of that total of 168. Ashtoth Mathur is going to get us going in the second innings. Pretty good start. Right up in the block hole. Knocked out. Yeah, so yeah, 70% is that bonus point mark, don't forget. And with 168 on the board, I've got it as 118 that they would need to guarantee a point. Bit of movement there for Mathur off the inside edge. I want to say hello to a lot of young viewers out there. I know that Audrey's been watching. And got viewers from all around the world at the moment. Really nice weather here at the moment as well. 26 degrees currently, though we're expecting to get up to around about 35, so it's going to be a bit of a scorcher. This ground is just outside Budapest, the nation's capital, about 30 or 40 minutes outside. So yeah, 117 or less, so they'll need 118 to keep their point. If the Cobras want all 4, well, they'll be hoping that they can restrict Kashmir to 117 or less. I think if they bowl well, that's a very realistic proposition. Hit down the ground, and Burhan with a bit of a slip, but luckily doesn't really cost him anything. Right, we'll get to have a look now at Shazadul Chowdhury. They have gone with the Chowdhury combination. Left-hand, right-hand combination in play. Flirts with this one. It will be called a wide. Mathur's a good option to open the bowling. It's left-handed, gets that natural left to right movement. The Chowdhuries are elevated to the top of the order in the second game for Kashmir. Did a really good job against the Cobras. Another good delivery, searching outside the off stump. Just 2 off this first over, not too much happening at the moment. Mathur to close out the first. Does it well. So just 2 off that first over. I think Chowdhury's hoping for a wide. He's not going to get one there. 2 without loss after 1. Brilliant start for the Cobras. Golden ball count. Where are we starting on today? 182 is what I'm guessing. Golden ball, of course, if the scores are tied. Yeah, 182 matches since golden ball. And I've said to Danny, he'll try and break it before 200. And if we keep going without a golden ball, probably will hit the 200 on the weekend, I'd imagine. We're just after. Oh, he's bowled him. Sheikh Razik's come out and he's castled Saklan Chowdhury. It was at the stumps. Chowdhury gets a pretty aggressive glove punch as well for his trouble. That was full and straight. And the score now 2 for 1. Yeah, you could just see it was challenging the wickets. Plays down the wrong line. Technically couldn't deal with that too well. So this will bring Babu Hanjala to the crease. So right hand, left hand combination stays in play. Right on the money. Early call. Razik tries to go full Harlem Globetrotters, but probably a better play would have been the bowler's end, actually. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you, taking you through day 4. BG has turned in from Mount Gambier in South Australia. Heater on full bore and Cat snuggled in. Well, we don't need a heater. I do have some company in the box today. I've got Ellen, our fan, our biggest fan, on me right now. It's climbed up to about 28 already, just after 10 a.m. local here in Hungary. Rasik goes round the wickets. Nice shot though. Cut away, 1 bounce 4. Well, there's still one Chowdhury there to try and move the needle. Shahzad makes a good shot here. A lot of footwork, bit of a flourish. To be honest, it was just too short from Rasik. He needs to go at the stumps. I think that's the smart play early. At 118, I think something I'd be focused on. You'd love a miracle chase, but hard to see 169 getting hunted down, especially you've lost a key batter in Saklan Chowdhury. Nicked and gone, it was full up, and Chowdhury took the bait, trying to go across the line. Little edge flies through to Amajit Kumar, and the Cobras have 2. It's 7 for 2. See the frustration there for Shahzad. Feeling confident after the boundary. Again, good players make adjustments. I said Rasik has to be full. It does get the next one full up. Lures him into that drive, loses his shape a bit, doesn't he? Pretty healthy edge. And Sheikh Razik, he's one guy that we love to see on the network. And I will tell you that that wicket of the first Chowdhury, it was Saklan Chowdhury, was actually his 50th wicket on ECN. So congratulations to Mr. Slick, as I like to call him. And with that wicket of Shahzad Chowdhury, it's wicket number 51. Fantastic effort. His 55th game on the network. That includes some appearances for Hungary as well. I'm talking about T10 cricket here on ECN, because I know that he's also played some T20 cricket. A couple of slips in place now. Very attacking field as his opposite number, Rakibul Rifat, comes out. It's an interesting one to have traditional slips. I like the idea. I feel they could probably be a bit deeper though, because of how hard people swing generally in ECN cricket. You could probably have your slips back on the circle almost. But right now you feel like it could be a bit of a hard task for there to be too many runs here for Kashmir, especially with the Chowdhurys both disappearing in that second over. 7 for 2 after 2. Nice shot of the ground there, and the houses in the background. Gives us a chance to look at the table as well. You can see Kashmir 1 single point out of their first 2 matches. Cobras did play 3 on Tuesday. Cobras will play 3 more today, so they take on Kashmir here. They have a bit of an extended break. They'll take on the Raw Eagles in the 4th match of the day and the Blinders in the 5th. Kashmir play the 1st and the 3rd matches, taking on Cobras and the Blinders. So a pretty tough draw for them here on day 4. Yeah. Gotta say, I don't think this is a wide. Where was it when it passes the crease? Has to be fully outside, maybe. That's an interpretation thing. It is a tough one to judge, I suppose. Bowlers bowling from an angle. Another similar delivery, this time a bit closer to the batter, and that one won't be called. Yeah, good point. Actually, here, that's... And everyone's wearing black on the field when it's pretty hot. So it's a tough choice. Even the umpires wearing black. Both these teams predominantly black kits. Well bowled by Mathur. Things have ground to a halt at the moment. And of course, Rob Thompson, he loves everyone being in black because that means they're all blacks. And he's from New Zealand. It's a very famous rugby team. The national team of New Zealand. Mathur just needs to swing one down the line here. That's the thing. It's one thing just to survive, but you need to try and find a way to score. Kashmir a little bit worried. Might struggle with the depth. We saw that the other day. The very first game. This one does come into him. Can't quite find the stumps at the moment though, Mathur. Just a good steady left arm opening bowler. Yeah, the other day we did see Kashmir put 131 on the board. They had a good start from their openers. Something they don't have the luxury of today. On that occasion, Shazadul Chowdhury scored 48 and Saklain Chowdhury 29. Today, they just got 4 and 1. Hanjala did score 17. He's out there at the moment, but finding it pretty hard going. Nobody else able to hit double figures for Kashmir Budapest. That was back in match 8 on Tuesday. Beats the bat, hits the pad. So far we've had a wide, which I think was let's just say a debatable one, and we've had 5 dots. Maybe a fake maiden. Hanjala 1 off 6. That's 8 legal balls in a row that haven't been scored off now. Last ball for Mathur. And he won't offer. And it's going to be a very good over. Not too much bat and ball, if any, in that over. Kashmir 8 for 2 after 3. Not too much power in the power play. I might have a question here. I'm going to put it to the chat. What is the lowest power play score we've ever seen on ECN? That one was 8. If you didn't realise. You can see not too much happening on the bottom half of that graph. But what's the lowest power play ever? And bonus points if you know when it was. I'll give you an over or so, over or 2 to find out. Anyway, Abdullah gets a bowl. Something a bit different. This is climbing up. It's off the pad. I won't get a run, so that's another dot ball. You're not taking those. It's hard to see where the run's going to come from. and goes past. Nice looking drive this time, Burhan. Oh, he's going to throw it away. It slips out of his hand. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Check it out in the replay. Poor Burhan. Slippery fingers, sweaty fingers today. Picks it up and just slipped out of his hand. So that's a bonus if ever I saw one. Some people will be asking me, is that 4 overthrows? I don't think he actually got to throwing it. That's the thing. Oh, well, bit of a lucky break. If ever I'd seen one. Oh, I wonder if they didn't even spot that was 4. This is what happened. This is the second ball of the over, right? And it ends up going over the rope. I don't think it's been scored that way at the moment. They're going to sort that out. This should be out. It is out. So Abdullah finally does get the breakthrough. And well, I've got that as 13 for 2. So, yeah, like I said, I've got that as 13 for 3. And Abdullah does well, takes the wicket. Pularuthu taking that catch out on the boundary. So anyway, it gives me a chance to say a quick hello. And Jeff Mobbs has a good question, asking how we're able to be able to basically stay on the air on ECN. But man, basically we're lucky to have a few partners that do obviously enjoy the content and want to support us. And principally a lot of viewers watching on Fancode right now. So a big thank you to you. And we really do appreciate our partners. So, yeah, I want to say hello to Hawk Moon as well. Great to see you, Hawk Moon. Been a little while. I think Hawk Moon was saying, did I see the record for runs scored in a single over was recently set? I saw that in the county game. And they do actually do 2 runs for no balls. So, yeah, that was in a first-class game. It doesn't count a game in New Zealand where they're actually bowling for declarations, by the way. I was just gonna mention that. Yeah, so Ollie Robinson, I know, conceded 43. Okay, we're back on here, which is good news. This is cut away, and it's going to run away for 4. Dow can't quite get it down. Mussy. We'll start with a boundary. Their score's been fixed up now, so score's up to 17. Oh, Dow, Panther-like. It might create a run out. It should. It doesn't. Wow. Oh, Mussy. He thought for all money that had gotten past the fielder. Just had to change his mind at the last moment. Took a bit of pace out of the throw. That allowed him to scramble back in time. Pulled the keeper away, but still. Oh, is that Jonty Rhodes in disguise there at backward point? That'll be the end of the over. He scores 17 for 3 after 4. Yeah, so we'll say, I'm trying to remember, was it 43 off the over or I know Ollie Robinson conceded 43. Was there one that was slightly bigger? There was one that's 77 off and over, but that, like I said, that's not often counted in official records because it was deliberate. Trying to set a target. Well, this be out of it hits. Well, had more time there, did Rasik. Could have just thrown it 3/4 to the bowler and had an easy run out. Instead, they will get one. Yeah, so we have had, I think, 3 times that we've seen 45 off and over in ECN cricket. Recently, it was us and Aurangzeb of the Talent Stallions that had a 45 in the ECL. Yeah, the 43 was amazing. It was. But I got to say, no balls and wides. They should only be worth 1 if you want a level playing field. I suppose they're the conditions, but it's still a hypersonic over. Pretty amazing. Yeah, but look up the 77 run over from Bert Vance, who actually played a bit of cricket for New Zealand as well. Okay, I've given you enough time now, I think. So, yeah. Dave said, was it the famous lowest innings score? And he's referring to Gozo being bowled out for 6. Is that the lowest power play ever? And my answer is no, it's not that. The Gozo did get, I'll tell you exactly what they got actually. Big swing and a miss this time. Gozo from memory, I think they got 5 off that power play. Something like that. But it's not. So, the worst power play, I love bringing this one up because you wonder if it's possible. It was. In the air, that's going to be 6. Nice shot by Massey, who lifts it up and over long off. Maximo! 6 carreras. And that one does disappear out of the ground. Yeah, so I'll tell you after this ball then. That one's in the slot. That one's going to disappear as well. Maximo to finish the 5th over. And believe it or not, they're above runner ball pace now. Kashmir flying the flag. Need some more of that. End of the 5th over. And the score is 33 for 2 after 5. So this is the group situation. And we're into Group B matches today once again. We saw Group A on Monday, Wednesday. We're seeing Group B on Tuesday, Thursday. Top team straight through to finals Friday at the end of the group matches. Each team plays 8 of them. The bottom team will be out of the competition at the end of the group matches. But the middle 3, they do get to continue into the second phase of the tournament, round 2. And the best of those teams, there'll be 6 of them, middle 3 from each group, will make it through to the finals, along with those top 2 teams from the group on Friday the 26th of July, which is tomorrow week. Okay, enough pussyfooting about. I can tell you the worst power play ever was 0. Yeah, we had a 0-run power play. It was the Turkish qualifiers in ECL. Afyon Karaisa SHS against Gamblers SC on the 3rd of March this year. There were also 20 dot balls to start the innings. So there was not a single run in the power play. 2 wickets were lost. So the worst power play on ECN is 0. Now, in ECS cricket, the worst power play is actually 3. That's happened a couple of times. Happened United CC versus Prague in Czechia back in 2022. Also, we saw Asian Latina have a pretty bad one. 6 for 2. And had a 5 as well. Yeah, sort of Miranda Dragons in a night series 3 for 6. So 6 wickets for 3 runs in that famous game where they were 14 for 8 off the 10. Change of bowling now, Jacob. Good to see him getting a ball. I think he provides some good variety in the attack. So you might be wondering, okay, how did Afyon Karahisa go after that 0-run power play? Look it up, but I remember they were 5 for 5 at one point. They actually kind of made a bit of a comeback. So Gokhan Alta should have batted higher. That's what I will say about that. Jacob just over pitches slightly. He's going to disappear. Another good shot from Massey. Maximo. Well struck. So, look, a few more of these. Maybe they could get a point out of this. Could be easy, but 17.33 required. So in that innings, they ended up with 48 for 6. That's after being 0 for 2 at the end of the power play. I'll show you the scorecard of that game here if you want. Oh yeah, that would be a good hunt, the answer. You're right, Dave. Bowled him. And that's full straight, and Massey's cameo is going to come to an end. Good comeback from Jacob, who gets it full and at the stumps, and Kashmir now 41 for 4. Gotta say, I've been enjoying Charlie's Hunt the Answer ones. I think, yeah, the feedback was that people like the ECN ones. We've got so much material now. Even though I think it was a bit harsh when he pointed out Ramesh Satheesan had the most ducks in the ECC. That's one that didn't occur to me. Yeah, Afyon Karahisa, SHS, 5 for 5 after 5 in that response. Gamblers scored 134. Gamblers of Portugal. Yeah, we have so many games, and we're coming up, I think, pretty shortly with it. The next month or so, we'll probably hit 6,000 games. I'd actually have to have a look when we'll hit 6,000. Jacob ready to continue. Deepak Mon, the new batter, goes after it first ball, doesn't make contact. So I would say that. Swing and miss here. We should pass, I think. Oh, it'll be that really busy period at the end of August. And there's a really busy period coming up. Struck this time. Lack of striking, I should say. Bowler doing a good job, 42 for 4 after 6. So, I think we'll actually get there in Austria, which will be round about the very end of August. So I'll keep an eye out for that. But yeah, 6,000 games on ECN. Quite unbelievable. So today, oh, looking at the numbers, today I just realised I'll do my 3,600th game. Don't really keep track of the hundreds anymore because we have so many. But, here's Abdullah. Sprays the first one down the leg side. Abdullah's another dangerous kind of bowler, but he's got to get it right. It's not easy with the skill of over the wrist bowling. That's pretty well bowled. Lucky it doesn't carry out to Burhan. Making sure his fingers are extra dry after that earlier slip. Dave saying, and I did see this actually, and we passed 408,000 subscribers. Well bowled. Really nice stuff from Abdullah. That's where he's got to be. Yeah, so big thanks to everyone who subscribed and spread the word of ECN Cricket. We have subscribers and supporters all around the world now. Remember when we passed 300, it wasn't that long ago, and then of course 400 earlier in the year. Next stop 500, cannot wait. In the air and great catch. Excellent catch by Abdullah. Well, he's excited, and why shouldn't he be? This one hurried on to Mon. And an excellent bit of athleticism from the leggy, Abdullah. Shot himself to his left. Just out of screen there. We'll see it from behind. Holds on to it. And does well to protect the ball as well. So, wonderful catch. An early contender for player of the day. Unfortunately for Mon, he's going to get a visit from Uncle Derek. There's one more look at it. Really nice catch. But, oh well. Mini Derek, big Derek. And Kashmir, 44 for 5. He tosses this next one up, Sajjad Mahmood, the new batter. See, even for a point, they're a long way behind where they need to be. Fraction short. Nice shot by Mahmood, gets him off the mark. We've seen some spectacular catches, haven't we, here in Budapest. On the ball, though, got to cash it in. Rifat does. And he's going to get a boundary. It relieves the pressure to an extent. 49 now on the board for Kashmir. But Abdullah, he's probably getting 3 to 4 and over, right? Maybe 4. To go to that next level, he just needs to kind of get it to 5 or 6, doesn't he? But anyway, it's the end of the 7th over, 49 for 5. Let's have a look at what's coming up. The Royal Eagles taking on the Budapest Blinders in the second match of the day. These two did actually meet in match 9 on Tuesday. The Blinders did a bit of a number on the Eagles, taking all the points. Looking at those two teams, Sachin Chauhan leads the Eagles. He's a very experienced campaign, a bit of a journeyman in Hungarian cricket. Fayaz, I think, fought hard the other day for the Eagles. The Blinders, led by Ali Farasat, he didn't really perform day one. I'm sure he's keen to make something happen today. Kalab Kurigoda, he'd probably be my pick to open for the Blinders. Blinders, defending champions, don't forget, from 2023. See them when that game starts in about half an hour. It's a good example of one. Does this not hit the line? What do you think? A little bit on the line, mostly out. I think a little bit on the line. Umpire has doubt. He's going to call a wide. I think that's what happens there. Iqbal. This one, you got it now. This is half inside, half on the line. I know these are kind of judgment calls. It's tough because you only see it once. I think that one pretty clearly was legal. That one isn't. Clearly outside the line. Hello to Kroom, watching from the UK. We love to spend a bit of time watching ECN. And Kroom, you're probably aware of this. Probably mentioned it yesterday in case you missed it. Saw that Hornchurch on the Essex section of the T20. Up in the air. Fielders can't do anything about it. It was kind of perfectly in the hole. It was kind of a battle of shorter and slightly wider versus taller and slightly lankier out there. In the end, it was perfectly between them. And the result is maximal. 6 runs to Sajjad Mahmood. Nice shot. 50's up as well in the over. It's pretty well hit as well. He's found the fielder. Ran around it when he needed to come in there. Abdul almost had another spectacular catch. Just have to be happy with the signal in the end. See here, see he went sideways, and then he realised last moment, wow, I think that's getting to me, and he was right. Rifat trying to fly the flag for his team. An extra bounce this time from Shafakat Iqbal. Yeah, Kroom means that I think after chatting to some of the Hornchurch guys, they need to win 4 more games. That's going to be a no ball. Well, it could be a run out actually. It took a long time to get going, and throws wide. They'll probably come back for 2 now. Classic ECN chaos. Another throw. Well, could almost have more overthrows. In the end, it'll be no ball plus 2. But, yeah, Iqbal certainly lost the handle on that. Well, there's a free hit. Couldn't do too much with it. So, I suppose Kashmir have avoided this being their lowest score of the tournament so far, remembering that they started with 61 against the Royal Eagles. Mahmood will get one down the ground here. That'll take us to the end of the 8th over. Iqbal goes for 14 in his over, and it's 63 for 5 after 8. Yeah, so speaking to some of the Hornchurch guys, they've said now basically they're in the top 16 in England, and that's, well, is this the 7th ball of the over? Oh, it's gone for 4. Yeah, I'm going to have to work out what's happened here, because I thought that was over. And if it is, then this will actually get cancelled. I mean, it's a pretty good shot. It won't count if it's the 7th ball of the over. Brilliant shot, actually. So it could be a ghost 4. Well, I'll let you know when I know. I do know that, yeah, Hornchurch have made it through the last 16 in England, which means it's a straight knockout from here. So they'd have to play around a 16 game, a quarterfinal, a semi-final and a final. They win them all, they win the whole thing. But the thing is, they've already qualified for ECL because they won it last year. Well, they came in the top 2 last year, technically. So I'm still trying to work out whether that 4 counts or not. I'm guessing it doesn't, because I'm seeing legal balls, 6 of them before that ball's bowled. But anyway, obviously, yeah, ECN cricket is the fastest cricket in the world, and if it was a 7 ball over, well, the rule is in ECN cricket that only the first 6 balls count, and I think it's sensible in 10 over cricket. I know in longer forms, it you know, where there's more balls in an innings, it's maybe not as critical, but it really is critical in a 10 over game that you allow each team the same amount of legal deliveries. So, my guess is that we're stuck at 63 for 5 and we're not going any further. And I will have confirmation in a few seconds. That's the shot anyway. Pretty well executed. It's a bit rough actually, but hey, that's the way it is. I mean, equally, he could have been out. We haven't seen it happen yet because obviously it doesn't happen that often. But we could have someone out off a 7th ball of the over and then basically unout. Back from the dead. The other thing is that there might have been a wider no ball that wasn't picked up originally, and it was a legal delivery, but that's just being clarified at the moment. Yeah, Kroom saying, yeah, the under-16s of his club were on the 2nd pitch, so saw the Hornchurch game going on. Pretty convincing win. Yeah, so that is confirmed now that that ball that was hit to the boundary, good shot, but it's a ghost shot. It's not a delivery that's going to count. So it'll only be 63 after 8. Okay, glad that's sorted out now. And we'll get into the 9th over. It's going to be Adibuddin who's going to bowl this one. Say it all happens in the 9th. Maybe it all happens in the 8.5. Anyway, here we go again. Skied. And fielder Dow. He's taken an interesting route to the ball. I think he's done enough in the end to keep it in. There you go, look at that. The youngster manoeuvring himself there, keeping that in play. Off the bottom of the bat, really. Riffa will get one and move to 17. Yeah, deep. Getting his opportunity here. Walks at this one in the air. Fielder takes a pretty good catch out there, Martha, at the sun to deal with, but he had the shades on. Lucky did. So Mahmood's going to hold out for 10. And Kashmir have lost a six wicket now in the 9th over. They are 65 for 6. Pretty well taken out there. You can just tell it was straight in the teeth of the sun. I even like the way he kind of holds onto the ball, twists his body to take the impact of the ground. Here comes Big Zia. I'll be happy if he can muscle a few out of the ground to finish this game. Don't think Adib will be so happy though. Zia has opened the batting before. So let's see what he can do here. So far, not able to do much. Yeah, we saw Zia, I suppose, tried higher up the order when we first saw Kashmir on Tuesday. He likes to attack. He also likes to play these reverses. Hoping he's ended up scoring 13. It'll be a matter of time till we see the reverse, unless he decided to put it away. To play for DV Ultimate 11 in last year's series, Zia Osaka. There it is. Knew it was coming, and it's 4 runs. A really good shot. He'll enjoy that as well. He gets a round of applause from the bowler. Probably deserves it. Helped him that it was a full toss. A little bit of lights, camera action from Zia. Because that was box office, end of the 9th over, 69 for 6. But now going down by a lot. 90 something here, you'd imagine. Plenty of good bowling performances there. 2 for 5 for Rasik. Never brought himself back. He felt he didn't need to. Had a bit of a bat complaint the other day. 2 for 16 Abdullah. Wickets also for Adibadin. And Amal Jacob, the left arm spinner. We've got Shafakat bowling the last over though. Flicked the pad, I think, on the way through. Well, it's been called a wide. So, umpire feeling generous. I thought that got a little bit of the pad, but they were a long way from the action. Premeditated, nicely executed as well. So yeah, very nice batting here. It's Rifat getting a bit inventive. That ends up at the boundary. Kashmir, they're fighting. They've had to fight though, haven't they? Might end up with 80 or something here. I see worse scores than that, considering they were so far behind at the end of 3. In the air, mid on is up, and this one is going to be 4. Bounces just inside. It takes on the infield and wins. Yeah. Just inside the boundary. Well struck. Refut the skipper up to 25. Still 3 to come. Still 3 to come after that one. He's a little bit wide of the mark. Oh, short. Really nice shot from Refut, who goes Maximo. Brilliant hitting from the captain. Again, they're showing they've got players that can do it time and again. But can they get the consistency to be competitive in games, stick around in games? I mean, they took the Cobras to the very last ball last time. A little bit short again, and another 6. Maximo. Oh, Shafiqat Iqbal, he's the outlier in the bowlers. He's gone the journey, hasn't he? Refut, there's not much of him, but he deals with that very well. Out chest high. Puts it up and out of the ground. The Refut, these are actually his first 6 he's ever hit on the network. He'll finish with a miss, but he will finish with 37 to his name. And Kashmir Budapest are going to finish with 91 off their 10 overs. So I suppose saving their blushes a little bit. Remember, at the end of the power play, they were really struggling to get anything going. They were 8 for 2. So the last 7 bring 83, around about 2 at ball pace. So that's something to ponder, I suppose. With the Chowdhury failing, they were still able to kind of fight their way out of a hole late in the piece. But the Cobras, your winners in this one, and they end up doing it with a very healthy margin, 168 to 91. 77 runs between these two teams. Coming up next, the Eagles and the Blinders. So we have 2 of the other teams in Group B to do battle. Blinders winning the toss and batting first. Richard Ikram listed up the top there for the Blinders. And Usama Kajla behind the stumps. Kalamakura Goda. A bit surprised if he doesn't open with Ghani. Abbas Ghani, I think, is a bit of a fixture at the top. But that game is coming up in about 15 minutes. Let's cut to the highlights then and have a look at this response. 169 was always going to be a tall order for the Kashmir Budapest side, but things were getting even taller, weren't they, with the early wickets. Rasik came out, went bang, bang, got one Chowdhury, then the other. It's a little bit too fast, I think, for Sakline. He did get cut away for a 4 by Shazadul Chowdhury, but he had his revenge soon after when it touched Fuller. A healthy edge through to Abhijit Kumar. Yeah, just 8 runs in that power play. Well, Burhan had a bit of a blooper here, which ended up costing his team a boundary. I think he could see the funny side. Really was the Cobras laughing all the way to the bank here. 4 points. Got to say, I loved the efforts of Abdullah there, he's got a real interesting way that he plays the game. Plays it with passion, plays it with pride. Some late hitting though, particularly from Refut, 37 off 21. Sonny Messi as well before that actually was handy with 23. Eventually, deal with that one from Jacob. Good to see Jacob in the action with the ball. It's a great catch, wasn't it, from Abdullah? Took it to his left. It gave it the classic Afridi-like X formation. But yeah, I liked that they continued to attack. Mahmood played a couple of nice shots in there as well. The Kashmir keeper. Nice catch by Mathur. Meant that he had to go. And Zia, well, out of all the shots, this might have been the most fun to watch. Reverse jink. Zhao looked like he was trying to climb up Mount Everest there. But got a bit of inventiveness, a little bit of power towards the end. And got the kind of up through the 70s and 80s pretty quickly. In the end, 91 on the board. Last over going magical. 22 came off the last, but it was all in vain. 77-run margin. The Cobras take all 4 points out of match number 16. Well, Kashmir, they started in a bit of a hole and took a while to dig themselves out. The top 3 combined for only 6 of 17. And Rifat, top scores with 37 off 21. Mahmood with double figures. Sarkat with just 4 runs, but they were a cool 4. And in the end, 91 for 6 off the 10. Just 11 extras as well compared to what we saw in the first innings. Made a bit of a difference. Bowling wise, well, Arthur was pretty much unhittable, wasn't he? None for 3 off his 2. Russick with 2 wickets, didn't bother to bring himself back. 2 for Abdullah. Singles for Adi Budin and Amal Jacobs. So it's got good variety in that Cobras attack. Remember, they are a team we did see in the ECL. We will see them back in action later in the day. But next it will be the Eagles versus the Blinders. We'll take a break back in about 10 minutes with more action. Still 4 matches to go on day 4 in Hungary. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this short break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the GB Oval here. Great to have your company. Day 4 of this European Cricket Series, and we're already swung into action with the Cobras getting over Kashmir Budapest in the first game of the day. Coming up next is match number 17 between the Royal Eagles and the Budapest Blinders, both teams making their first appearance of the day. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago. Solomon Saeed, the tournament referee, was with the two captains.
Eagles against Blinders. Blinders to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads.
We're gonna bat first.
Blinders won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, the Blinders, defending champions of this European Cricket Series, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go about this and kind of what order they would use as well. Blinders, say they were perfect the other night, but they did get the job done. A couple of wins out of the first 2 games. Eagles did start with a win, but then found it hard going the rest of the day, losing their other 2 matches. These are the 2 teams. Yeah, Blinders listed Ghani and Ikram at the top of the order. I know that all teams, they are trying to mix up their orders a little bit to give guys opportunities. Obviously, it's no fun if you come down and you're consistently not batting or bowling. So just finding a way to do that. Upendra Singh and Dipu Devan come in for the Eagles, who are part of the Royal Tigers organisation, drawn the same group as the Tigers for this series. Sachin Chauhan is a very experienced player, and Fayaz Khan behind the stumps had a pretty good day when we last saw Group B in action. Eagles 12% against the Blinders. Kind of figures the Blinders, I think, go in as heavy favourites, but as we know in this form of the game, it only really takes 1 or 2 players to fire to get your team the win. Big hello to everyone in the chat. We had an interesting kind of fun facts there. I had a question that came in, and I know some people find it a little bit hard to get into the chat, but Dave was asking from John Heeson, what's the highest number of matches between golden balls we've ever had? And I came up with the answer. It was 405 between the 31st of March and the 24th of July back in 2022. And interestingly as well, both golden balls on either end of that streak were in Portugal. One during the day series and one during the night series. Charlie broke the streak, I remember, because I was having a dip in Rome at the end of the day, and I came out of the water, my phone had blown up. Gave a bonus fact as well, but first let's get to the action. First ball of this one. Samulla is ready. Ghani and Ikram to open as listed for the Blinders. First one's short. It's a false shot though. Top edge. Flew a long way in the air. And it'll be a long single to get us going. But a bit of a nervous moment there for Ghani. Certainly didn't time that shot at all. Yeah, so the fun bonus fact that I threw in was that the shortest streak between golden balls was just 1 single match. And that was because matches 9 and 11 in the Gibraltar Night Series at the start of 2022 was, well, they were both golden balls. Matches 9 and 11, only 10 wasn't. Swings away, just misses the line. And that was there. It's very, very exciting as well. But yeah, we actually ended last year with a few big barren streaks. I'll give you those numbers in a moment. In the air, bit of a teaser for the fielder, but he's not going to be able to get there. Maximo! Ikram sent to the top of the order to do a job. And looks pretty handy there. Teased the fielder, clears that front leg. See, Anna Gupta in the foreground, and the flying swan style approaching the batter from point. Good start from Ikram though. Goes up in the air, going, gone. Maximo, back to back. Now, Ikram didn't do too much in the series so far. He's keen to make an impression. So far, he started really well. Just makes their order a bit longer as well. Ariku Ragoda is actually listed at 5. Blinders not really shooting rubber bullets here. Gets a bit carried away, trying to hit a bit across the straight one. Yeah, so the average amount of matches between a golden ball is about 86. Right, so bear that in mind. But late last year, we had a bit of a streak. We had plenty early in the season, but then they dried up. This time it's more there for that shot. It could run away. Close anyway. It's been kicked back into play. And again, I think they're just going to get the couple. So just gets that foot back into play there. No issues with the second pickup. So yeah, 2023 is an interesting case. I'll try and run you through it in a second. Straight again, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo, it's almost a carbon copy, wasn't it, of that one earlier in the over. Probably a case to have someone straight down the ground, but it will be 6, and it will be a magical start for the Blinders, who are 22 without loss after 1. Ikram doing the heavy lifting, certainly showing why he's been elevated to the top of the order. We are in Hungary, of course, for this European Cricket Series. Look at all those great spots we've been to already. And yeah, 2025, I'm sure there'll be a few surprises, maybe a few new locations as well that we can get to. Maybe returning to a few that we haven't been able to get to this year as well. Divan to bowl now, over number 2. Ghani, just 1 ball so far. It's an in-swing out, throws the hands at it and pounds it. Maximo! 6 carreras. I did have a question actually. What does carreras mean? And that's a good question. Carreras, basically, it's a Spanish word. Basically, it means runs. So 6 carreras would be 6 runs. 4 carreras, 4 runs. Short, smashed. Well, that's big. That's almost jungle on the full. If you can get one on the jungle on full, that's probably a 100-metre hit. But 6 more. Do not bowl short to Ghani. Oh, he looked a bit dodgy first ball, but that was his sighter. No, that was right out of the middle. Yeah, so 2023 gaps between golden balls. I'm going to run through them for you because they're a bit strange. So we actually had 5 golden balls in ECS Malta, which was a 4-week tournament at the start of the year. So we had 1 on the 7th of Feb. That was the first golden ball of 2023. Beats him this time outside the off stump. So it was only 33 games to the next, 25 to the next, 22 to the next, 24 to the next. Then it was 101 to the next, 136, 140, then just 18. That was the 30th of April 2023. So we had all those golden balls. We had 8 of them in the first 3 months of the year. But then they really dried up. Another good delivery. If you go around the wicket, that's the line you've got to bowl. Yeah, so we had 101 to the golden ball, which was in the ECL, then 136, 140, 18. And then second half of the year, just listen to these numbers. It's a good block hole delivery, but it's going to get around the field. And I can't see that stopping in time. It won't. So Ghani getting into his work now, moves to 17 off just 6. Not a terrible delivery, but low full task. It's enough about on it to get it around the fielder. Yeah, but we finished with 286 golden matches without a golden ball. We had one in 22nd of July, then 334, which was the second longest streak ever. I don't think this is out, but they'll have a look at it. Just maybe losing his shape a bit there. Let's have a look. Does he get the bat back? I think so. Does it stay down? Yes, it does. It will take us to the end of the over. So 38 without loss after 2. Divan actually comes back pretty well. Kind of got 3 right, 3 wrong in that over. Yeah, so 286 is a big streak. 334. Had another one in September. And then 369. So 2 of the biggest Barron streaks came back to back. It meant we only had 1 golden ball in the space of over 700 matches there, second half of 2023. But it did come to an end, actually, second last day of the season in the ECCW last year. And just some interesting golden ball facts. Now everyone gets a bit excited, myself included, when we get a GB. Went pretty close yesterday a couple of times. So, new bowler coming in is Ajay Jaiswal. Again, just using that angle again. Foot stayed down. In the air, really high. I don't think he picked it up. That's should pick it up now. Does. I'll get back for 2. That's Dilbar. Gets out of this ground sometimes kind of hazy. Some balls get hit and you don't necessarily track it straight away. These balls are getting hit so hard. Well, this time he's going to pin the ears back and he's going to put the scorers in danger. Maximal Ikram. He's wheeling, he's dealing early on in this game. I think it's exactly where he likes it, that's the thing. And Giri doing a good job getting the arms up. He's had plenty of practice. It's a better ball. I think it's a better length. He's going to have to run batless. Garney does a good job here to call, and at least he gets a response. If you miss the ball straight away, you need to look at your partner. Throws the bat away like he's playing for the New York Yankees. So luckily he gets there anyway. It'll be a bye. Better length though. Hopefully Jaiswal learns from that, especially to Ikram. I don't think he can just keep bowling in the slot. It's going to get ugly. Mistimed again. Another one that Garney back himself to smash out of the ground, but he just wrapped the bat around it, a bit like the first ball of the game. Big hello out there to Khalil Ur-Rahman, who said he's a big fan. Well, hello to you, Khalil. Hopefully you're well. Thanks so much for joining us. Yeah, good bowling. It's been reasonably effective, actually, that kind of fake left arm angle. Quick hands from Fires behind the stumps. I mentioned he's been a bit of a live wire. At the end of the power play, 47 without loss after 3. Jaiswal goes for 8 in the over. One of those runs was a bye, 8 plus the bye actually in the over. Let's get into the middle overs then, and up to 5 outfielders, of course, are allowed from this point forward. Any other questions or comments, please throw them into the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Always love the opportunity to have that interaction. Danny's off today. We'll be back tomorrow for Peacock Friday, and then I'll be off for the weekend in Budapest before returning on Monday. Nish will join us from Tuesday onwards. Called a wide. It was kind of an interesting one because it deflected off the pitch a bit right to left. But do you think this catches some of the line? It's actually going to be called the one for the over as well. So, what a great result for Upendra. Hit down the ground, long chase. It's not really a great effort. That's Deepu down the ground, who doesn't offer a hand, but he offers kind of 2 feet stomp method. Doesn't work. Can't see Manchester United calling him up and offering him big numbers to play at centre back either. Ikram moves to 32 off 10. quickly it is outside the line. Remember that line, static line now. The line does belong to the bowler. You need to get a piece of it as it goes past the popping crease, that blue tram line. Well, picks this up and turns on it. Ikram. He's come out in the heater. Maximo! Really good shot. This time, slightly different approach. He's felt confident hitting across the line. Feels he's got the pace of Rupendra here. Rollicking start from the Blinders. High, catchable, but oh no, it's going to carry out of the ground. Well, I said catchable. He could have reached it, but it ended up creeping over the boundary. I'm amazed how far that travelled off the bat. And really, the fielder was powerless in the end. Sachin Chauhan has to watch it fly out of the ground, but yeah, Maximo for Ikram moves to 44 off 12. He's delivered in the opening slot. That'll be his 50. And he brings it up off just 13 rocks. What a fantastic decision to put Ikram up there. 50 off 13 balls. Maximo to bring it up. 7 of them and a single 4 in that half century from Mutta Ikram. It's happened so quickly. I think some of his teammates were caught unawares. This is his second 50 on the network. He's actually a guy that we have seen playing for the Blinders Blizzards, which are the kind of second team of the Blinders that have participated in previous editions of this European Cricket League. But here he is playing for the main side and doing a really good job. Ghani, not often you see him overshadowed. He hasn't quite found his batting boots yet. And he throws the hands at this and he'll get 4 to finish the over. So it's an expensive one. 29 coming off that 4th over. And the Blinders up and out of sight. After 4, they're 76 without loss. Trouble with a capital T for the Eagles. Nice shot in the background of some of the local houses, affectionately called the Bikini End, as it gets called. And they look very close, and they are, but there's this kind of barrier between the ground and the houses. It means you can't just jump over and go for a swim. I still think they could make a bit of spare cash if they allowed some hot cricketers into their pools. Right, hook shot there, and Mutta is really, really motoring. Maximo to start the next over. 82 now, just at the start of this 5th over. Sami Ullah coming back. We already had a magical first. Hasn't started too well in the second. Kind of grins and bears it. Look at, you need to have some sort of plan, right? I think Mutta, I'm just trying to bowl the Yorker on the middle stump. Does tend to hit across everything. It's all right, we'll hit this. Can't be a full toss, can't be anything that bounces really in front of him. Otherwise, he's just going to horn it out of the ground. And that's exactly what happens here. Maximo, 6 more. 63 now for Mutta. He's rapidly closed in on his highest score on the network. His previous half century was 64 playing for the Blizzards. And that was against the DV Ultimate 11 last year. So it looks like he'll go past that. He'll equal it here as he moves to 64. Scary thing is, even if they were to take a wicket or two, look at the batters still to come for the Blinders. Willie Gamagay's had a good start to the series. He's listed at 3. You've got the captain Ali Farasat at 4. Kalamakura go to regular opener at 5. No full toss. Picks out the fielder. And Ghani's going to have to go. Just wasn't his day, was it? That's why sometimes a low full toss is probably better than missing the Yorker short and just delivering it in the slot. Pretty good catch out there as well. It was dipping on him all the way. But Ghani never really found the middle of the bat often enough in that innings. And so he'll have to go for 21. And it is Sami Ulla that gets the breakthrough despite being pretty expensive in his spell. First wicket falls 89 for 1. Good opening partnership though. Arvind Kumar did pretty well to adjust to that. Get the ball as it was dropping. Judged it perfectly. Right in the middle of the hands. Here comes Asanka Welly-Gamage though. He's a kind of cricketer that you feel should be wearing a cape. Gonna have to hit this first one. One thing about the blinders, they certainly play in a very aggressive but fairly intelligent brand of cricket. I think they balance those things quite well. They'll know they have to bat unselfishly. They have to play their shots. Tactically risk wickets. Nice little carve out here. And, well, he went for the... well, this is an amazing bit of fielding from Dilbar. Just have a look at it. He actually goes to slide, he plugs, and then he kind of has to swim over land to make the stop there. Dush, there, see? Did well to knock it down and then had to swim the kind of 1 metre freestyle to reel it back in. They'll get to... We're talking about swimming in the pool. Dilbar's got another tactic, Dilbar, to swim on grass. There's that Yorker. So Sami gets it right, but the bad news is he's out of balls. That's the end of 5. It's 91 for 1. 180 pace through this first half of the innings. Players will have a bit of a drink due to the temperatures here being reasonably high. Although they're 29 at the moment, not too bad. Time for some in-game analysis. And probably touch on what I said a moment ago, that you need to find the balance between aggression but not being reckless. So what that means is if you see a ball that's in your slot that you can hit for 6, then you're trying to hit it for 6. Doesn't matter if it's the first ball you face, even though there's an element of risk in that. Occasionally you'll miss hit it, you'll be out. But the blinders, because of their depth of their order and their confidence in the players around them, they play that way. You see it as well with teams like the Cobras, Royal Tigers as well. Team you throw in to that as well, that have that approach right. And also, you know, with T20 cricket obviously becoming the staple international version globally, I do think that the skills of T10 translate to T20 success probably a bit more than the skills required for 50 over cricket or even 40 over cricket. T10 cricket forces you to think quickly, to problem solve, to strategize, and basically to practice physically the same kind of skills you're going to need in key situations in a T20 game. So that's why you look at the climb of a lot of these European countries up the ladder of ICC cricket, and it's due to the fact they are playing more short form cricket and ultra form cricket, which is what I'd call T10. All right, well, Ikram, 64 in the first half of the innings. Mentioned he has equalled his highest score on the network, 64 against DV Ultimate 11 last year. And he's still got 5 overs to bat. Gupta gets a bowl in over number 6. And he's going to disappear out of the grounds. A bit of a warm-up ball, but Ikram's already boiling hot, and he moves into the 70s. Now that is his highest score outright on the European Cricket Network. He doesn't look like he's going to slow down kind of bowling machine stuff first up from Gupta. And it was adios pelota. Buenos dias, Monica. ¿Cómo estás? Monica's in the chat watching from Colombia. He estado practicando mi español esta semana, Monica. Wide, but not a bad spot to miss from Gupta. I was just saying to Monica, I've been practicing my Spanish. That is the second language I've been working on. Although we haven't been in Spain for a while, we'll be back there for the ECC. Hungarian, I've got to say, his language is quite challenging. I know a few words. Kursi for thanks is pretty handy when you get around town. Yoragelt for good morning. This is a hit. But not too far. Ikram looking confident. And that's why, because he's just going to take a similar kind of ball. I think he might have just stuck across another stump. He put that out of the ground. Maximo. Just kind of in the zone right now, isn't he? Started well, has continued well. I think if you bat him high, it just gives you an even longer order. Crumb brings up the 100 for his team. Not out, I don't think. I think he had a foot in all the time here. See that foot there? Never actually moves. So it's a very optimistic. I suppose if both feet were in the air, then it could have been out, but they were both behind the line, weren't they? Take your crumb. I'm trying so hard not to jinx him, but he is 4 hits away from 100. There we go, I've said it. And this is one of them. Maximo. He moves into the 80s now. Here, Crumb. What a knock. Stepping up. And I've tried so hard to not put the curse on him, but I've been thinking it for a while. I'm just going to be blatant now. He's on for a ton. All right. Gupta's gone for 19 last ball, the over. Oh, and he misses that one. That'll be the end of 6. Gupta narrowly avoids going magical, but not by much. It's 111 for 1 after 6. With there, on fire, says Stefan Gooch, who's in the chat. Hi, Steph. Hopefully you're well. No, he'll be enjoying looking at that scorecard. What Steph player of the tournament in this ECS last year. Hello to Urhan Khan. He says, Vinny, good morning. I like you. Well, Urhan, if you like me, I like you back. Glad you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. All right, here's Arvind Kumar. Sanka misses that out on that one. Better areas, better length as well. Feel like I've let the genie out of the bottle with the jinx on Ikram, so I'm suddenly quite nervous for him. Well, that was pulled, but it wasn't pulled well. Tough chance. Oh, and he did quite well there, but it's going to go down. Up in the air, and this is going to sneak away from everyone. It's going to be 4 runs. Ikram moves to 86. I mean, not the most convincing stroke. Quick work there. They quite like this. It's called a wide, but is it stumped? You can be stumped off a wide. Let's see what's going on with the feet here. Does sneak out. Does he get back? He's back. Sharp work from Fires, but it'll just stay as only a wide. Still 3.5 overs left in this innings. All right, everyone's set. Here, Crumb, 86. Maxwell Smart. Edge, 4. Okay, so he still tends to be riding his luck. Jinx hasn't taken effect yet, and he moves into the 90s. May have been a wide, we'll never know. Runs down to the deep third boundary. Well, Monica's saying tu español también es muy interesante. He's saying Dave's Spanish is pretty interesting too. Yeah, Dave's quite a polyglot actually. Speaks fluent French, of course, having lived there for, I think, over 30 years now. Right, Ikram into the 90s. Swing and a miss. Sometimes in Mutta, who knows? Maybe he'll have many opportunities to bring up 100, but you never know, especially when you're going after your first one. If you'll ever get another chance, is what I was going to say. So he'll certainly want to make the most of this opportunity. He'll stay on 90. Good finish to the over by Kumar. He goes for 10 in that over in the end. 7 overs down, blind is 121 for 1. These are some of the upcoming events. And of course, we're in Hungary for 2 weeks, including the ECI at the end. We have Romania and Czechia as the touring sides. Bulgaria, the next location. But we have a bonus weekend of action in Croatia. Pretty exciting that we'll have our first ever ECSW there. Now, I have heard it will be basically almost a super ECS in that you'll have a Croatian women's club and a Serbian women's club playing a best of 3 series. Our first ever ECSW. Right, lifted up out of the ground. Well, Asanko Weligamage, it's a long ball. And he's not really crippled by the pressure of being in the 90s. He can just swing away. And that one goes absolute miles out of the ground. Maximal. 6 carreras. Quickish single here, looking for 2. They're normally pretty good at extra runs, but that's one occasion I think that Mutta just turns it down, even though it was there, saying, no. I need to take care of some business. I don't really want to give the strike away. 90. Jaiswal gets hit, going, and gone. 96 now for Ikram. What a knock this has been. From the very first over, I was a bit worried that he might have angered the cricket gods by turning down the overthrow. And he's still there. And he's 1 boundary away from a first ever ECN century. He misses. Jaiswal lures him out into that favourite leg side shot. Right. This is the closest we get to a kind of test match feel, I think. And you got somebody on 96. First ever ton. Watches another one go past. All these are adding up. I've got a feeling this could be it. Ikram on 96. Oh, hits him outside leg. Oh, he's lucky. That would have hit the stumps. It can't be at LBW if you hit outside line leg, whether you're playing a shot or not, because it does actually pitch. It bounces on his pad. Maybe it would hit, probably wouldn't have actually. But he's still on 96. Right, up in the air, not going to carry. He'll go to 97 and he'll keep the strike. Well, everyone, get on the edge of your seats and stay there because it's the end of the 8th over. The show will continue in about 30 seconds. 137 for 1 after 8. Hello, Charlie Hunt. Nice to see you, Charlie. He said he's just dropping in for a moment. Hearing we might have a Hall of Fame moment around the corner. Well, there's a sense of theatre about this innings. I think he's just changed his gloves. Maybe a bit sweaty. I can understand why. But, he's going to face up now, 97. .97 in the air, going, and it's 100 for Ikram. What a fantastic knock, his first ever ECN century. Brings it up with a Maximo. A wonderful coming of age innings for the opener. It's his 14th six that brings up the 3 figures. And he turns only his 2nd ever ECN 50 into 100. Great moment for him. And I think that could be a 7-up, it's called. And it is. It's going to be 7 runs and a free hit, and the wheels are off really for the Eagles now. You can see that was at least waist high. He pumps it. So now, really, all the pressure's off. If he was under any pressure, it was only kind of perceived pressure. But what a wonderful knock it's been. He's hit the ball so cleanly. Now, free hit. He's just going to ease it away for 4 more. Fantastic timing. And really, he's bulletproof right now. Put to Ikram, take about... There's still 10 balls left in this innings. 150s come up during this over as well. So, a few people wondering if he was going to retire out on 97. No, he was just changing his gloves. But nice to see him win the battle in the end. And my jinx was powerless. It's the 90th ECN century of the season. 90. We're heading for 100 hundreds, folks. In the air. This is another one that's going to tease the fielder. It's over the top and 6 more. 6 carreras más. Again, a little bit of a breeze, but not much. Behind the batter. Yeah, to give you an idea, 2 seasons ago, we only had 13 centuries in the whole season. Last year, we had 58. This year, we've got 90. We're only just barely in the second half of the season. There's a lot about the direction the game's been going. A century here in match 17. Ikram puts this up into the gap. That's going to be 4 more. It's, this has been some exhibition, hasn't it? This is out on this one. Oh, jeez. Is this on the line? Yeah. Umpire's got a slightly different perspective, I suppose, but that's harsh. He's going to get some bat on this. Running away. It's going to get there. It's 4 more. And Ikram, well, he knows that wasn't clean at all, but doesn't care. That's going to be another 4. Now we're really talking potentially kind of top 10 highest scores ever, maybe. It's a long way to go to get above 143. Stefan Gooch is a blinder. He's on that list. All right, miles in the air. Now this is catchable, but it's going to come down with rain on it. It's dropped. Barely gets a finger on it. Ikram will come back for 2. And I know it looks easy on TV, but I'm glad I wasn't under that one because that was pretty much off the middle, straight up. Down it goes, and that's the end of the 9th over. 1-7-2 for 1. Went to Ikram to 129. That might have been one time. I know with Welligamage, he wants to have a hit as well, but I don't know. Outside chance if you can get Mutta on strike that he could get up in that list, and he still could. He's 129 with an over to go. Asjad Butler's in there, 143 not out. Stefan Gooch I mentioned, who is a blinder, one of the founding members of the blinders on that list. Scored 150 playing for the Hippos earlier this year. All right. Strap yourselves in, folks. Miss-hit one's not a terrible result for the interested spectator here, but Welligamage is probably going to try and put it into the bushes. That's exactly what he's going to do. Maximo! Well, time to get the hiking boots on. This is a fraction short. Flat, bat, smack, crack from Asanka Welligamage. This score is out of control. To be honest, the 200 might still be on. They need 22 or 5 to bring up that mark. All right, Gupta trying to stop the bleeding. That's a good comeback, fraction fuller. Let's try to look up kind of some of the highest scores we've ever seen in Hungary. All Tigers scored 188 back in 2022. I remember that. I think that was the highest score of that year. Well, last year, pardon me, I should say, not 2022. Well, that's going, and that's gone. Maximo! And 6 more to Welligamage. Absolute pounding we're seeing at the moment. So I think we could be heading for the highest score we've ever seen in Hungary. So 184 boundary here, and that 200 still on. We've never seen a 200 in Hungary. So that 188, I still believe it's the highest score. That was back on the 3rd of July, 2023. Tigers versus Blinders Blizzards. Oh, that shouldn't go to the boundary. Can anyone reach it, though? It is another one. Some mile highs coming in. He won't even attempt it in the end. It's a case of Jaiswal thinking self-preservation, but then takes the opportunity to slam it into the bowler. So he made sure he didn't get hurt, and then he created a situation. And they steal it too. Mate being pretty unselfish here. And watch this. Watch out. He's trying to say easy, easy. I think takes it in the kneecap. All right. So Welly gets the strike back. 187. That's in the air. Another catching opportunity. Jaiswal, will we go with this one? He will, but he'll drop it. Now they go for 2. We have another bat drop. We get 2. Should get 3. He'll get a batless 3. Or will he? Oh, they're going to hold on to it. Well, poor Gupta. He's in the wars. I don't know what's going on with him dropping his bat. There's a couple of times. Here comes the throw. It's another nightmare throw. There goes the bat. Bang. There's another one. Exactly the same spot. Patella pounder. Then, I mean, he actually could have had time to pick his bat up on the way back. So that's a rare 3. Gupta's basically now like Daniel in the Karate Kid 1 after the leg was swept. He's saying, I'm out of here. I'm not bowling this last ball. Someone else can bowl it. Jaiswal. Has he bowled out? He'd be my pick. He's created it. He's bowled out Jaiswal. Yeah, Gupta's going to be the first one to the sheds. This has really gone downhill fast for the Royal Eagles. Hello to everyone in the chat. What do you think of this? What a knock. Yeah, 143. He's not going to get that much, pretty much because he's been so unselfish in this last over, being prepared to give the strike back to Welly Gumagate. Just one ball to go. 12th man to come on for one ball. Will we see that list rearranged during this Hungary adventure? Maybe. All right, so Devan's the replacement bowler. He did bowl one over earlier. He'll bowl the last ball here, 190 plus this. And he's going to go for 6. So thanks for coming. Welly Gumagate finishes on 31 off just 11. But it's 132 off 39. It's right up there. It's probably the top 20 ECN scores of all time, you know. Great knock. And it really is all about Mutta Ikram. Whenever you're asked to go to the top of the order, then, you know, you want to impress. And he's getting a good ovation there from Welly Gumagate. It gives him a good ovation. His teammates will certainly give him plenty of well wishes there as he steps off the field with 132 not out of 39 to his name. 16 towering sixes in that inning, 6 balls also. And the Blinders end up on 196. You heard me right, folks. And yes, that is the highest score ever in an ECS match in Hungary. Let's have a look at the highlights. And Mutta started a couple of teasers down the ground. That was only the beginning, wasn't it? He unleashed fury on this Royal Eagles attack. Not easy for the Eagles, we know. They're a second div side coming out there. But to be fair to Ikram, I mean, he was playing for kind of the Eagles equivalent last year when he was playing for the Blizzards. And he had a mixture of good shots and good fortune at times that allowed him to be in that position to score the 100. Loved the ball in the slot, didn't he? Just loved those balls that were full but not quite up in the block. Oh, he was caught but off the field. Brought up his 50, but there was plenty of work still to do. Ghani had a little bit of an off time, didn't he, while he was there. Mutta, he was feasting on the bowling. Ghani in the end would hit a low full toss. I mean, the only wicket to fall, Arvind Kumar with the catch down at deep square leg. And we saw the land-based swimming, which I don't think will be an event you'll see at the Paris Olympics anytime soon. And Mutta, bang, bang, bang. Look at these montages of him just murdering the ball to all corners, particularly that leg side. He was very, very destructive. That was one that went down, a bit of a tough one, to be honest. And the Eagles just couldn't hold a catch. They weren't easy ones for sure. I put the kibosh on Mutta, but he was able to kind of defy that and close in on his 100. Stuck in the 90s for a little bit. That was the one though. He knew as soon as he hit it, he had his first ever ECN ton. You can see how much it means to him. Blinders really close-knit team. A big roar went up around the ground. A little bit of help from the man upstairs, but you normally need it. You're going to bring up 100 in a T10 match. Then he had the 7 up to cash in. And another 4, and then there were more. As the 9th over went supersonic, 35 came off that, 24 off the last. So, yeah, they heap 59 runs off the last 2 overs. And if you think that was bad enough, it only got worse. As we saw poor Gupta in the line of fire. Couple of kneecappers in the last over. That one went down. But like I said, if you didn't think it could get worse, it could. You get hit once on the knee, and it's bad luck. You get hit twice, you feel like it's someone trying to send you a message. 6 off the last takes them up to 196. What an innings. And the blinders have blinded the Eagles here. Put on the highest score we've ever seen in an ECN match. Before this week, I should say. I'm not counting the 257 that we saw from the Cobras a couple of days ago, of course. Ikram with 132 off 39. It's the highest individual score in the series so far. And I believe it's the highest individual score we've ever seen in an ECS match in Hungary. Bit of help from Ghani, 21 off 11. Not bad numbers, but he wasn't quite hitting in the way we know he can. Willie Gummagay put the finishing touches on, 31 off 11. 12 extras, 196, and I think the Eagles couldn't get back in that shed quick enough. But they are going to need to score kind of high 130s to even get a point out of this game. Pretty violent figures in the end. Consistently expensive, really. Samuela with the only wicket. But Jaiswal, I suppose, only one with respectable figures, none for 24 off his two. The others were 30s or worse. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just around about 7 or 8 minutes with the response. 197 the target. 138 to at least get a point. Even that's a long way off for the Eagles. But they'll have to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and we'll be back after the break with the second innings of match 17, live and exclusive here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, what a show we saw in the first innings of this game, with the Blinders putting on 196 for 1 on the board against Royal Eagles, who now have the unenviable task of coming out and chasing 197 for victory. They will hope to get close to that initial target. If they get more than 137, at least they'll take a point out of this game. You have to say that the Blinders are in a great position to take all the points out of this one. But well, don't judge a game until two sides bat. Can someone step up for the Royal Eagles? It's going to be a big, big task ahead of them. But anyway, they're going to have to go out there with the bat and see if they can have something go their way. Royal Eagles, they did go for 257 the other day. And yes, I know I was talking about highest scores in Hungary ever. Wasn't really factoring in what happened already in this tournament. Hello to Jay Wild. And also, I just spotted Jeff Maguire in the chat. Hi, Jeff, and happy birthday to you from everyone here at ECN. Love having you as part of our community. And very generous as well. Grizzly Bears support has been wonderful. Jeff's asking, how far is the ground from the town? It's a bit out. It's actually kind of a separate small town, Södliket, which is about, I'd say about half an hour or so, 30, 35 minutes, depending on the traffic. But it's a really nice part of the country. All right, ready to go. Cameron Wahid to open up. Chowan faces. First ball hit and gone. If you didn't think things could get worse, they probably just did, because Sachin Chowan, the Eagles skipper, is gone very first ball, and he'll just be wondering why he ever picked up a bat in the first place. It's just one of those times. Quite get the timing. Pretty well taken by Abbas Ghani. It's an easy game sometimes. All rise for King Derek. It's a royal duck to start the second innings. Eagles have had their wings clipped. The score's 0 for 1. Nice catch by Abbas. Fairly regulation effort though for a player of his quality. New batter. Comes out after only one ball. It's a big swing and a miss. First up, having Kumar. The number 3. Yeah, we have our 90th century of the season. It's unbelievable stat. There we go. Went to Ikram. Century number 90. And that's quite astounding. I'll come back to that in a second. So we had 13 centuries in 2022. We had 58 last year. And we have 90 now. And it's inevitable now, I think, that we're going to have 100 hundreds. But the question is, how many might we get? Still the whole ECC to come as well. In the air, Abbas gets 2 in the over. And now it's Kumar that has to go. Double strike, and it's the same combination. And now it's 0 for 2. Got a heavy length. Shot was probably on. He's a little bit late on it. Hung up in the air. Ghani does the rest. There's your plain old regular Derek. And the keeping pads maybe giving him a little bit less weight in the legs. But yeah, Kumar, second to fall, 0 for 2. Nice catch. Judged it perfectly. So, wicket, dot, dot, wicket. A very long wow. Fires. He's been a bit of an outlier for the Eagles. Oh, no, they're going to get... Oh, they won't get a run. He's backed up. They won't get a run yet in the innings. Well, Paul had a bit of a reaction. So he knows it's unprofessional, but he felt that the Eagles need a punt between innings. I don't see any punts getting poured. Will we get a run here? We will. Picked up cleanly. Fayaz batting 4. Has faced balls before Dilbar, who's opening, and still stuck at the non-striker's end. 1 for 2 after 1. Great over from Waheed first up. Also, just creating chances, blinders, but finishing chances. 183 matches since the golden ball. One of my favourite Corey expressions is that there's probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. I think this is one of those times. Let's go into the chat though. I want to say hi, and Jeff McGuire said it's wet and cold in Northern Ireland. Well, no such issues here, Jeff. I'm sure you'll have a bright birthday nonetheless. He's never been busier. That's good to hear. Second over, big Ibra. His left arm is nice little clip away this time. That'll run away for the first boundary of the innings. Well played by Fayaz Khan. Kind of kept his leg side of it. Solid contact around the fielder. Fayaz, this guy we saw playing for the Royal Falcons previously, and top score of 28 not out. Scored that against the Cobras in that fighting effort a couple of days ago. Location from Ibra. It's always looking fairly threatening. A lot of people putting down the fact that we haven't these high scores and high individual scores. Yeah, change of ball supply. The Grizzly balls do tend to fly a bit further. So yeah, Jeff, maybe some credit needs to go to you. Wow, that's a Yorker. It's chopped down and almost chopped it back onto his stumps. Yeah, Paul's got a good point as well. We have more clubs involved in European Cricket Series as well, which does create sometimes, I suppose, a few mismatches. That's probably true as well. I think overall it's a good thing to have more clubs involved though, because you only get better by playing better teams. Just look at the improvement some of the clubs. I mean, even Gozo, CC and Malta bowled out for 6. Seen the more they play, the more they've been winning games. Again, delivers this one outside the off stump. That's well fielded over there by Waheed. Pretty sure you give him another over, wouldn't you? Just took 2 for 1. It's Paul asking, have there ever been 2 consecutive 3s? That's a really good question. I don't think I've ever seen consecutive 3s. We did have consecutive 3s in that last over. It's a really good observation. Both off the kneecap, I think, of the bowler. Well, there's the top edge. That's going to fly. How far? 6 runs. Maximal. So, using the pace, I'll just check it on the replay. Down it comes. And 6 carreras. I think he's pitched up and go on the stumps. He's almost been there. Hasn't quite bowled what I think would be his perfect ball to get this over. Last ball, the second over. Getting there. It'll be 11 off the over, bit of a fight back. It's the end of 2, and the Eagles are 12 for 2. Yeah, so once again, I know you're probably quite busy, Jeff, but I want to wish you all the best on your birthday, and I hope you have a great day, and see you soon. There's the table. Blinders. They could take all 4 here and it's shaping that way. They'd be just a point behind the Cobras. They'll actually lock horns with the Cobras later on today. UCB will be very competitive as well. We saw them come in 3rd last year. Dramatic last over from Ashrith, Darren Peretti, and some big hitting. Saw them get over the Tigers in the bronze final. Well, that's hit pretty well. Nice shot from Fires. He lifts it up and over the leg side. Maximo! You know what you can do, I suppose, just to kind of keep your wits about you, just break it down to real simple terms. Say, look, I want to win this ball, win this over. Have the game scoreboard really as a secondary thought. In the air, hanging up. Well, it's a tough one, and it's actually going to be an impossible one. Asanka's the kind of guy that makes the impossible possible, but he couldn't make a play on that. Well struck, 6 down the ground. Maximo for the Eagles. Fires once again flying the flag. Wahid. Already seen him capture 2 wickets, caught down the ground. Kind of middle heavy length. Seems to be effective so far. That's the kind of length that probably we'd see most of the Blinders bats kind of getting across and trying to pull that leg side. And if you're backing away, it does become a bit more of a difficult shot. Oh, slower ball. Let's have a look. It's a very good ball. Watch it drop. Yonk. That's like a perfect curveball. Yeah, it's like a rolling kind of off spinner, but it's mostly the thumb and the forefinger that he uses there, Wahid. The grunt for added measure really sold it. And he goes pace on. Clever. Well, God, he's going to fumble. I was going to say, if he picked it up, might have had a chance for a run out with a direct hit. So I'll be disappointed. And he wasn't able to gather that cleanly. Yeah, Jeff's saying you can't wait to go to the Cartamore Oval in September because it's a new format with the Challenger Division. Gives more teams a chance to win games and essentially win the trophy. There's going to be plenty up for grabs. 2 spots will be promoted. 2 countries will be promoted to 2025. In the air, low full toss. Ghani won't get there on the full. We'll grab it one-handed though. That will take us to the end of the over, I believe. It'll be 26 for 2 after 3. Yeah, so obviously the ECC Challenger Division, it'll have a trophy just like the ECC Premier Division will. It'll have its own finals day. It will have its own kind of, it's not really called Championship Week because it's 3 days, but it will be the playoffs, the ECCX playoffs or the ECC Championship. The ECC Challenger playoffs. There we go. Got it out at the end. But Portugal and Austria and Romania, we saw them last week. In this tournament, we'll see this ECI at the end of this tournament. We'll see the Czechs and the Romanians. It's all great preparation. But Hungary themselves, because their performance last year, they are in the main draw, the Premier Division, Group B. Start of a new over, and this is Ahmed Khan. It's got a wide. I don't know if it was a wide for width. Let's have a look, was it? Yeah, bit of a harsh one. Umpire still not doing the bowlers too many favours on those. Big swing and a miss. Still bar wants leg side. Won't get it. Hello to Helix. Great to have you with us. It's great to see Helix tuning in. Instant replay. It wasn't a replay. Dilbar, again, can't really criticise him. We're trying to go large. Jeff's asking, how far is the nearest town from the ground? Well, we do stay in Budapest. It's about 30 to 35 minutes. That's where we stay. And yeah, it's a very vibrant city, especially this time of year. This is another one. I honestly feel this is the kind of ball that the bowlers are meant to be getting away with, but they're not. Still getting pinged. Not just here though. It's taking a little bit of a while to recalibrate. Hungary's amazing. Danube River is a beautiful river as well. It's winding down through this part of the continent. Too much bat on ball happening at the moment. So I know that I've got the weekend off. I'll be taking the opportunity to go to a few hot spots, I'm sure. I think I mentioned I'm going to a pool party on Saturday night, which apparently is world famous. I'll let you know how that goes. But Jeff's also got a point with the Grizzly balls. Like, yes, they do tend to fly, but also they do swing if you get it right. That's a good point, actually, Jeff. There is some bat on this. Bat straight down the throat of the deep third, and it's put down. So it must have been a factor there, even with the darkest of glasses. I mean, he'll be upset that he doesn't have that one pouched, because he did earn his opportunity. You see that, didn't really see it that well. Nicked and gone. Didn't have to wait too long for another opportunity, as Fires is going to have to go. A little bit of an inside edge on that. And well, some discussions out there. Maybe they're discussing how big of an edge it was, because it seemed to be pretty clear cut. Seeing that here in the replay. Backed away, it's big noise. And I don't know. See him spinning around there, Fire saying, what are you talking about? But well, I certainly no doubt that it was a healthy edge that carried through to Usama Kajla, who's the keeper today for the Blinders. And that's the third wicket down, 29 for 3. It's a fighting knock from Fires of 19 off 11. A couple of Maximos in there. And yeah, that's a good point. Helix has mentioned it is the F1 weekend, Formula 1 weekend here in Budapest. So I think it will be a pretty busy weekend in the city. Very good ball to finish the over. Gupta, the new batter, survives, but only just in this fourth over. And at the end of it, 29 for 3. Yeah, can't say I've been lucky enough to get any tickets to the Formula 1. But we'll be going to the famous Jenny Baths for the pool party on Saturday night. And I've got a few other things that I've got actually a big list of things. I don't think I'll be able to do them all on the weekend, but I'll be trying. Almost ready then. That's what they need for a point. 109 of 36. Even that feels miles away at the moment, doesn't it? Goyal. Happy to see him get a bowl. And he almost gets a wicket first up, but this edge is going to creep away from Mutta. What Mutta needs now is take a big specky to finish his game. Just a little bit too square for that to be an opportunity. 4 runs. Rahul, he brings a lot of balance to the side. And I just think with his experience, Good influence in the group. Goes after this, straight up in the air. Who wants it? Well, it's going to go down. That's Ali Farasat, the captain. Now they're actually going to get an overthrow when he didn't actually throw it, and now they might get more. Luckily they won't. It'll be 2. It wasn't like an overthrow. It was like an overdrop because he actually drops it across the pitch. Where did he score this on your wagon wheel? Have a look. Comes in. I think he very late in the piece he realised, okay, I'm going to have to go for this. It wasn't really set. And now this next one's going to disappear. Maximo! Dilbar gets a strike back in unorthodox fashion. Puts the next one out of the ground. Hit down the ground. I'll have no issues with this. Goyal probably feels like he should have a wicket. He's probably right. Well, that was hit pretty sweetly. That's going a long way over the rope. Maximo Gupta. He is off to the races. He's off the mark. And Goyal probably left scratching his head after that. He goes for 19 in this over. In fact, he's still got a ball to go. Down the ground, this will be a single, and it'll mean that it will be a magical 20 off the 5th, and the Eagles striking back 49 for 3 after 5. It's certainly a pretty rough one for the Eagles. Really, all 3 centuries in this series have been against them so far. The question is, what can you do about it? I suppose the simple answer is, you need to start by putting the ball in the right place more often, finding a way to do that. It might even be bowlers that you don't think are your premier bowlers, but you need to kind of get them in the nets and say, right, guys, no batter, no nothing. Stick a shoe down or something, maybe a cone. Say, look, who can hit this? Keep it simple. There were far too many balls and take nothing away from how well the blinders batted, particularly we saw Mutta putting on a show, but he did get a lot of balls that were in his slot. Didn't see a lot of Yorkers. Didn't see a lot of accuracy, and I just think that's something that you can control if you practice it, if you get it right. So yeah, it's not easy, but it's not meant to be easy. Trying to keep teams quiet in ECN cricket. It's obviously something the Eagles are acutely aware of. And remember, as long as they stay out of last place, they'll have 5 more games to press their case. At the moment, it's looking kind of all doom and gloom, but not necessarily. You know, things can turn around pretty quickly. Okay. Back to rock and roll then. I like to bring back Ahmed Khan here. In the air and dropped. Well, Farasat's got the yips at the moment. This is one that he probably should have put fingers up. Didn't realise, I think, that it was going to stay so high. It never really came down. Probably was hit a bit better than he thought originally. So that didn't go to plan at all. A false start. Ahmed Khan searching for a second wicket. for Farasat. Sends a pop at the stumps, misses, they'll get a single. For those of you wondering if I wanted to catch the F1, I thought I'd do a little bit of research. Now you brought it up. So there's only one option yet. If I want to go, I can go to the Paddock Club 3 days. Well, I'm working tomorrow, so I suppose we could try and take it off. In the cheapest and only experience I could buy is a 3-day pass, and it will cost, wait for it, 8,800 Swiss francs. I'll tell you what that is. Well, lovely shot there. Just worked away by Gupta. 50's come up now for the Eagles, and that'll be 4 more. He has noticed the kind of length that Ahmed Khan's been bowling, so sets up for it. Feels it's a fairly risk-free shot. Turned out that way. So that's actually a lot. I'll actually tell you in a minute exactly how much it is. It's about 9,000 euros, which is about 15,000 Australian dollars. Ooh, I think that might have been out if it had hit as well, you know. So I know we've got a few Aussies watching, and that's about 9,000 pounds, I suppose. 8,500 pounds. If I want to watch the F1 this weekend, I might just watch it on TV. Who knows? 10 years, we might have the ECN suite there. Who knows? Might be on a par with Formula One. Last ball of the over isn't scored off. It's the end of 6, and the Eagles are 56 for 3 after 6. Yeah, well, Jules, actually, he's done a bit of research in there. I didn't catch you in there, Jules. General admission was 120 euros, which is about, let's say, 200 Australian dollars. And, yeah, compared to Silverstone. Yeah, so it is, I suppose, the general admission here in Hungary, one of the cheaper ones in the F1 universe, but still, I think they've disappeared pretty quickly. Because I think, and rightly so, if you did want to travel to watch an F1 race, Hungary's a pretty good option. Abaskani bowling over number 7. Chopped and dealt with well. Has a go here, and that's going to be run out. Excellent keeping from Usama Kajla. Knocked it down initially. I think Dilbar felt there was no way that the keeper was going to be able to pull this off, but it had to be perfect, and he was there, the gloveman. We'll check it out, the replay, thanks to Spring Media. There's a very agile piece of work. Had to improvise, just get a glove on it. Picked it up through with the glove on. Didn't have time to get it off. But Dilbar is going to have to go. And he gets the glove off for the high 5. Excellent piece of work. The Blinders have a 4th wicket now, 56 for 4. This will bring Gaurang Talreja to the crease. Yeah, so Hungary, typically it's reasonably cheap compared to a lot of other countries, most ways. But obviously you get to the middle of Budapest because it's so tourist heavy, things cost a lot more there. More what I'd call kind of normal prices. But you come out here, obviously we're out of the city here, and the shop round the corner, well, I think it's kind of outrageously cheap. Ooh. Pretty close, maybe just outside the leg stump when he got hit. I remember being here a few times now. Yeah, this is interesting. Some of the pricing, I think, quite clever how they price a few things here, actually. Well, round the corner, I think to buy, for example, a cold drink, you're talking kind of cents. Oh, wow, this would have been a great catch. Can't quite pull it off. Kajla's in the action. Look at this, outside his body, right off the face of the bat. Almost sticks in the webbing. Does well to save 3 runs, but that would have been play of the day worthy. And he pulled it off. Yeah, so but apparently this shop round the corner, I actually think it's one of the cheapest shops I've ever seen. Apparently all the locals, they hate it. They think they're overcharging. They say it's about 3 times as expensive as it should be if you go down the road to an even smaller town or village. Bowled him. And Rager's going to go for a globe. Abasghani with his first wicket. But it's full, it's straight, and it gets the result. Eagles having a tough time here. But yeah, get it right more often than not. That's the thing. There's another duck. Derek's been busy today. But yeah, full's a good start. You know, I just don't think the Eagles delivered enough balls in that area. Yeah, so I don't even know what the prices are, but you might be talking, yeah, I think you're talking cents for drinks, which is pretty rare in this day and age. It's pretty well bowled as well. Block hole. Has a ping. Farasat's certainly been put through his paces in the field, hasn't he? The captain. As well to back that one up. It reminds me of, I was never alive, but yeah, back in the old days, we talk about mid-20th century, and they used to say, oh, you know, this was 7 cents. Get a Coke for 3 cents or whatever. Down the ground. This will just be a single, end of 7. And the score is 59 for 5. Let's have a little peek at what's coming up next. And running a little bit early now. Which hasn't happened for a while, but next match coming up is Kashmir Budapest versus the Budapest Blinders. It's the first time these two teams have met in the series. Kashmir have won the toss. They're going to bowl first, so I'm not so sure about that. I would have batted. They've obviously got their own plans. Budapest Blinders. I wonder, do they stick with Mutta at the top? I'd say, yeah. Yeah, he's having a great day. Don't take it away from him. Although Farasat's listed to open, it's probably not a bad thing if he was going to get some batting, but I don't know. He's so hot right now. Maybe Mutta would be happy to step aside. Blinders will be big favourites going into that. That game's coming up in about half an hour. Yeah, so I mentioned this the other day, but Hungary doesn't use the euro. It uses its own currency, the forint. And the rate is roughly... Well, I'll tell you in a minute, because this is in the air. Keeper's gone after it. Off comes their helmet. Wants it. Gets it. Great keeping. Really good keeping by Kajla. Can't keep that guy out of the action. Somehow manoeuvred his helmet off to get a better look at the ball. Man, we've seen a lot of these high balls go down even when the keepers have been under them. But it's going to be Goyal that finally can break through for a wicket. Well held there. And the Eagles fall further into the mire, 58 for 6. So I normally work off the fact that a euro is about 400 forints. So, because you often see things expressed in thousands in Hungary. So 1,000 forints is about €2.50 or about $4 Australian. Just over £2. But yeah, you know, you get some of these currencies where they are having a lot of digits. Can make your head spin. Suddenly you don't know, have I just paid $7 for that, or have I paid $70 in your own currency? Hello to Wayne. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you. You've come in and at the moment watching a bit of a smashing. Well, Andrus is pushing the buttons, and he's just reminded me that he was done exactly like that. He actually went to buy a lighter. Thought it was €8, which is about, let's say about $12 Australian. It was actually €80, which is about 120 plus Australian. And that's the difference a zero can make. That's the base 10 system for you. Go out. Tries to stop this one with his foot. Divan is the new batter. He gets off the mark straight away. Have you ever been done by a price that you thought was something else? There's a question for you in the chat. Have you ever paid more for something than you thought, or less, just due to a mix-up? Up in the air. Abbas takes the catch. Solid stuff. His third of the innings, and Goyan's got two. Falu Sami has the right idea, but just doesn't quite get all of this. Blinders clean up, and the Eagles now 61 for 7. Well held there by Abbas Ghani. Couple to come in the 8th. That's pretty well struck. Yeah, well, I need some more of that, don't they, Jaiswal? There's probably one bowler to have quote-unquote normal figures. Last ball in for Goyal. In the air, just gets around the fielder in the circle, but it should just be one. It will be. And after 8 overs, the Eagles are 66 for 7. Andrus has told me a bit in my ear that he's actually got a footnote to the story because he paid so much for that lighter. So he paid basically 80 euros instead of 8, all right? Basically 125 Australian dollars out of instead of 12.50. He's lost all the other lighters, but he still has that one. So he obviously takes extra special care of it. Well, you know, it might have saved you buying 10 lighters, Andrus. So maybe it was economical. Oh, Wayne sent me a message as well. And he sounds like he's had quite an exciting morning in Mackay. Maybe Corey shouldn't take you on games night. In the air, Ghani. That's 4 catches. And Callum Kurugoda comes on. He takes a wicket. Well, we've never seen 6 catches by an outfielder. We've seen 5, and we've seen that a couple of times. That's Ghani. He's got a bit of the old hammy cramp there. But I don't think he wants to go anywhere. It could be a part of history in a moment. That's actually on my final frontier list. Things that haven't happened that I think can happen. One of them is 6 catches for a fielder. We've seen 5, I think 2 or 3 times. Same with keepers. We've seen 5 dismissals, never 6. Another thing I've put on my final frontier list today after our discussion was back-to-back golden balls. The odds of that are about, I'll try and tell you. Oh, bold. Callum gets this one straight through. The odds of back-to-back golden balls from any point are about 1 in 7,500. So you'd imagine, okay, not exactly how numbers work, but once we've had 7,500 games, you'd imagine it would happen on average once. And it's never happened yet. This is going to be pretty nice shot, all things considered. Thick-ish outside edge. Samuela swings away and gets off the mark with 4. Beats him upstairs this time. So blinders. It's probably around about shoulder height or so. Blinders go through their schedule in a moment. Actually gets through the keeper, and it's stopped down on the boundary. I think he stopped to see, has that actually hit the rope? And so I think in the end you got to take the fielder's word for it. It was pretty quick, pretty quick. But so that's actually the end of the over. You know, all the confusion. So 72 for 8 after 9. So yeah, the Blinders, they've got a pretty busy day here. They've got the Eagles now. They've got Kashmir next. We just saw the teams come up there. They also tangle with the Cobras again in the last game of the day. Rematch of last year's final. Plenty of good performers there for the Blinders. All right. Who's getting this last over? I've got to say, I'd probably, if it was up to me, I'd be giving this over to Mutta. Anyway, I don't make the decisions. They've gone for an actual bowler. Ibra. Pretty good job. Gets the first one passed. Well, Dave's got a question. Dave's got a comment, I should say. Talking about unusual pricing. Said he went to a supermarket in northwest France, bought a bottle of the Italian grappa at €8. But apparently it should have been €80, so you got a bargain, Dave. And he went back and it was taken down from the shelf. Well, you got lucky. Hold him. And that's what Ibra is able to provide. To be honest, he never really got it right in his first over. But this is the kind of ball, okay, I know he's round the wicket now, but that's the length. There's a lot of batters batting higher up in the order that wouldn't deal with that too well. Noisy little bit leg side of the ball there. Samuela will go for just the 4. And they're down to their last batter now. Eagles at 72 for 9. Upendra Singh comes out. The Blinders can give themselves an early lunch and a bit more recovery time if they can take one more wicket. Still just 4 balls to go anyway. Dave saying it was kind of worth the perceived price, that grappa. Swing and miss first up. Yeah, I'm trying to think of times that they've paid more than I expected, or there was a mix-up. Often it happens where, you know, something like, you know, you meant to times it by 4, currency's being divided by 4 instead, or something like that. Going to get away from the keeper momentarily. Be another buy. And I had a friend who bought a property, and typically the value-added tax is about 10% in this country. And they said, yeah, I'm buying this property, but don't worry, I'll get the tax back. I'll get the tax back. Because the price includes the tax. And he was thinking, okay, so it was something like 400,000. He said, but I'm going to get the tax back. 40,000, he thought. Let's try for a run here. No, they won't. Just a dot ball. It turns out, when he went to the accountant and said, yeah, you do get the tax back, but due to some sort of obscure law, the tax is actually 0% on this. So you paid 400 and you get exactly 0 back. That's probably one that sprung to mind. Okay, last ball coming up then. Blinders to close it out. It's a big win, 100+ runs. And there won't be any more runs attempted or gained. They do bat out the 10, but only just. The Eagles 73 for 9 off the 10 overs. And it's the Blinders winning by 123 runs, taking all the points out of that one. So, yeah, a bit of a tough one for the Eagles. We'll see them later on. We'll see if they can turn things around. This is what's coming up next. Kashmir, well, they're next in the sights of the Blinders, who've put on a bit of a show today so far. But there's still the opportunity for Kashmir to surprise. That game's coming up. First ball in about 20 minutes. Let's go and roll into the highlights. And it didn't start well. That's probably an understatement because we had uno, dos in the first over. 2 ducks, 2 catches for Abbas Ghani off the bowling of Kamran Wahid. And it got slightly brighter from there, by too much. A few fighting knocks in there. I think Dilbar obviously top scoring with 22. Was able to get a couple out of the park. Likewise Fayaz, who's always going to give you 100%. Most were caught, some weren't though. That was a bit of a tricky one. Sun was a factor. Ahmed Khan, I thought, bowled pretty well. In the end, he had Fayaz caught behind. It was news to Fayaz. Hear no evil, see no evil. Mutta, we remembered for his ton though, I think, this game. Goyal thought he was going to have a wicket here. Third in line was Farasat, who put it down. Everyone was stricken with grief. They were able to get an extra run on the play. Goyal went for a couple, though. He would get a couple back later in the piece. Gupta swung away as well. 4 and a 6 for him. Yeah, Farasat, remember, shocking start to the series, but plenty of time for him to make it up. I love this bit of work from the keeper. Glove on throw. Bang, hit the stumps. Hit the bat at 2 steps short. Great work by Kajla. Put him out of the game towards the end. Ghani is slightly off with the bat, but certainly performed well in the field and with the ball as well. Like this one as well. The old caps off, helmets off, balls into gloves for Kajla. So, yeah, Rahul create a 4th catch for Abbas. Despite their best efforts, Eagles not able to reach the 100. Not really that close either. That was the 4th catch actually for Abbas. Came off a Kurugoda late in the piece. Ibra came back for the last over and produced a 9th wicket for the Blinders, but they weren't able to get the 10th. So they did get to the end of the 10th before too long, and the Eagles finished at 73 for 9. Yeah, Blinders. Huge win here over the Royal Eagles, keeping them to just 73. And just look at the extras count. That's a huge difference between the two teams. Just felt that their control was a bit superior with the ball, and it did help that they created those couple of opportunities in the first over that were both resulting in catches to Abbas Ghani. 22 for Dilbar, tops the scoring. 19 for Fayaz Khan and 14 to Anam Gupta, the players to reach double figures. The Royal Eagles certainly have plenty of thinking to do. We'll see them later in the day when they'll take on the Cobras, so pretty tough draw for them. Remember, last time out, the Cobras hit 257 against them. 2 for 15 for Kamran Wahid. Gets the figures, but all 6 bowlers used took at least 1 wicket. Goyal with 2 of his own. Singles for the rest. Ibra included a maiden in the last over, though it was a fake maiden because there was a bye. He finished with 1 for 11. Ahmed Khan, Abbas Ghani and Kurugoda all chipping in as well. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the third game. The Blinders will try and continue their rampage. Will be chasing an octopus against Kashmir. That would be 8 points out of 8. They're on track for it. Ikram with 132 not out. Puts his name up in lights, but there's more history to be made, I'm sure, ahead here in this European Cricket Series. Join us after the break. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more ECS Hungary.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the start of another game. This is going to see another Budapest derby take place between Kashmir Budapest and the Budapest Blinders. It's match number 18 on the calendar. Let's see what happened in the coins a little while ago. Solomon Saeed was with the two captains.
Kashmir versus Blinders. Blinders to call. Heads is the call. And it's tails.
Who would like to bowl first?
Kashmir won the toss.
There you go. And I will say that it's a bit of a risky strategy, especially when you've just seen a team pound 196 runs, which is exactly what happened in that last game. But hey, time will tell if they are able to get away with it. This is the two teams, and Kashmir had a tough start to the tournament, 0-3. Budapest Blinders, they are 3-0 after that win, a pretty comprehensive one against the Royal Eagles. So yeah, it'll be a interesting one to keep an eye on. I think that the Blinders, they'd be pretty confident of going 2 for 2, maybe even taking all the points away from this one. So, any sound to hear Mr. Maximo alongside, well, myself, I suppose, just alongside all of our viewers. I might say that Manav Naik is a pretty good inclusion from the Budapest Blinders. We've seen him playing a fair bit in the Spanish and Gibraltarian competitions before. So it's a very good good leg spinner and a good inclusion. Did play last year for the Blinders, had a pretty good time as well. Budapest Blinders 94% versus Kashmir 6%, probably what you'd expect if you've been following the tournament so far. But I mean, we saw Kashmir basically not giving a prayer against the Cobras the other day, and they pushed it to the last ball, didn't they? Cobras getting across the line in the end. So almost ready to get into the action. Looks like this will be Shazadul Chowdhury to get us going for Kashmir Budapest. So shake, rattle and roll. It's going to start with 4 runs. Ghani and Farasat opening as listed, so they resist the urge to keep the red hot Mutta out there. And it's a solid start. Blinders, how high can they climb here? Next one, whistles outside the off stump. Good comeback from Shazadul Chowdhury. Chowdhury's missed out with the bat in the last game. They've missed out. Hasn't fared too well. Miss this time. Ghani hasn't quite been himself, but hey, plenty of time to make up for it. Well, straight up in the air. Someone's got to catch this. Chowdhury, the bowler. Oh, no. Oh, this is so interesting. Oh, I mean, is there an appeal here? This is so interesting. I don't know if there's an appeal. Was it? It's one of those cases. I don't think it's deliberate, but it's definitely what's the word? It's negligent. Let's have a look at it. A collision. He knows where the ball's going. If there's an appeal there, I think that's out. Because I think he knows the ball's gone straight up. And even though he deliberately runs a line that then creates that collision. And also, it looks like that's 4. So that could be 5. It would see they're out of 5. I don't know. That's a funny one. Let's have a look at the whole thing again. So I assume there hasn't been an appeal. Have they seen that that's 5, though? So, I mean, probably need to take a moment to... All right, well, we're back. So... Oh, wow. So he may have just got rid of the ball before he touched the rope. That's 5. I'm surprised there's a bit not more of a carry-on about that. I don't think he deliberately... I guess that's... I'm saying the words, which probably answer my own question. I don't think he deliberately did it. But... How do you feel about it? I don't think I've ever seen one quite like that. Strange one. Well, he's gone. And maybe that's justice. Ghani hit one straight up in the air and accidentally, deliberately, or whatever you want to call it, ran into the bowler. But now he's going to have to go, and it's 10 for 1. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that he deliberately collided with the bowler, but I do think he knew where the ball was, and he didn't take steps to get out the way. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. It's probably a better way of putting it. But that's a good start in the end for Shazil Chandra. End of the first over, 10 for 1. That'd be a great kind of what's your call. In the end, it wasn't 5, it was just 2, gave him the strike back. And in a way, it works out because then they get him. So it's a big first wicket for Kashmir Budapest. Yeah, you can't deliberately obstruct. And I don't think he was deliberately obstructing, I suppose, using that language. It's going to be 4. And Farazat, he's certainly due to fire. And there's a reason he's been put up the top of the order. They want to get some runs out of the skipper. Inherited the reins from Stefan Gooch. His departure to Estonia. John, I think you're right there. Wasn't touching the rope and the ball at the same time. Right, in the air, another high one. Well, bowler's going to have to get it. He didn't realise the mid-off was all the way back, and Massey just never really went after it. I'm going to get the language out of the law. See, this is where cricket and baseball are different. In baseball, any obstruction, deliberate or otherwise, you're out. I like this one, but umpire says no, it's not hit, and that's a wide for me. Again, is that completely outside the line? You be the judge. See it on ECN, don't you? So the batter shall not be out obstructing the field if the obstruction is accidental. So was the obstruction accidental? Because the thing is, I suppose there's a difference between something being deliberate and negligent, because he knows that ball's gone straight up in the air, and he knows that he hasn't taken steps to avoid being in that spot, which is really what he should do. So maybe I'm drawing a long bow, but in my mind, if I had to make the call on that, which is an interesting one to talk about. Down the ground, this is going to be 4. Nice shot from Farasat. Captain mentioned he's due. He's made a strong start. Ball before he misses. Next one disappears down the ground for 4. So he hasn't taken steps to avoid a potential collision. He's made a deliberate decision to run in the area. And so I don't know, I just feel like it felt like if on appeal that should have been out. I don't even know if there was an appeal. Anyway, this is going to be 4 runs. Farasat heating up. Yeah, sometimes that's why sometimes I see things that I don't think I've ever quite seen that before. It's also, it just would have felt different for me if he didn't really know where the ball was. But he looked up, saw the ball was up there, and then decided to run straight down the pitch. Give us your thoughts on that one. Very open to interpretation. And all these things factor in that probably don't technically factor in, like that it was a regulation, a simple catch. Anyway, there's the table. Brief look at it. Blinders can go to the top with a win here, even with a point here, probably. As this is just worked around the corner. 4 runs to start the 3rd over. Blinders listed 168. Manuel Robbins says the batsman can keep his line right, but not really. Short answer, no. In that situation, no. Up in the air and 6. Nice shot. Maximo. Omar Zahid gets an opportunity. One thing about the Blinders, they do try to mix up the order to try and give guys hits. That was a really good shot. When I said no, what I mean is if you could just keep your line, that means you can choose a line which is pretty much impeding the bowler. All that's relevant is, does he deliberately obstruct the catch from being taken? Now, I'm not saying he wants to collide with the bowler. In the air, that's up over the top. That's going to be 4. Oh, wow, what a shot. That's actually hit a rubbish bin near the ground. Kristaps with some good fielding, part of our spring media crew. So Hanjala coming on. He's a bit hit and miss earlier on with the ball. When he gets it right, he actually moves the ball quite a lot. Come back for comfortable 2 here. Yeah, so anyway, we'll wrap it up, the discussion. Telik's probably right. I just found that an interesting one because I think actually the law could be worded a bit better. Because it happens so rarely, it's not that specific. It just says if you deliberately get in the way. So yeah, that's the way I'd put it. Did he deliberately get in the way? And I'd say, yeah, he did deliberately get in the way because he chose that. Chose that line. Up in the air and, well caught off the field. That's Manav Nayak, who's into the side today. Early look at him. Expect him to get a couple of overs of his leg spin in the 2nd innings. Zahid goes Maximo. And Jarla's over goes magical. Nice ball, the power play coming up. In the air, just over the top. Another teaser for the infield. That'll be the end of the over. 26 coming off that one. The 50 comes up for the Blinders. It's 51 for 1. Yeah. Okay, let's have one last look. So I suppose my issue here, and if I was to umpire this, I'd say he's deliberately gotten in the way. He sees it, and then he deliberately puts his head down, buries his head in the sand. And for me, I think I'm giving that out in appeal. Then we had this happen, and the ball just knocked away, and then touches the rope, but the ball had gone by then, right? So, yeah, craziness. Right, that's ECN for you. That's ECN's great for getting these things. So when they do happen in let's say a higher profile match, maybe on the World Stage, World Cup or something like that, generally we've already thought about these situations. Yeah, but anyway, tell us your thought. Anyway, moving on now. Chowdhury is going to get another wicket. Farasat's going to have to go. That one looked like it swung in and swung out in the same ball. Little bit of the genie from Chowdhury. And Farasat, well, it's an unlucky 13 for him. But have a look at this ball. The reason I said swung in and swung out, it seemed like it went in and then it pitched and went away. Let's have a look. Slow it down a bit. Yeah, or it was just straight. I don't know. It just seemed to have a little bit of a wobble on it. It was in a good area. Farasat, rather than stepping kind of at the ball, he steps away from the ball and makes it hard for himself. And so he'll be feeling the pinch a little bit. Skipper goes 51 for 2. Kalamakuru Goda comes in. Remember, they've still got Mutta Ikram, who whacked 130 in the last game. Well, it's always something to talk about on ECN. Back in action, and Chowdhury wants another one. Pretty good start. Great shot from Callum. Played the shot to the ball that he wished was there, not the ball that was actually bowled at him. Not a bad bouncer. Will be the one for the over. Oh, that actually was high when I said not a bad bouncer. I actually think that's going to be a wide. I think it's so high that you got to call it, or not. It does happen very quickly in real time. It has been called a wide. Common sense umpiring, I think. Kurigoda just needs to kind of settle down a bit. He's a good bat, but like I said, he's just making some poor selections at the moment. Survived, that's the main thing. Close to the outside edge. There's plenty of appeals. One of them doesn't come from the bowler. Chowdhury putting on some dangerous areas here. Kurigoda, strike 3 for him. Leg side. I don't know why you'd change your line when you're all over the guy. He's such a good batter as well, Callum. I suppose you only got a certain amount of deliveries to try and press your case, but I wouldn't be changing a thing if I was Chazadul Chowdhury. Big swing and a miss. Goes back over the wicket. Maybe just changing it for a ball. Kurigoda must feel like he's batting with the toothpick here. Gets a tic-tac. It's not happening for him. Strike 4. Just needs to get his first one away. Strike 5. Callum just has to kind of get the men in black glasses and forget that over ever happened. Let's get back to the action. It's 53 for 2 after 4. And a credit to Shazadul Chowdhury there. Didn't have a single run off the bat. Had a couple of wides in there. Just 2 runs and good finish to his spell. Run rate taking a dive, unsurprisingly. That's the power of taking a wicket right there. Here's Massey, who is going to smack one. That's into the gap, and that's 4. And it's powerful stuff from the blinders. Look on this, umpire unmoved as yet. As a good thing, says no, don't think so. Gotta admit, I wasn't convinced with this one. It's a huge swing, maybe a bit of a noise. Check it out. Mr. Heed. Unmoved. Now he'll be gone. And so Massey, he's performed pretty well for Kashmir in tough circumstances today, but the blinders are just getting a little bit too ambitious with some of these stroke selections. And there you go. Trying to whack that to leg side. Maybe it's on, but the head position wasn't quite right. And yeah, you can hear a big yell around the ground. Kashmir trying to fight their way back in. Here comes Usama Kajla, the keeper. I don't know if there's a little bit of recent history there, but it's a pretty big appeal and eye contact for a bold dismissal. He felt he was cost a wicket last ball. As I told you, I still wasn't convinced. It's always tough with is there a little touch or not. Lots of different things can make a noise. Just misses, I think. Just misses. Interesting, we still haven't seen the century maker of the last game, Mutta Ikram. I think they're just really trying to give as many people opportunities as possible. Because you've got the Cobras coming later on as well. I think that's the one you think you'd want to have what you think's your best order. Full toss, whipped away, and that's going to get to the boundary. Cuts off the mark. Massey tries out the Yorker. Just overdoes it. But Emmanuel Robbins, who is tuning in from down under. Plenty of talking points. Worked away. It will be just a single. Now here's Callum. He's back. He's got a new bowler to face. Sometimes that's the best thing, just to have a different bowler. This is high-ish. I feel like it was probably just below the waist. What's your call here? Yeah, I think it's probably thigh high. But so that will be the end of the 5th over. They say that one's okay. It's 63 for 3 after 5. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And Bulgaria, the next stop on the European Cricket Series Tour. Always great to be back there. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make it in person, but I know I'll be tuning in. Might be able to get a couple of games under my belt from the studio. That mixture of Rico and Nish, Charlie will be doing that series. I will be their starter Rome. And then that will end in the Meltool Shield. Austria and Croatia before the ECC. Malta and Spain before the ECC W. So certainly think you're in for a treat. There's something about the European Cricket Series that's special, it's unique. It's unlike anything else in the cricket world, or even the sporting world, I think. Amateur players, but they put under the spotlight, and well, I think it's the most frenetic form of the game. So stay tuned and look at all those places we've been already. France for the first time. Estonia for the first time since 2020. England for the first time. I wonder if we'll have a few more firsts next year, of course. All right, ready. Again now. Now we're going to get Big Zia in over 6. Kurikoda is having so many problems with that kind of delivery at the moment. This is what it comes down to, and I said this earlier with the Royal Eagles. You just need to put it in a spot where it is difficult for the opposition. Don't give them that bad ball. Probably coming now, I've said it. There it is. But it'll only be a wide. Kurikoda pretty keen to get off strike, but I don't think that Kudsley spotted it at the other end. Lifted up and over the top. Maximal. Callum will feel a lot better after that. This first 8 balls of his innings, not really an indication of how destructive that he can be. This time, it's going to be called a wide, out leg side. That's the thing, you've seen the guy struggled outside the step. You've got to keep it there. Got to keep it there. It's like it shouldn't get greedy here. Should keep it outside off. A chance of a skied ball. Cannot bowl there though. Cannot. And that's going to go the journey. Maximal. 6 to Callum. And this is exactly what he wants to see. Just dug in way too short. Lifted up again, and this is going to be 6 more. Maximal, says Carreras. Waist high, and the longer he stays there, the more dangerous he's going to be. Right, that's up in the air. Going, and gone. Real teaser. Good effort, though. Saklay Chowdhury is going to have to go and fetch that one. Another one to the rubbish bin. That's 2. Took off from the rope anyway, but it was a long way over his head. Nice effort. People love the idea of pulling those back in, but easier said than done. It's a bit more of a regulation one down the ground. So that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 91 for 3. So Blinders, it's kind of held back a little bit through some patches where got a couple of players a bit out of form. Farazat's probably in that category. Abasghani today has been not quite himself. Kurigoda, I mean, those numbers kind of flatter him. When you actually saw the first 7 balls of his innings, where he's come back well. Now, Sakle Chaudhary get another over. Up in the air and out of here. Maximo Cutler's turn to join the party. Does it very well. Cutler. Trying to make the most of this opportunity. Toes off stump. This hit. Should get away with it. May or may not. Will be gone if he hits. Much gave up the ghost, didn't he? We'll get through for 1. Aggressive throw comes back in on the rebound. Hello to Duncan. Good to see you in the chat. Now that's going a long way. And this is a guy, if you saw only his first few balls, you'd think, this guy ever played before? Well, guess what? He has, and I've seen him, and he's very destructive. All right. That one, I'd be very surprised if it's coming back, but I guess we'll find out. All right, tries to pull, but he's late on it. No one back here. Chase, but an unsuccessful chase for Mahfouzur Rahman. And that'll be another boundary to the Blinders. Lifted to the leg side. That will just be a single. And Chaudhary will end up going for 19 in that over. So the score is 110 for 3 after 7. Let's have a look at some of these events coming up. I know there's a lot of people excited for what's to come. I would admit I am one of them. Because, yeah, we're going to have another example of something we've never seen before in the Metal Shield, which is coming up in Rome a little bit later in the season. I know that there's plenty of people out there that want to check out those squads. We did have on our social media a little while ago. Leg side, a bit hit and miss with their control, haven't they? In the air. Well, this should be caught. It's a regulation effort, and it is taken. So Kurigoda, we happy he gets a few away in there. Maybe give him a bit of confidence. 5 Maximos in the end. He scores 38. And the Blinders will lose a 4th wicket, 111 for 4. taken. Catching so important. And the wicket for Adan Alif. It's good to see him out there. Didn't see him in the lineup first up this morning. Nice catch taken there by Deepak Mon as well. I mean, that was a bit of a goober. But look who's coming to the crease. Asanka Welligamage, and he's going to be gone first ball. Great bowling by Alif. What an inclusion he's been to the side. Cricket's a funny old game, and we've seen before that when Kashmir get going, get a good start, they can put on big runs. Remember, they pushed Cobras to the last ball. They can engineer a stunning turnaround here. And Asanka gets a full ball that he loses his shape, loses his head, loses his wicket. How quickly cricket can change. Disappointment for Asanka. Look at it again. It's going to be a golden duck. And something Alif will enjoy watching. But we've got a hat-trick delivery here then. Look who it is though, it's Ikram. 22 hat-tricks, including a hat-trick and a fifer in Romania recently. In the air. Well, could it be a hat-trick? Can't get there. Couldn't put it in reverse quick enough. Deepak Mon, who started it all off. Oh, look away. ECN cricket is unlike any other cricket in the universe. Just think about that rule everyone knows. If you bowl down leg side, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, you're going to be pinged for a wide. That's going to be a no-y, and that's going to be 7. Maximo. Siete carreras. Alif has been so good, but he gets this so wrong. Oh, well, it's the last thing you want, really. Swing and a miss this time. Down the ground this time. Will just be a single. So kind of hanging around, aren't they, at the moment? All right, gets enough of this, I think. It's a flat batter, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Alif goes a bit of good, bad, and ugly in there. Gets 2 wickets, but also goes for 17 in the end. And the score at the end of 8, 127 for 5. Two overs to go then. Blinders be hoping they could probably push towards 160s, I'd imagine, even from this position. Oh well, Kashmir trying to hang in there. That was a great finish to that last over, wasn't it, for the Blinders though? Saklane Chowdhury back to bowl out in the 9th. It's an example of Kashmir playing into the bowler's hand. Could have got across, got a wide, and probably a free swing at the ball. That front foot going so wide of the stumps. Just opened up the possible zone. Big swing and a miss. Pretty well bowled. He wants to go, but he's going to be run out. Oh, didn't have to throw that hard. I know people say, well, the keeper's missed it, but to be honest, it wasn't a very intelligent throw from Chowdhury. Keeper did really well to hustle to the stumps, but he didn't help him out. Could have thrown it about half the pace and had an easy run out here. He launches it. So far out, he's not even in picture. Anyway, good pressure building. And again, missed out. Councillor. Finding it tough going. Well bowled, really well bowled. What a great over. It's actually a maiden. A genuine non-fake maiden in the 9th. And nothing happens in the 9th. It's 1, 2, 7 for 5. And there's the bowling figures. Strange figures, hey? For Chowdhury. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. His overs go, obviously, for 19 and nothing. All right, well, that's completely changed the face of things. Now maybe it's 140s you're looking at. Maybe less if you keep bowling like that. You got a leaf. Back on the horse in the 10th. Up in the air, catchable. Oh, it's bust straight through his hands there. Shazadul Chowdhury is frustrated. Now thinking of a second, it's not really there. He's going to run out. Well, that's going to cost him a run. It's got a little bit of the jiggy in it. Oh, check this one out. Well, to be honest, Shazad just throws it away kind of in disgust, and it went quite away from the bowler. And if they'd both gone straight away, then they would have gotten away with it. But have a look at this. Basically, they get, is it 2? And then say, hey, do you want to come? And he says, well, you know what? I like the idea, but I'm not convinced. And so, it's kind of a bizarre run out there. And what a way for Ikram to get out for the first time today. You can see why he want to get back to the other end. He's hardly had a hit in this game. Maybe that'll keep him hungry for the last, though. That'll be 4 runs, so Kashmir, well, he did decide to stick around. Leaf, 2 for 24. Should have had 3. Swing and a miss. That's that. I suppose one benefit for the blinders, if you want to call it that, is they have seen 8 batters get at least some kind of a go, although I don't think you can count Ahmed Khan, who may not even face one. in the air, that's hit well. And Kajla, he could fizz confidence, I think, here. It's a blast over long off. Maximo takes him to 31. Score 140 now. Short forward little shimmy. Helix feeling there's a bit of golden ball about this score, but you know what? Kashmir, they're going to have to get that top order firing if there'd be any chance. We've seen them fold like a cheap suit at times, haven't we? Last ball coming up then. Nicked. Well, at least 4. In fact, that got all the way. All right, it's just 4. So it'll be 144. Let's have a look at the last ball. It is, yeah, pretty clearly 1 bounce 4. They spot that on the field. So 144 for 6 off the 10. It's a strange little journey there. At the maiden in the 9th, but it's flanked by overs of 17 from Elif. Yeah, an interesting one. I mean, Kashmir, I mean, at least not chasing many as the Royal Eagles were earlier on, but yeah, they'll be pretty desperate to put on a good show here. Because, I mean, the way things are playing out, Kashmir and the Eagles look like they're fighting for survival. So, even if they can get a point here, but I still think they'll start wanting the whole thing. This is an interesting one, wasn't it? And again, it was a very strange bit of cricket, and then it almost created a 4 overthrow situation, but it wasn't quite on the line at the same time. But then maybe a little bit of natural justice because Gardner did go soon after. You'd be disappointed, hasn't been able to fire yet. They'll get another opportunity in the last game today, I'm sure. Team's a fixture at the top of the order. Blinders, we know they love to fight back. And even with that early wicket, they get 10, 15 and 26 in the 3 power play overs. They were particularly brutal on Hanjala. Magical 3rd over. There were a couple of these overs that didn't go for too many at all. The 4th over only went for 2. The 9th over went for none. Now that just shows you 142 out of the other 8. Barasat can't take a trick. That's a pretty good ball though, I will say, that got him out. That little Chowdhury fired up. And then Kuragota hit a beach ball when he was there for a while at least. Omar Zahid swung around this one. He had to go. But yeah, Kashmir just couldn't keep up the pressure long enough. I think eventually the dam burst. Kuragota ended up with 6 maximos in his innings, turning things around in dramatic fashion. It was kind of an innings of ebbs and flows, as I said. They really, maximos talk, don't they? And in the end, they did hit 11 of them in that innings. Whenever you're hitting double digits, you're normally going to get a competitive score on the board. Eventually, Kellum would have to go. 38 off 17 for him in the end. Top score, he's actually one of 330s in this lineup. It's quite interesting, yeah, no one gets out of the 30s, but Blind is still able to put 140 plus on the board. Late hitting there, went to Ikram. Well, he's had an amazing day, hasn't he? It'll be a pretty interesting way that he would get out. It was a drop catch and then kind of annoyed, kind of flick away. And he would just say, hey, come on, I want the strike. Basically, he got given a little bit of the Ricky Jiggy, didn't he? Marching orders, courtesy of not only Adnan Ali, but probably his batting partner, Kajla. But anyway, didn't make too much of a difference, did it? Because the last 4 balls were delivered. 3 of them went to the boundary or over. And the Blinders then up at 144. Looking at the scorecard, bit of a team effort from the top 5. I think they still will be a little bit concerned that Ghani, double misfire from him. Likewise, Farasat, the captain, who sent himself to the top of the order. Engine room with Zahida, Kuragota and Kajla with 30, 38 and 35. Ikram, a late casualty. I just think with the way he's been playing, you've got to throw him back to the top of the order at the end of the day against the Cobras. I think that's when you treat it like the kind of finals type game. 10 extras in there, so probably not the worst, but just probably a few hit-me balls at times that that he will be useful. 2 for 12 for Shazil Chowdhury and 2 for 34 for relief, the wicket takers. But there was a maiden there for Saklan Chowdhury in his none for 19. Masit chipped in with a wicket as well. Not bad figures, 1 for 25. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 6 or 7 minutes with the chase. 145 for Kashmir to cause a big upset. Could there be shades of the upsetters of yesterday in Kashmir here in match 18? Join us after the break to find out. Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network. And we'll be back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back. It is time to pick up where we left off, halfway through match 18 here in this European Cricket Series. Hungary, 144 on the board for the Budapest Blinders, means that if they can keep their opposition to 100 or less, they'll take all the points out of this. It would be an octopus start to their day. 8 points out of a possible 8 after their huge win over the Eagles earlier on. Almost ready to go. Maybe the clock hadn't quite ticked over. And welcome back everyone in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. Penny Sandy with you as we're getting set for the second innings. Danny, of course, off today, but I'm sure he's making the most of his time. Okay. Ready to get going, and it's going to be a good start for Kashmir. Just kind of worked away. In fact, it's going to be a no ball as well, so that's a very good start then. Right, gets it wrong first up. So free hit, bit of a gift first up as well. They need to get a good start, something they didn't get last time. Both charges failing. Won't want it to be that way this time around. Freebie. Now that's going to fly away, but they've got the deep third in place, so it'll end up being stopped. So they have to play not just well, but very well to get over the blinders here. And leg side, this one's going to be called, so quite gotten it right so far. Right, this time gets on target. He's actually been probably more accurate with the old ball. Maybe it's something they're keeping an eye on as well. The blinders, how best to use him. Can move the ball, but just hasn't seemed to have been able to get it right when he's bowled his first over. I don't know if they have any other options. Then maybe they'll have to bowl 2 later. Then he could do a job at the death. Pretty good ball though. Well, they want to go. Well, they were both going the same direction. They still are. Well, can they still get the run out? No. And just watch this, because they were running the same way for so long here. Would have been a tight one. If you picked up clean, it's definite run out. They're still running the same way. Oh, Chowdhury incorporated. That was a bit of a mess. Say the least. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Pretty well bowled that time. Challenging him outside the off stump. Wasn't up for the challenge. Hello to Jesse Trenfield. Nice to see you in the chat. Where are you watching from, Jesse? Great to have you with us. Glenn Chandry, the right-hander. Hit and run again. Oh, well, I probably would have thrown it. But I had a chance of it to hit. Blinders just decide to be conservative and hold on to it. Manav Naik's in the side as well for the Blinders this time around. So interesting to see when he's used. I think it's inevitable they will use his leg spin. He's got a mixture of leg spin, off spin, and he's got a pretty good quick ball as well. Well, strange little drive here, and it's going to be gone. Just gets it wrong. Just wants to punch it down the ground, but really it was too short to try and do that comfortably. In the end, he just pops it back to Ibra. It doesn't look great on the replay, but in cricket, you don't have too long to make up your mind. I think decides to go through with it in the end. And he regrets it straight away. It doesn't go too far at all, so Shahzadul Chowdhury is going to have to go. He's the first to fall. Ibra does end up getting that early breakthrough. The score is 8 for 1 after 1. Yeah, Manav Naik, he was the leading wicket taker for the Blinders last year. In fact, he was the leading wicket taker in the whole competition. 17 wickets in 12 matches. A best of 3 for 20, economy under 10. So he's a real weapon to have in your side. 184 matches now since the golden ball. Been a while. Last one was back at the start of June in Cyprus. 10th of June. In fact, Kipro Tigers Limassol versus the Cyprus Knight Riders. I was there for that. That was one of the games I was doing because Nish was off that day. Rico was back home for a little bit. So maybe it's another solo Maximo effort that can bring us another golden ball. That one's up over the top and running away to the boundary. Zaklan Chowdhury does stay there, and he'll be hoping that he can make a difference. Don't want to see 4. Chowdhury fails out of 4. All right, it's up in the air. Fielder takes it. Good fielding position, I say it all the time. Uncontrolled strokes tend to fly in that direction. And so it will be a quadruple Chowdhury fail in the end for Kashmir. That normally spells trouble. Nice catch. Just stays inside the line. No issues there. It's a slow walk off for Chowdhury. Tell you what, it's taken a while for the new batter to come on as well. And Kashmir just have these 2 games today, so it means the Chowdhuries won't get another opportunity. Homer Zahid takes a good catch down there. It's like the modern day slip, isn't it? Head's flying away. And I got a feeling they might have used the clock here. Still not in position. Now it runs. Probably got the 10 seconds or something. Warning. What's he doing now? Getting the gloves on. Jeez. Milking every bit of the clock there, but I think he's gotten away with it. It'll be fun. The captain coming in at 12 for 2. Another thick edge this time. Had the deep third running the wrong way. Omar Zahid tracking the ball. Had to quickly change when the thick edge came. Kuragota, this is bowling. See how he's running to left. But it's one thing about fielders in those positions, I've seen it a few times in that quarter. You shouldn't be changing sideways until you see the ball come off the bat. Because the whole point is you're there normally for an unexpected deflection. You've got to trust your keeper to be able to stop the ball if it's missed. Kurigoda, if that doesn't offer. To see Rifat, top score earlier on, the captain of Kashmir with 37 off 21, including 2 Maximos, 4 fours. That one slightly mishit. It's past the infield, but Ghani pretty quick to get on top of it. Took 4 catches in the previous game, Abbas Ghani. Pair of hands, good athlete. And that'll take us to the end of the over. So it's 17 for 2 after 2. Having a look at the standings, and Blinders seem assured that they will now go to the top of the table in this game. Even a single point would do that, but they've got that big matchup against the Cobras in the last game of the day to come. A lot of people looking forward to that, myself included. Takes on the pull here, and it's just going to creep over Manav. There he is on the field for the first time. All teams here, the Hungarian Federation has said, it's 2 players that aren't residing in Hungary, so there's various reasons that you might come and play in Hungary. Obviously, Manav has that previous connection to the club. Anjala faces up for the first time. Ahmed Khan, this is bowling. This one goes a little bit too wide, will be called. That's a lot better. Kashmir, they'll probably feel like it's a win if they can get to that 101. Especially with those 2 early wickets going down. Not clip away. Probably just a long single. That's all they can get out of it. There's Goyal. He was in the wickets last game with a couple. Hello to Trip, who's watching from USA. Just spotted you there. Trip, hopefully you're well. Right on target. Worked away, but they only get 1 here. That's not helping him too much. Run rate already. It's crept out to 17 over required. He's going to have to do something pretty dramatic. So I wouldn't mind seeing Sunny Masi before too long. Probably would have been my pick at 3. Full toss, gets past the fielder. That's going to be 4. A bit of an off one from Ahmed Khan. Clipped away. Finds its way to the boundary. Yeah, look at that, 17 and over. I mean, you've got these 2, obviously can do a job for you. You've got Masi coming next. We saw Kashmir kind of fighting all the way down the order earlier today. This one outside. The off stump will be caught. Swing and a miss. One side of the wicket here. Again, I feel like It's going to be worked away, though. He does get straighter, and it's going to be 4. Nice little glance. $31 for 2, then after 3, end of the power play. 2 wickets in there, both the Chowdhury's failing. So, yeah, weird kind of first innings. A couple of really tight overs in there, 1 of 2, 1 of none. Just gets careful here, Rifa. Baskani getting this over. Tries to get inventive. I think gets a little bit of glove on this. Doesn't carry to the keeper. Terry Richmond just saying probably wouldn't go to a Grand Prix, would see more on TV. I've got a question actually for you in the chat. So don't go too far. Wow, they should be getting an easy one here. I don't know what was going on there. Definitely was getting past Farasat and was heading down to long off. You see, it's a classic case of took his eye off his partner for a second, but then had enough look and said, look, we got to go. Up and out of here. Well struck by Hanjala. Well, that's why he's in the 3 spot. They feel he's able to do that, and they're right. How often can they do it? Long way across. Half an appeal there. Looked a bit leg stumpish, didn't it? Oh. Jeez, that's worth a shout. Oh. If he hasn't hit that, I think that's out. Maybe got a little nick that we didn't pick up. Up in the air, gets away from Ahmed Khan. Just a single finishes the over. Anjala retains the strike. Ghani goes for 8 in the 4th. The score is 39 for 2. Good time for Manav to come in to the attack. I think that's what they're going to do here. So, let's see some leg spin now. Manav Nayak, leading wicket taker of the ECS here last year, 17 wickets. Wearing Sandeep Mahandas' shirt. Sandeep must be having a day off. Wonder if we'll see him later on. Big Cobras clash. Anyway, Manav's a very wily, crafty bowler for his age. We go with over number 5. Really good start. Really good start. Yeah, that's the leg spinner. Comes over the wrist, spins right to left. A little bit of spin there. He's also got an off spinner which he can roll out the other way. He's got a pretty zippy quicker ball as well. Really well bowled. And I think that he does like to concentrate on that kind of area. Won't attack the stumps too much. Wants to get the batters reaching. Also knows a lot of these guys, they don't really move their feet towards the ball. They stand there and swing. Time he does get a little bit closer. It's driven away. It's only a single, so Nyack started spot on, hasn't he? Another one round that tram line, but this time it's cut away. That's going to be 4. Well executed cut shot there by Rifat. The captain gets a boundary. And that one was a fraction short and allowed Rifat to get to the back foot. Yeah, that one comes in pretty close. Loses the glasses. That's got to be frightening in case a catch gets hit back. Whoa! Almost stepped on them there, Manav. Could be the end of his tournament. Anyway, really accurate over. It just shows you, I wasn't kidding, if you're accurate, good things happen. Only 5 come off that, and 5 overs in. Kashmir Budapest, 44 for 2. So having a look at the tournament structure, you can see that we have group matches through the first 8 days. So that's 40 matches, 20 in each group. We'll actually start mixing up the matches. Group A and Group B will both feature on Saturday and Sunday. Group B closes out on Monday, and then we have to make the cut, and the bottom teams will be out. Top teams will be straight through to finals Friday and get Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off. The other 6 teams, so the middle 3, will take part in round 2. Depending on where you finish, you do carry through a point or a couple of points even to round 2. So if you finish in 2nd position, do carry 2 points through 3rd position, or carry 1 point through 4th, does qualify, but won't take any points through. And so plenty more action coming. Danny will take us through to the rest of the group matches. Nish will be with me for round 2, then finals Friday, and then we've got the ECIs after that. Okay, 57 off 30 for a point. That's probably what we're focusing on now. Ibrahim Ahmed to bowl. It's not just about can Kashmir get a point. The question is, can Blinders get all 4? Drives down the ground. Hajala only get a single. Chat about Major League Cricket at the moment in the chat. One of my good friends, Andrew Leonard's commentating on that. He messaged me last night, in fact. Here, Lenny on ECN, I think. We get back to the Netherlands. Well bowled by Ibra. Should be part of that commentary team we have for the Netherlands, USA and Canada. Gets cross, get a wide here. And that's kind of ECN regulations for the wides. If you miss the leg stump, it's kind of on you as the bowler, even though the batter does move across a long way. Pretty close to hitting the stumps, actually. Down the ground, chance. Would have been out. Might have even gone over the stumps. Abaskani prowling around in that mid-wicket area. He straight away when he called himself through for the run that he was going to be toast if it had hit. It doesn't miss by much. I do think that goes straight over the top of the bails. Bowled by Ibra. Jala couldn't really deal with it. Couple to come for Ibra. That's whacked back into the stumps. Good fielding by the old dependable 12th man, the stumps. The umpire's pretty happy to hit the stumps as well, otherwise that might have been shin o'clock. Lifted up and out of the ground. Maximal from Hanjala. Nice shot. So Ibra finishes on a bit of a downer. And the 50 comes up as well for Kashmir Budapest. I suppose theoretically, around about 12 and over will get them a point. Still feels like a long way away. 53 for 2 after 6. So I know we're wanting a golden ball soon. I don't think we'll get it this game. But how about we play a bit of golden ball roulette? So I'm gonna pick a random number between 1 and 63, and I'll pick one. It said 35. All right, golden ball 35. It's actually a pretty good one. It was in Belgium in 2022, just before the ECC. Manav comes back in the air. It's got room. It's got to take it. He drops it. Oh well, Ahmed Khan almost creates a run out, but should have been Manav's first wicket. I think the hands just weren't quite in the right position at the last moment. Let's analyse it here. Just didn't really get that reverse cup. And, yeah, had time to get under it, but disappointing from Ahmed Khan. The Blinders have high standards with their fielding. This one goes a little bit too wide. Manav once again, touch and go that one. That's really good ball. Watch this little drift. Watch it drift in with that leg spin and then spin away. It's a very good piece of leg spin bowling. This time it's picked up and it's hit pretty well. Out of here, Maximal. Nice shot from Hanjala, who moves to 30, keeps him in the hunt for this point. Yeah, just quickly, I'll go back to Golden Ball 35, 2nd of September 2022. Mechelen Eagles versus Ostend CC. I remember it was kind of a bit of a dead game, so that's what made that one notable. Sheikh Shiraz, Belgian international, was facing the Golden Ball, but he couldn't get any bat in it. They scrambled a leg by, but no more. That was at that Mechelen ground, which is a pretty interesting ground, in that it had a children's playground at deep cover. And it meant that the ground, ball again from Manav. I'd like to see this one again. Remember, it has to miss the whole line to be a wide. Nah, that's on the line. In the air. Oh, and it's dropped. Asanka. These are really tough to take if you don't take them fingers up, because you need to be able to cushion the impact. And if you try and catch them this way, you might end up with broken finger if it hits you on the end of the finger. I think you want to have them pointed to the sky next time. Not an easy one. Does make the block. Manov's had 2 dropped in the over. Yeah, that Mechelen ground in Belgium, it's almost like imagine a cookie but with a bite taken out of it, because they had to bring the ground in at deep cover. Luckily, there was a big net around the children's playground. But Manov now to bowl the last ball of his spell. Lifted up and out of the ground. So it will be a wicketless start for Nayak here. And Kashmir fighting on, 68 for 2 now after 7. Leading 33 off the last 3 overs. So, yeah, Blinders, they'll be kicking themselves if they don't take 4 points. Especially with the Cobras lurking around. The umpire had no idea where that had gone. I said there are sometimes you don't pick up the ball. He wasn't in as much danger as he thought he was, put it that way. Anyway, coming up, match 19. About half an hour, just over to the start of that one. 1 p.m. GMT, 3 in Central Europe, 6:30 in India. Cobras versus the Eagles in that one. Oh no, that was hit the crease. And it's great fielding. Well, maybe that is the one time that you do anticipate. Because Omo would have had no chance. That area around the stumps. That is quite amazing cricket. Garney, only second over. Well, that's the downside of anticipating, because you're not going to be able to change direction. Homer this time has to watch it. You see how he's running to the left. My thing would be, if he wants to cover that area, then just start there. Don't run every time. You're just going to put yourself off balance. No, he did get a good running start. That amazing boundary stop. Tries to hit this, but he's on the back foot, flat-footed. Can't get a run. (27 off 16 for a point. Can the Blinders get it? Because let's say the Blinders go down to the Cobras last game of the day, which I think is a pretty even contest. Those two teams play. And all these, do you get the point or not? They all kind of add up. And that could, well, we've still got to see UCB, but it could determine who gets the automatic qualifying spot and who has to fight and play 5 more matches in the heat next week. Been pretty much one side of the wicket. That's been a key difference between the two teams. A little touch on this or not? They kind of liked it. Abbas goes full teapot. We got Ali Faris at hands on heads. What can we see here? Was it off the face of the bat or not? Won't really be able to tell. Yeah, I did see a little deflection there. This time he gets a bit greedy. Going at the stumps, down leg side for a wide. Trip, quite enjoyed the umpire taking cover for the imaginary hit. Shapes this time. Called a no ball this time, actually. It's been called for a height. Yeah, he's not super tall. Fair enough. The free hit coming up, 24 off 13 for a point. That's the Grizzly. Blinders playing back-to-back games here, although they've won both comfortably. Still takes a bit of energy out of you. This time they'll be playing their third game against the Cobras. The other day was the Cobras playing their third game, so probably relevant. Into the over then. 8 overs in, 78 for 2, so 23 required off the last 2 overs. Bit of a BP thriller. And for Kashmir, I mean, whether they get some of these points or not, like a point here could be the difference between them staying in the competition next week or having an exit after the group stage. Just noted Abaskani, it's like he's gone off the field with a slight injury. Cameron Wahid looks like he's coming on as the sub fielder. All right, well, it feels like this is kind of a done deal, but still a point up for grabs here. We know 3 points will go to the Blinders, but will that 4th point stay with them, or will it go to Kashmir Budapest? I'd start off, so 22 off 12 now. Oh, this one is going to be gone. Really nice catch behind the sticks by Kajla. Kurigoda muscled this one through. Rifat feels like he's been there for ages because he has. Tries to go leg side. You can see that takes almost the back of the bat. Knocked it up first time. Luckily for Kajla, it nestled safely in his gloves the second time around. So finally, that partnership is broken. And it just goes, whoop, kind of got the webbing-ish. But the rebound was a friendly one for the Blinders keeper. 79 for 3. I see, new batter. It's in front-ish, but it's going down the leg side. It's done a 4 minutes bowl this over, by the way. This came back and was just angling for me. Yeah, good decision. Probably hits him outside, to be fair. This time. There's one thing we're left to ponder. Can Anjala get his half century as well? But the more important thing from a team point of view, can Kashmir get this point that's up for grabs right now? Oh, that would have been a sensational caught and bowled. Callum put the left hand up. But it didn't stick for Babu Hajala. This is now his highest score comfortably on the network, beating his 17 earlier in the week. I see almost to check his shot here. 20 off 7. Creeping away, isn't it? Well bowled in the end. Good spell. Kurigoda goes less than run a ball pace. 2 for 11. His figures at the end of 9. Kashmir Budapest. 81 for 3. They're going to need a magical finish. Ahmed Khan, pretty reliable bowler to come on as well. So can't see it happen really. Nayak got into the attack this game, but couldn't pick up a wicket. Did have a couple drop though. Number 20 for him. Akragoda, best of the bowlers so far, 2 for 11. Kibra with 1 wicket in there, and we will get Ahmed Khan to come back. Abasghani going off the field, so hopefully it's nothing too serious. Blinders, don't forget, are back to take on the Cobras at the last game of the day. Right, Hanjala needs to make something happen. Can't hit the first ball. Terry Richmond concurring. That LBW last over, just going down the leg side. Yeah, Terry, I know you've got an eagle eye as a regular umpire. Goes after this and gets a good piece of it. Well, maybe this is still alive for the point. Maximal for Hanjala. Moves to 48 now. Time the socks off that one. Don't bowl in the slot. Does. Get smashed. Oh, well. That's, I didn't warn you. Maximal. And suddenly, this is on. 8 off 3. Remember, this could be the difference between topping the table for the Blinders and having to play 5 more games. So they need to sort it out ASAP. Need to get fuller. Jala, by the way, that's his 50. I don't think anyone really paid too much attention because of the situation. But yeah, great half century from him. 54 off 27 balls. His first ECN 50. But right now he's got a job to do for his team. Needs 8 more runs off 3 balls. Lifted up, and that's out of the ground. Wow. 6-6-6. And Kashmir are within 2 runs of taking a point off the Blinders. No one saw this coming. Really need a dot here. 2 singles would do it. Remember, 1 wouldn't be enough off 2 balls. They need 2. Kashmir. Well, that'll do it. They get the point. So Kashmir, well done. Oh, look, doom and gloom there, but they have achieved a point now, so the Blinders will drop a point to Kashmir Budapest. And who knows, maybe that's the difference between Kashmir staying and going at the end of the group stage. 66, what a knock this has turned out to be. No, this one doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think that'll annoy the Blinders. Big swing and a miss to finish, but job done for Hanjala. 66 off 29. Leads all scorers in the game. And in the end, the margin will be 39 runs. So Kashmir, again, that's the reward you get for being competitive. In the end, they get above 70% of the score. That's why they walk away with a point. Blinders will have to settle for 3. But I do think Blinders still satisfied to get the victory to an extent. This is what's coming up. Cobras batting first after winning the toss against the Royal Eagles. And this is the rematch of the game where they scored 2-5-7. I wonder if they're thinking even bigger than that. Eagles, though, sure they got a point to prove after going for big runs earlier today as well. Join us back in 20 minutes for that. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this innings. It's the Chowdhury opening combination, but he was in about 7 minds there, wasn't he? And that was the end of Saklan Chowdhury. See Shazad will get 1 away. That's in the end he would have to go as well. So yeah, Shazad all first to go, then Saklan following soon after. Not caught on the deep third boundary, but yeah, Hanjala and Rifat then set about trying to build some sort of a base, some sort of a partnership. They end up putting on 67 for the 3rd wicket. 40 balls, so a terrible rate. Do you think the Blinders will be a bit disappointed with some of the fielding, some of the opportunities that went down? These aren't easy, but you do expect, you know, with their standards, defending champions, that not going to drop those kind of chances. Yeah, a bit tension shifted, didn't it? I know the umpire, he was a little bit worried about where that was ending up. Luckily, it was nowhere near him. But yeah, the question was, could they end up reaching the target to at least get a point out of the game? That was a handy bit of keeping from Kutchler. The rebound catch, but Hanjala then just went crazy. He ends up hitting 4 sixes on the spin in the last over. Again, Ahmed Khan, the concern there will be he can't keep the Kashmir number 3 quite the last over. How are you going to go? And it gets to the business end of the tournament. Then you've got to give credit to the batter. I think he played some good, solid strikes, kept getting a steady diet of length deliveries. Kashmir do make the ton in the end. Second last ball brought it up. Also brought up the point for their side. 66 for Hanjala. Some support there from 15. Rakibul Rafat, or Rifat did have a hard time scoring at a decent rate. Pair of fives, pretty moderate starting hand at Texas Hold'em. That's what you got. So 4 of a kind if you count the 5-off-5 and the 5-off-5 for both the S Chowdhuries. Masi made a brief appearance towards the end, but didn't have too much to do. Kashmir at least salvaging their point in the game. 2 for 11 to Kurigoda steals the figures. The other wickets to Ibrahim Ahmed. Kind of get things pretty tight, but I think that Ahmed Khan will be a little bit disappointed. He couldn't execute. Manav into the tournament, none for 20 and a couple drops. Still think he bowled reasonably well. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes, take you into the 4th game of the day, and it'll be the Cobras hoping to sink their teeth into the Royal Eagles once again. Can the Eagles get a little bit of personal revenge against the team that took them for 250 plus the other day? We'll find out after the break. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's Cobra versus Eagles. Eagles to call.
Head.
Head is the call and it's tails.
Choose to bat.
Cobra won the toss and they choose to bat.
Thanks to Suleiman Saeed there, and he has given us that toss result. Cobras taking on the Royal Eagles here, winning the toss, and unsurprisingly, they are going to bat. That's probably because the other day, they scored the equal highest score ever on the network against this very opposition, so they probably want to grind them into the dirt one more time. Although, you know, cricket's a funny game, and sometimes, you know, teams can come back and surprise you. We've seen that with Kashmir a couple of times. Royal Eagles really had a high point first game, but haven't had a lot to shout about since then. But yeah, right here, we still have two more games to go on day 4. Yeah, Cobras have a... obviously, Cobras 3-1 did lose to the Blinders the other day, so they'll be pretty keen to do a bit of a number on the Eagles here. Pularuthu and Rusick listed to open. That's exactly what I would do, actually. I know on that occasion they had an early wicket that brought Rusick to the crease, but I think it makes sense to bat him up the top, see if he can inflict the same kind of damage. Royal Eagles had a bit of a tough one earlier. 196 they conceded against the Blinders. I'll be hoping it's nothing like that. I don't even think that 12% might be a bit generous based on what we saw the other day. The other thing here at Royal Eagles are coming out, and they are playing their second game of the day for the Cobras. It's likewise. Yeah, this is what happened the other day, 257. It's interesting, that's come up twice. So this is the rematch of that 257 game. Really, they had an opportunity to get that record in their own right. Also, it was the twin tons game with both Polaruthu and Rasik reaching the 3 figures. First time we've ever seen that in around about 5,900 matches on the network. I want to welcome everyone back. Hope we had a nice little break. So will it be more of the same? You know, interesting, they've gone for Abhijit Kumar opening the batting, so they haven't gone as listed. That does surprise me slightly. I suppose the other thing is, I think they want Abhijit to become a key cog in this lineup, and he hasn't really been able to fire yet. We saw him kind of chugging along and not really being able to produce too much last time we saw him. So maybe this is just a vote of confidence in his ability. Polaruthu will face up though. And we're almost ready to go. Palanival will bowl the first over. Shake, rattle and roll here. Match number 19. Starts with a ball that catches a bit of a line, I think. Check it out. Remember, when it goes past the crease, it's getting some of the line. I think so. I think it's a good call. We haven't always seen it umpired that way, but that's why it's meant to be. That one doesn't. No, that's a clear example of one that is missing the line. The thing is, those tramline balls on the line, they are quite reachable from an orthodox batting stance, and that's why I think the bowlers have been given that slight extra wiggle room, if you want to call it that. Start's important though here, isn't it, for the Royal Eagles? Otherwise they'll be getting flashbacks. Polaruthu. Before he scored his 100, he had a higher score of 0 on the network. Those days are long gone now. Gets off the mark with a couple. Interesting modus of attack here from Venkat Palanival. The wicket. Polaruthu knocks it straight to the fielder, but bounces off. He'll get a single. Let's have a look then at Abhijit. What did you get up to in your 15 minutes off? I'm just looking at some of my upcoming travel itineraries, just making sure that's all in order. Obviously, you have to be super organised at ECNHQ. Big shout out to all the crew. Big thanks to Chris, who's organised all my flights. Kind of up until the ECC today. And Kumar was asked to do a job at the top of the order before, because his first one, trying to pull the ball, it's going across him. Not easy. Thick edge and dropped. It's good field positioning. I did say I'm a fan of that spot. But in the end, it's going to go down as a missed opportunity. Last ball, the first over. Polaruthu pushes, runs, gets there, end of the first, and the score is 6 without loss. Yeah, Abhijit Kumar last time out, 7 off 10 in 5 overs against the Blinders, and they retired him out at that point to get a new batter to the crease. And I think it made perfect sense really at the time. I had to get Rasik to the crease, but they're trying the same tactics today. We're in Hungary, if you've just joined us, and Hungary's a country which is rich in culture and rich in natural beauty. A little bit out of the city here, around 30 to 40 minutes at Sodliget. You can look that up at the GB Oval. SZODLIGET, if you want to do a bit more research at where this cricket ground is. Deepu Divan is going to bowl the second over. So far, so good. Called a wide. This one's because it's going across. It's hard to work exactly when it passes the crease, but I've got to say, I think that one was probably all right. Goes straight this time. Good length. Say so far they have bowled a lot better, and I mean a lot better. Royal Eagles. Just going to see what their average runs against is, and just going to brace myself before I look it up. Nice shot. He charges and he keeps along the carpet. Pularutha gets 4. It's nice to play opposition you've had recent success against, and get much better success than 100 in a T10 match. Stays really balanced there despite coming down the pitch. Yeah, Royal Eagles, they're averaging 175 against. And can I wow you even more? The first game they only conceded 61. Down the ground, that's going to be 4 runs again. Not offering the hand at that. Just well, check out the effort here. Would he have reached it? I don't know. I felt there was a better way to attempt it than that. Okay, so if you take out that first game, they're going at 219 pace against 219, which is a lot. That is a lot. As you could tell, was completely clear of that blue line by the time it passes. Pularutha. Really impressed with his stroke play in that ton. Doesn't really time this one. Decides to ping it, and eventually it's backed up. Suppose you got to take every opportunity if you think you can get this guy out. Let's have a look. He's home. Well, slow ball in the air. Just going to pop in front of Sachin Chauhan. Luckily he had backup. With Russick lurking. Clever slow ball. See how that kind of spread finger one kind of rolls out. A little bit of right to left out of the middle fingers. John Gray, good to see you. He might be off for the day. Trip said great batting by the one guy. I think I know who you're talking about last game, Trip. Clips away. Fielder has to chase. Wow. Decides to go flying kung fu kick. Does the job and fires in a throw. Oh, well, worked out okay. End of second over, and the score is 21 without loss. So a bit more normality in this game. Royal Eagles, every single point they've had has actually been a 4-point game. They won their first against Kashmir, taking all 4, but since then they have not registered a point. And you can see Kashmir are creeping up on them because they at least have taken a couple of points out of their 4 games. One of them was taken off the blinders last game. So UCB, you can't imagine that UCB aren't going to be in the top 4. I suppose you never know. But it does look like Kashmir and the Royal Eagles are the two teams probably on the chopping block. Driven and well knocked down there. Excellent fielding from Sachin Chauhan. Venkatachalipati Palanivel coming back to bowl out in the 3rd over. Lifted up over the leg side. That's going to be 4. Pularuthu. One crease there. The easier he's going to find things as well. He's going to start finding the middle of the bat. This one gets through the keeper. No apparent reason. Dilbar doing the job this time for the Royal Eagles. Yeah, they're on. Seen Fires Khan doing the job. But he's not in the lineup in this game. Around the wicket's going to be really tough to get that. Decision unless it's really full. This pitch is outside by, well, maybe. Trying to work out if it would have been out on another set of stumps. Probably not. But does essentially beat Kumar. It's his back bowler gets a piece. Slows it down. Just a single into the power play, and Cobras 28 without loss. They're persisting with Abhijit Kumar up the top. But to be honest, if I was the Eagles, if Kumar's there and he's not hurting me, I'm not really in a rush to get him out and potentially see Mr. Slick, Sheikh Razik, striding to the wicket. Six, 15 and 7 there in the first 3 overs. So, Navin Kumar is ready to bowl. Yeah, under 10 and over. ECS cricket, they say it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Cobras at the moment slightly defanged in the power play. Lifted up though, and yeah, I think that's what they want more of out of Abhi Kumar. You know, if you can get a couple of boundaries away, he'll probably relax. He'll probably bat a lot better. He's obviously talented enough to be up there. He also probably feels the pressure of, you know, he has to do something quite amazing to justify his spot there, knowing that Rasik's ready to go. Look at these teasers. That one, I think, I agree, is missing completely by the time it passes that crease. Edged and gone. So the angle works in the end, and Arvind Kumar has the first wicket of match 19. It's A. Kumar getting A. Kumar. Abhijit nicks off, well taken behind the stumps by Sharaz Dilbar. This will be a good view of it here. See that little edge, little deflection. Back gets tucked under the arm in the traditional fashion. And the score is 33 for 1. Here's Sheikh Razik though. And well, the sight of these two together probably is making the Eagles a little bit nervous. because, yeah, I hate to harp on that, but when we saw these two together the other day, they end up basically setting up a score of 2-5-7. They came to the crease at 13 for 1 after the early loss of Nilesh Jain. First ball, they put on 159 in 33 balls. Well, that's one way to start your innings. Gets it, and I think this is going to be 4. Get that round the wicket, but Sheik has so much time. That's just inside. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, so to give you an idea, that's basically they're striking at 481 while they were there. Or it translates to, if they went at that pace the whole innings, they went in that partnership, they were going at 289 pace. In the air. Oh, and he's gone. Well, the thing is, they're going to have to go on what the umpire sees, because I don't think you'll get a very good look at this from behind. Let's see what the camera tells us. I think they've held up, but Chowan, he claims it straight away. I mean, the knee's in the way, so you're not really going to be able to see. It does look like it's kind of in the end of the fingers. But that's the best we're going to get. So if the umpire feels this is out, this is out.
My finger was under. You can see.
You say my fingers were under it. And yeah, you see, you can't really tell one way or the other there. But really, if the umpire's satisfied, then I think you got to give it out. If the umpire's unsatisfied, then he'll give it not out. He may feel if there's doubt, then he has to give it not out. Benefit of the doubt. But I mean, this is one of those ones that in the old days, you take the word of the fielder. It says, yeah, look, I've caught that. And right now, Sheikh Razik doesn't want to go anywhere. We're not going to be able to tell anything from the replay. So let's see what they decide on the field.
What is the umpire think?
So, yeah, we'll give you another look. But I mean, like I said, the question is, you know, has this got some of the ground or not? And yeah, he's been given out. But really, I mean, the thing with replays is they sometimes make things more unclear. In the old days, like I said, the good old days, some would say, the fielder would say, yeah, I've caught that, I've got my fingers under the ball. It did seem that way. It kind of thwacked into the fingers. I heard it. But, you know, there's no evidence to say it wasn't caught. And I think in the absence of any evidence to the contrary, I think taking the fielder's word is good for the game. You wouldn't expect a fielder to claim a catch deliberately that they haven't taken. I know there are some cases in the modern game where, you know, you have got your fingers under the ball. Third umpire said, oh, maybe there's a bit of grass between your fingers or things like that. But it's really taking things to the nth degree. So Rasik's going to have to go 4 and out. Well, I'll be pretty happy to see the back of him. Now, I'm not saying Sachin Chowan didn't catch that, because I believe he did, but some people would say, yeah, if you were ever going to be a bit naughty and claim one you didn't catch, it probably would be against a team that hit you for 257 in the last game. I think it's all above board. Up in the air, just slicing away. And that's going to be 4. T10 couldn't chase it down. And the over, 41 for 2 after 4. That's a big over though for the Eagles. I mean, we've seen some stunning turnarounds. It would be a real red letter game for the Eagles if they could get a win against the team that smashed them for 257 just 2 days ago. Okay, time for Sami Ula in over number 5. Cobras behind the 8 ball, really. It's a bit too far. Palarutu has a bit extra responsibility now, doesn't he? But Jacob's a good hitter. Join him at the other end. Good outswing at the moment from Samiola. This one was a bit closer. Gets the call. Went late, but yeah, no question at all. Like that length as well. Will be a wide. But I mean, at least he's got a plan. That helps. What about Palarutu though? He's pretty strong through the offside. Not every batter we see is in ECS cricket. It's consistent. Give him that. I like this length, but if you're getting the length right, you don't have to be as crazy trying to hit the tram line. You've probably got a bit more to work with. Come in a little bit. Maybe try and aim it halfway between the tram line and the off stump. Give yourself a bit of margin of error if you do miss left or if you do get a bit of extra swing. Almost gets the Yorker in here, but it's going to result in 4. And then right there you see the margin of error is not huge. This is probably half a metre to a metre short of that block hole length that he's been able to hit when he had the line slightly wrong. This time pulls the line back, but Palarutu, as I said, he's strong on the drive and he gets 4 runs. Such a John couldn't quite chase it down. Back to plan A. Yeah, I think that's okay. Remember, the whole ball would have to be outside that blue line, which I don't think was. I think got a fair piece of it. Good umpiring. One does miss. Certainly giving the umpire plenty to do. Umpire James. Hello to James's mum, who he's told me is a big fan. So hello, mother of James. I should call him Mrs. Mother of James. She was a big fan of my ducky shirt the other day. Don't know where that came from. Edged. Oh, he puts it down. Got a good jump on it. Almost creates a run out as well. He was pretty well balanced to take that. Dilbar behind this up. There's the thick edge. Bit more of a fall than a dive, but he did get the mitt up. Couldn't get it to stick. This could have been play of the day stuff. But again, just shows you a reward for putting it in the right spot. Almost lodged in the webbing as well. Could have easily bounced up to the other fielder. Palarutu gets a life on 23, albeit a tough one. Good slow ball to finish the over. Yeah, have a look. I think they wanted to check this one for height, but I feel like it came down in time. Almost bounced on the crease. Yeah, but bounced just after the stumps actually. 50 up, last ball to come in the 5th over. That's another low full toss, hang up in the air. Should reach it, can he find it? No. And he's going to hustle back for 2. And that will take us to the end of the 5th over, 52 for 5. Another one of these full tosses. This one gets similar, I think, that dropping to about knee height. So halfway through this first innings, and it's a very different innings for the Cobras against the Eagles this time. It's a big talking point there about the catch, but I think that you have to say, for the spirit of the game, if there's no video evidence and the cameras can't pick up every possible angle, and also sometimes replays are unclear, even if you do have a look at the ball. So if a fielder claims a catch, the gentlemanly thing to do, to use a bit of an anachronistic word, is to take his word. I know that's the way I was taught. We hope that some of those traditions do kind of hold up in the modern day. Players having a quick drink. We're up to 32 degrees, and there's no real relief from the sunlight out there. It's interesting over that last one, and I know there were a few wides in it, 4 of them in fact, but I think you're better off bowling a wide that just misses in a good spot, like that outside the off stump. It also created an opportunity, because if you bowl a hit-me ball, well, you're going for 4 anyway. He gave up 4 in wides, but he also was able to be pretty economical the rest of the over. His over ends up going for 11 there, Sami Ullah. So I mean, I'd much rather you bowl a wide and miss your spot than bowl kind of short down the leg side and just get maximoed. That's worth way more. So at least he had a plan. I love to see when bowlers have a plan. Leg side, this will be a one. It's something that sometimes I don't see at this level. Guys just come in, run in and bowl with no particular idea what they're trying to do. On length, hit pretty hard. Excellent fielding out there. Great job. Yoganathan Velasamy doing the work. Wow. Cobras finding it hard going at the moment. Back to live action here. This next one's hit. It's up to Channel to do the job. Down long off. Let's give me another look at that. Just kind of smack down the ground. Again, a single. 50's up for Cobras. Again, there's that cross angle, which, yeah, I think that's pretty clearly outside. Well bowled. Well bowled. If you're going to go that angle, then that's the line to bowl. It was a bit of a tired shot, to be honest. He's into the second half of the innings. Hasn't found the kind of form from the other day. Now this is in the air. Should get there, Chow. Big moment. He drops it. Well, he got there. That's all you can say. So he gave himself a chance. And he got most of it, but it just slipped out. You get a good view of it here, actually. And then pops out behind. He couldn't get it at the second or third attempt. Puluruthu dropped again, this time on 25. Now another ball sliced up in the air. Fielder comes in, won't reach it in time. Still not getting hurt on the scoreboard at the moment, Royal Eagles. Nice ball, the over. Pretty good adjustment, saw him coming, so he dug it in a bit shorter. Might have been out, I think it would have been out. And they'll only get the one in the end. Have a look at this, I'm pretty sure. Correct, hit this as curtains. Yeah, would have been. Got him by a step and a half. End of the over. 59 for 2 after 6, so Eagles hanging in there. Can they keep this to 100? We've seen some amazing turnarounds on ECM, but I don't think we've ever seen a turnaround quite as dramatic as to get smoked for 257. To come out and beat that opposition essentially 48 hours later. Trip saying He didn't think that he could play cricket in the heat. I reckon he'd have heat stroke. Rutu just cannot get going in this innings. Basically yorks himself. Well, Chip, I'm sure you're pretty tough. Americans are a tough bunch. The one way to get an American to do something is to tell him or her that they can't do it. It normally does the trick. Certainly with my American friends. They'll tell you they can do it better. Well, this is at the edge of the pitch, so what matters is, does it bounce after the stumps or before? I think it's after. It's been called a wide. So James is reasonably confident. He's just going to check. But where does it bounce? Let's have a look. Is it close or not? I think that might be a no. Is it just before the stumps? Oh, good luck. What do they call that in the end? Won't matter now anyway. Pretty strange one. That always bounced in line with the stumps. This one's called again, just missing. Pretty consistent, isn't he here, Samuela? Another one. This is probably hurting him a little bit for time, although generally they've been good with that. What do you think, man? Is that going to be the line or not? You got to imagine like a, I don't know, like a hologram. Come back to the live action here. Again, same kind of area. Oh, that's a bit of a blooper. Kolarutu will unwrap the gift with glee. Moves into the 30s. I was going to say, you have to imagine like a hologram. Imagine like a rectangle, and the edge of it is on the outside of the wide line, and then there's the kind of top of it, which is the top of the head, as long as it's the head of the batter. And you can get any part of the ball needs to hit that hologram. Hit straight and hit well. That's going to be one bounce four. Kolarutu more confident this time. Kolarutu, I think, would be a candidate for the Southern Crossfield. I think he likes to drive. What I mean is you have a straight man, and pretty much where that lands, I'd have a fielder, and then you can push your long on and long off wider. Just think if you look at the areas he scores, it probably would be a good tactic. Hello to Tarek, who's in the chat. It says, haven't been in here for a while. Hey Tarek, good to have you with us. That's it. If you get the length right, well, then you've got, I think, that whole area outside off stump. It doesn't have to be that wide. I actually think that despite the wides, Samuel is actually, at least he's had a plan he's working towards. Just trying to avoid the big over here, aren't they, Eagles? They can stay in the game. Yeah, well done again. It wasn't his fault the misfield came earlier in the over. He'll finish none for 25, and I think he holds up his end of the bargain, Sammy. 7 overs in, Cobras 73 for 2. Here's a list of the upcoming events. Croatia, I just had a peek at that schedule. So we have basically a 3-day, I call it like a mini series, or like a mini tour. And that'll consist of men's international cricket, so 1 T10 and 5 T20s across the weekend. And we'll also have a best of 3 women's ECS, featuring a club from Serbia and a club from Croatia. It'll be the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of August. I'm happy to say I'll be on that one. It'll be the middle weekend of Bulgaria, so an extra cricket, 2 locations coming your way. No full toss. Actually charges at this Pularuthu and turns it into a fully, I think. Gupta goes to the boundary first ball. Pularuthu certainly has had to fight a lot harder for his runs this innings. Cobras walking stick 77 now. Just trying to avoid the big over, aren't they? The Eagles hanging in the game. But this is looking like it might be the big over because it starts with 4 and 6 and pick up sticks as Pularuthu picks up the pace. Maximo! And you wouldn't believe it, but that's the first 6 of this innings. You heard me right. The other day, they hit 27 sixes against this same opposition. That's their first 6. Whacked. Another one out of the ground. Maximo time. Gupta is in the limelight now, isn't he? Comes in and drags it down a bit. Jeremy says thanks very much. Likes what he sees. Hits this pretty well as well. That's going to go all the way. Maximo, it's a knock-knock into the production room. Mentioned that it never got hit yesterday, the production room. And that was a pretty good one. Martins just came out a bit nervous. Couple to come then. 8th over. Suddenly he's clicked. I like they've got that straight fielder now. Voice must be carrying. That was not 4 all through this inning, but this time it's only 1. 96. Still only on foot. What's that? 123 at this pace. So it's gone magical. 23 off it. Plus this. That will be the end of the over. So Gupta wins the last battle, but he does go magical. 96 for 2. After 8. Cricket is a great even, as they say. Past performance is no guarantee of what the future holds. Hello to Mandrake. Hopefully you're well. Just catching up on the chat. Tarek saying, do we still do random questions? We're always welcoming random questions. Tarek? Which celebrity would you choose to be your best friend? Great idea. Up in the air, just out of the grasp. Another teaser of Talrage, somehow it's ended up across the line. Pularuthu moves to 6,300, comes up. But what went wrong here? Let's have a look. Went over the top, started spinning away from him. And then, well, never had another opportunity, did he? I'm going to take a moment. I've got an idea in my head who it might be. Well, that's hit pretty well. Going, and gone. Maximo. Pularuthu's clicked. This is always the risk. Remember, he's put down a couple of times. One was really difficult. One was a bit more regulation. Now he's ticking. Like a setup. Stays pretty still. Has that kind of bat flat on the table, back lift. Likes to raise that bat early, keep it there. Just brings it down after the bowler bowls. This will be called. Steps across. pretty close to the line. Umpire says no, I don't think that's got any of it. Sorry. Slower ball, inside edge. Another run, that probably get 2 if you hustle. Jeremy does. Made the early decision to go, and it pays off. Okay, I'm going to go with, I think I'm going to go with Hugh Jackman. I just think he seems like a good guy. I know he likes his cricket. He's pretty interesting. He's talented. He's quite musical. There's some of my interests. So I think I'm going to go, I'll go Hugh Jackman as my celebrity. What's everyone else gone for? Let us know. A few people saying, you know, go for a comedian. Yeah, but there's a time to laugh, and there's a time when the laughing has to stop. Pull This hits this. This hits it well enough to survive. Move to 72. By the way, in that incredible assault, he did go past his 50. I don't think anyone raised too much of a fuss about it. It's good footwork there. Sprung onto the back foot. Got square on. Jacob slams it over backward square. Maximo. Keeping on that clock as well. They have had a few wide deliveries here that they've had to re-bowl. To be exact, they've had to bowl 15 extra balls. So, it should be okay. See, the clock's 40 seconds. Just pause it while I get the ball back. But maybe if he bowls wide here, could be a bit tight. Oh, steps across. And it's all bottom hand from Jacob, who puts that one over the fence. Maximo! Eagles held on for so long, but they've just fallen off the pace. These last couple of overs, another magical one. The last 2 overs gone for 23 and 26, and the toothpaste's out of the tube. It's hard to get it back in. 122 for 2 after 9. So, oh, it's very nice. Trip said it'd be Vinny or Rico. Well, come on, choose, Trip. You can choose me because I'm here. But I'd be friends with you too, Trip. Don't see why not. Seem like a nice guy. And it'll be a wide first up, 10th overtime. And avoid any run penalties. Let me try and think of any alternatives. Up in the air, going, and gone again. Maximo will pull Ruthu. Well, it's not off the table, is it? 22 off 5, and he's got back-to-back tons. Even though, to be honest, he's back great for the first half of this innings. He's been golden. Back to the live action. Well, he probably wants to here. Been tempted to try it on, but he says, all right, over to you, Amal. Jacob will get the strike back. That probably puts the century dreams to bed. Yeah, give us your celebrity friends. We'll hit straight and hit pretty hard. It's actually going to go behind the fielder. Venkat Palanival overruns it. And Jacob gets 4. That was hit very hard. You get a good view of it here, actually. Fielder actually goes too far. When the ball decelerates, the fielder can't decelerate as quickly. Wide called. Well, Jeff said he'd like to meet Tom Brady and understand his mindset. Yeah, but that's not friends, is it? That's just wanting to understand what makes a guy tick. Swing miss this time. What else have we got? I like Trip's suggestion for Wayne. Well, Michael McIntyre, I think he'd be quite fun. That's probably a good call. Up in the air, fielder comes around, has to watch it. Maximo, Jacob getting his moment in the sun, moves into the 30s, 141. Cobras, they've ended up putting a decent score on the board here somehow. Thanks to this second half. Jeff asking, how's the lost ball count going? Well, it's going up. All right, last ball of 10. At 6 as well, no full toss, and that's a good little cameo from Jacob to get his tournament going with the stick. He'll finish 37, not out. 79 unbeaten for Pularuthu, who once again bats through the 10 against the Royal Eagles. They just cannot get that guy out. He's now got 180 not out in 20 overs batting against the Royal Eagles. And the Cobras, they finish with the ultimate break, 147 for 2 off the 10 overs. So, we'll have a look at the highlights. Well, it was important to try and take some wickets. You had some key ones to get. Once again, we saw Abhijit Kumar put to the top of the order. It didn't really work for him. 7 off 10 the other day today, 8 off 9, including just the 1 boundary. A few little teasers there. A couple of talking points. We'll come to them in a second. That was a little nick. That meant that Kumar had to go. Standing keeper Dilbar doing the job. Rusick came out. That was a warning shot, wasn't it? But the very next ball, he hit one and got caught by Chow. Some questions about the legality of the catch, but pretty much straight away it was claimed, and there was really no evidence to suggest it wasn't a clean catch. This was a tough one that went down. Dilbar got a glove to that. Pularuthu just felt it could have been a different game had they been able to capture him. A few self-inflicted wounds from the Eagles as well. But then Pularuthu, not a guy you want to give lives to, because then when he clicked hard. And he started bashing balls everywhere. Just couldn't stop the bleeding, could they? Once this assault started. So at one point, they were 59 after 6 overs, and they weren't even 10 and over pace. The 7th went for 14, but then 3 magicals to finish. 23, 26, 25. And a big 74 off the last 3 overs. Think of it as a power play, which is also 3 overs. Imagine 74 in a power play. It's a lot. Another way you could say 52 in the first half, 95 in the second. The Eagles take some batterings late in the innings, but they couldn't capitalise on some of those opportunities earlier. They did get Rusick for just the 4. They got Kumar for 8 before that. And Pularuthu with 79 torments them once again. 35 balls in his not, 5 Maximos, 8 fours. Jacob stepped up to the table late in the piece, didn't he, with 37 off 14. Magical back-to-back-to-back overs. Sticking the knife in and twisting against the Eagles, who had some decent performers in there. I think Arvind Kumar, 2 for 20. Paladival, none for 12. Didn't go for too many at all. I even think Sami Ullah did a reasonably good job. I know he bowled a few wides, but he had a plan. Yeah, well, if you want to talk in real terms, they're 110 better off than last time when they begin their chase. So 148 for the Royal Eagles to upset the Cobras. Can the Cobras be ruthless enough to close this out and maybe take all the points? We'll find out after the break. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you enjoy your day. Back with more action after this break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we're coming back to the second half of the fourth match of the day, match number 19, Cobras versus Eagles. This was a bit of a bloodbath the other day, but credit to the Eagles. They have kept it reasonably tight, although things did get a little bit out of control in the last 3 overs. In fact, they more than doubled their score in the last 3 overs compared to what they scored in the first 7. Ended up with 147 on the board. That's the Cobras we're talking about. And so Eagles chasing 148 for victory. It'd have to be a pretty good chase. But we've had some pretty good chases, haven't we, on the network? So who's to say that they can't pull this one off? And I will say it's seeming like a bit of an uphill battle. 102 or less. If that's the score, then the Cobras will take all 4 points. Means that the Royal Eagles will need 103 if they're going to at least get a point out of this game. I still think they probably think they can get the whole lot. That's what they'd be hoping at this stage, or at least get the win. 3 points out of 4. Chance of an upset. Big hello to everyone in the chat as well. It's been great to have some company. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, God, Danny Hudacek off today. I know that he's enjoying his day, I think, in Budapest. I'm looking forward to hearing exactly how that goes. But, well, Royal Eagles, what can they put together in this second half of the game? Need someone to play big innings, you'd imagine. There's Ashu, that's Ashutosh Mathur, who's very accomplished left arm opening bowler. It's going to be Talreja to open up. He's facing with Dilbar at the other end. There he is. Ready to rock. And Eagles, well, they'll at least be hoping that they can be competitive here. Score so far in their series. Completed innings 99, 104 and 73. Get a bit of a gift first up. 1 run for free. They did chase down 62 very easily. That was against Kashmir in the first game they played, match 6. But since then, yeah, 99 against the Cobras. 104 against the Blinders. 73 next time against the Blinders. Take any points out of any of those 3 games. So you understand being a little bit gun shy. Talreja just keeps this out. So the way it's shaping up, just my reading of it is that Kashmir probably need an upset somewhere along the way. Potentially it could be Royal Eagles and Kashmir fighting for survival. Another wide, that does a bit too much. Abhijit Kumar behind the stumps. Umpires have to make that assessment. We talk about it a lot, don't we? That whole ball is outside the whole line, the blue line, as it passes a popping crease. Therefore, it gets called wide. Up in the air, but this should be an easy catch for Sanjay, and it is. So Talreja tries to go down the ground, but he doesn't get the timing. Sanjay Kumar takes the catch. Mathur, again, those natural attributes, that little bit of away movement he gets. Got a lot of away movement earlier in the over, but you only have to move a little bit. And it is Mr. Derek who is going to accompany Talreja off the field. A second baller for him, 2 for 1. That little bit of away movement ends up hitting it down the bottom of the bat. Doesn't go too far, maybe a metre or 2 outside the circle. But, Sanjay has got a pretty good pair of hands. Not the greatest start for the Eagles. New batter. Facing up, Arvind Kumar. Let's see what he can do. So actually goes down leg side and doesn't take any of the pads, so that'll be called a wide. I love that Ram Thakora said the West Indies are going to win the second test. Mark my words, mate. Wayne said, ha 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 ha. Ram Thakora chimed in with some comedy. I love it. We're talking about which comedian would you like to be friends with? Pretty well bowled. Well, tight single, to say the least. Oh no. That's actually takes a wicked deflection off the side of the pitch. And in the end, one brings two. Check this out. Actually probably would have turned and thrown it the other end if I'm honest. This is another reason to wear a helmet all the time if you're keeping, because that's a very unpredictable bounce. Eagles still giving 12% here. But probably need one or two to make decent scores. This time, ball doesn't leave the infield. They'll get the single. Groom says, have we had somersaults in ECN? Because he's seen cartwheels. I think we've seen somersaults. Seen most things. Hello to Mandrake. Good to have you with us. Of course, Mandrake. See his profile picture in the chat. The only existing, to my knowledge, ECN tattoo. No real timing here. Dilbar does get off the mark at the first opportunity. I like the interactions. Ram and Wayne saying we'll meet back here after the result date. Wayne says he screenshotted it. I think I'll remember it too, Wayne. Let's see. I'm getting up-to-date score, and I've been hearing bits and pieces through the chat. Gives it the old careful leaf. And a little bit of the test cricket there. Really, to finish the first over, 7 for 1. All right, so it says England are 207 for 4. Oh, okay, pretty good time, but neither here nor there. Wouldn't expect West Indies to challenge England based on recent test form. 185 is the golden ball count at the Barron Street. We were talking of longest and shortest distances between golden balls earlier today. 405 was the most matches we've ever had. Only time we've ever breached 400. And the shortest distance between golden balls is 1. We once had just one game in the middle that wasn't a golden ball, and with golden balls either side of it. That started 2022. Sheikh Rasik comes in to bowl. Another tight single. They'll get it. The average games between golden balls is 86. There's a little bit of an interesting one for you.
As far as I know, I've said everyone.
Just looking, how many times have we breached 200? I'm going to tell you. That one is pulled away. And I'll just get a single. Do some analysis here. Do like multitasking sometimes. So, shortest distances between golden balls. We've had a 1, mentioned that. We've also had a 2, a 5, a 6, and a 9. So 5 times, it hasn't even got to 10, and it's gone off. At the other end of the scale, we've seen 400 breached once. 2 other times it's been over 300. They were actually back-to-back. A little bit short. I got the deep fielder out there covering it, just a single. So we've seen 400 breached once. We've seen 2 other times it's gone past 300. And we've seen 3 other times it's gone past 200. So that's interesting, isn't it? So in total, only 6 times since our first golden ball in March 2020, have we seen it go over? Well, speaking of over, this is over the top. 1 bounce 4. Nice shot from Dilbart. His first boundary. 4 carreras. That's it. Basically challenges him, says, go over the top if you think you can. He says, yeah, well, I will. We've seen mishits get caught at mid-on, mid-off consistently in this series. But Dilbart gets enough. Well, that's whacked. That's going to be 4 runs as well. So, yeah, fantastic finish to the over. Back-to-back boundaries. Russick goes for a dozen, and it's 19 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so basically, right now, on our 7th longest drought ever, when you consider that there have been 63 kind of golden balls. So we're talking already, we're 7th out of 63. So we're kind of in the top, basically top 10% of barren streaks. There's the table. And actually, it's actually an interesting table because it's exactly halfway through the stage for these 4 teams. They all have 2 games against Bogdani CC, remember. 6. Belted it. Really good shot. Well, swing hard and see what happens. That's the strategy. That was a pretty violent strike there. Check it out. Nothing. Kumar goes deep. Yeah, so Bogdani CC yet to enter the competition. We see them tomorrow for the first time. Swing and a miss this time around. And Bogdani, first time they'll play in the ECS since 2020, back in the era that I like to call the Wild West. And geez, they'll do some catching up. They basically play 8 games within a 12-game period, and they're done by Sunday. A lot of that's to do with travel. Uh-oh, misfield. Did stop it, kinda. And that's what's going to save the boundary, but does leak 1 more run. Often you see Zeke missing a ball like that. Just didn't quite get down to the ground, did he? United, Chalad Budapest or UCB, similar kind of schedule. Play the games over 3 days. Up in the air, and that's out of the ground. Maximal for Kumar. He's been able to get a couple away here. Arthur being a little bit expensive in the second over. Wayne with a bit of darts chat. Luke Littler is going to win everything in darts the next 40 years. Well, maybe. The problem is he already looks about 35. Doesn't he, Luke Littler? 16 or 17? Called wide. You had second thoughts about that one, James. You already started moving the arms. Your arm's been blocked. Let's see why. Swing and a miss. Maybe a bit harsh on the block. Arthur just needs to hit the stumps more often. I think he's going to take a bag of wickets. Let's have 1 here. Mandrakes. Comment of England always fail in ball sports. Pretty generic. That was on the stumps. Instead, it's swatted away for 6 more. Maximal. Kumar flies the flag for the Eagles. And at the end of the power play, been pretty competitive here. 40 for 1 after 3. That's one thing about the Cobras. They haven't always been that good at keeping things quiet. I think Russick's going to come back to bowl out. Magical third ends up going for 21. And look at those three magicals back to back in overs 8, 9 and 10. Over doubled their score. They were 73 off 7. They scored 77 off last 3. And I hate to say it, I did kind of predict it, didn't I? I said the Eagles are holding on, but they haven't got Pularuthu, and there's every chance he might hurt them down the stretch. It's exactly what happened. Okay. Dilbar faces up. Just get another 12 off Rusek. See the back of him. Hanging in the game, aren't they? Run rate required in the 15s. Oh, bold though, thinking of the run. Sheik was very quick to jump on it. Looks like Rum's back. Did his 5 minutes. Did his time. Didn't snitch. Now he's back. Well bowled. Hey, look at Sheikh Razik. It's a good example of, I think, what some bowlers are aspiring to do. It's not a huge swinger of the ball, huge mover of the ball, but he just feels if he can get pretty much every ball up on that crease line, then there's not much the batter can do with it. Hope he doesn't let me down here. Likewise. Sometimes it's a simple game. I did say this yesterday, but you know, bowling is one of those things you can kind of practice it even by yourself. One thing I do have in Hungary at the ground that I don't have in plenty of other grounds, I have practice nets, and they're good quality practice nets here. So this time, batter walks. It's not a bad tactic actually, because Rasik's been so good at hitting that length. I think Dilbar decides, well, I think he's going to go for it again. Maybe I can turn it into a full toss. And he did, but he still wasn't able to get under it. There's the practice nets there. There's two of them side by side. Come down and practice skills. Another ball. I don't like this one. Could be run out. Well, he won't be. Now they're going to get one, or are they? Yes, but I'm almost sure 99.9% this is into the ground. Yeah, you can see it goes squeeze under the bat into the ground. Low full toss, great shot. It's only fractionally full. And even then, okay, yes, he does get hit for 6 last ball, but even then, it's only 10 off the over. And a pretty well executed over from Rasek. Good shot though, because it wasn't a bad ball. I don't think. Just slightly overcooked the Yorker. Dilbar does well. That's the end of the over. 50 for 1 after 4. Okay, so Kumar faces up, and we're going to get some spin. It's Abdullah who's going to bowl. A change of pace in over number 5. He's been given out. Well, no hesitation there. Finger went up. I mean, it was pretty full. I did have an interesting concern about the height. Yeah, I don't know. I probably would like to see him take a little bit more time over that decision. had some concerns that was going over, if I'm completely honest. Let's have a look. I know he's a long way back. Hits him above the pads, but he's wearing keeping pads, so factor that in. Abdullah had no hesitation, though. He thought that was out, and he gets the result. Did look straight enough, I will say that. So the second wicket falls, 50 for 2. What's your call on that one? Knocks this away. This captain, Sachin Chauhan, coming in at 4. In the air, just out of the grasp of the fielder. That's going to be 4. Chauhan. Take too long to get going. There's some of the spectators. I think some of the Cobras supporters there. Couldn't quite see under the darkness of the umbrella. Down the ground, pretty straight. That's going to be 4. Just leans on this. Oh, hanging in there. Rate required around 17 and over. Clipped away. Just a single this time. He certainly would say, well, the Eagles have performed a lot better than last time against the Cobras, so that's a good thing. But I do think they're going to have a huge second half, a bit like the Cobras did, to be honest. One here, end of the 5th. So 60 for 2 after 5. For a comparison, the Cobras were actually 52 for 2 after 5. So the Eagles are 8 runs ahead on the comparison, but obviously we know what the Cobras did in the second half. So in-game analysis. I think one of the things about cricket is you need to be able to kind of live in the moment, not worry too much about what's happened in the past, and not worry too much about the future. And that kind of works for within games as far as handling things ball by ball, and also across games in tournament and tournament play. Now you might have a bit of an off game, or a really off game, and you just need to be able to say, all right, what's done is done. And we're not going to let that affect us next time we meet that opposition. I think the Eagles have done that pretty well here. Obviously the players need to keep their hydration levels up. This heat currently looking at 33 degrees. No real wind to speak of at the moment. We did have some windy patches yesterday. We had some storms kind of going around the ground, but not over the ground, thankfully. We had a spot of rain for about 15 seconds. That was about it. Yeah, good to see a few people enjoying a day under the sun. Slightly out of the sun, but watching the action that is happening under the sun. Time for Jacob and some left arm spin then. Again, it's going to create a chase for Vikram, and he won't be able to get there. It's a bit of a streaky one, and they'll take it nonetheless. Oh, he's bowled him. It's come straight off his body, and it's gone down onto the stumps. Pretty much hit him up in the rib cage. Went down to slog sweep it, but Jacob uses the batter as a human backboard and is able to bank it onto the stumps. Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. The ball was heading miles down the leg side. Maybe it was more like the hip. Where was it? Yeah, more like the hip, actually. Down onto the stumps. Maybe a bit of an unfortunate one for the batter, but he did get in a position where that was a possibility. That makes it 64 for 3. And Gupta comes out now in number 5 spot. Down leg side, called wide, and we'll get an extra run as well. That 3 a ball. It's going to be tough to get. I mean, Chowd's a recognised batter. He's there. Not prepared to count them out just yet, but they need a similar finish, like I said. In the air and held. Frustration for Chow. He hits that all right, but he just picks out the fielder. And it's Jeremy Polaruthu that takes the catch. Not a man that's easy to get a ball over. It's quite tall, Jeremy. And Jacob's got 2. 2 in his first 3 balls. Overhead mark. So, Royal Eagles lose their skipper. He's frustrated and a bit dejected as he walks off. Swarup Gowda will be the new batter as the score 66 for 4. Jacob's spinning a bit of a web here. He hits his first one okay. He's going to get 4. Nice shot by Gowda. Kind of stands tall. They have pretty much gone for, yeah, almost the southern cross field. Maybe it's pulled a little bit leg side, but they do have basically 3 outfielders in an area. They normally only have 2. So I actually like that field, trying to protect those straight boundaries as much as you can. That one just happened to find a hole. This is one that looks like a huge wide, but it's actually way closer than you think. Again, have a look at that blue. Probably just outside, but anything further back in is probably okay. So he does get a bit straighter this time, sets a bit of a task. Clean stop there from Mohammad Siddiqui. Last ball the over. Make some good contact, but should just be a single. It will be. And so Eagles 73 for 4 after 6. Again, go the comparison. And it was 59 for 2 at this stage in the first innings. So, like I said, they're well ahead on that, but this is where things started to take off for the Cobras, who scored 14 in the 7th. They scored 23, 26 and 25 in the last 3. Speaking of 20s, Dilbar and Kumar in this innings. Each reaching 20s but going no further. Abdullah. Right and bareback. Bowling over number 7. Nice looking Standing sweep there. That's going to be 4. Nice shot by Gupta. Just got a little bit leg stumpish there, didn't he? Well bowled against that length, isn't it? Wayne actually put something in the chat. This is up in the air. He's found the fielder, but he slipped over and could never recover. And then when he did recover, he looked straight in the sun. Well, Jacob probably still playing back his wickets in his head. Basically falls down a mole hole and then gets up and can't find the ball. I know you don't have eyes on him. That was after he fell the first time, and then to his credit, he tried to get back into it. Just couldn't make it happen. Now, a bit of a shoelace job required. Abdullah didn't really get that right. He'd be the first to admit that. Anyway, 103 to get a point. That'd be a good effort considering they got blown away last time. This opposition in the air. Caught. Gupta. He's going to have to go. He'd be disappointed to go that way. So almost holes out. Second time he does. Rasik doesn't have to worry about the sun or falling over. Takes the catch. Fellow Sammy is going to be the new batter. He almost gets stumped first ball. Half an appeal here. Did get the bails off quickly. Let's check it out. Oh, I reckon that's out. You know why? I think it bounces up. And at the moment, the bails are broken. It's a really tight one, but is this bat up before it's broken? Yeah, I think that's out, you know. I think it's a bounce down, bounce up. And I think, for me, it's out. It's an unlucky one, but I think with the replay, I think you got to say he's gone. Because is he up before the bails are broken? That's the question you're asking. And I think he does come up there, and the bails are definitely not broken. That means, by definition, they are broken while he's in the air. But anyway, let's see if they're brave enough to give it. It's a bat bounce. But I think that's out. And, well, still waiting on the decision. But, yeah, he's out. It's the correct decision. Now, thing is, yeah, you see it pretty clearly, actually, even when it's a bit quicker, that the bails are broken. And at that exact moment that the stumps are broken, there's nothing grounded behind the line. It's a good decision from the officials there. It's a bit technical. Now, on a run out, once you're in, you're pretty much in, but that's not stumpings. We'll show it to you here. You'll get an idea. Gets the bat down, but it has a little bounce. And that little bounce, just probably more coincidentally than anything, is the moment that the bails come off. Yeah. So it's good. If it was any quicker, it wouldn't have been out. Smart keeping. Sometimes it pays to take your time. 81 for 6.5. Abdullah will tell you that he planned it that way. So big T10 comes in. What do you think of that one? Yeah, it's bat bounce. I think it's right. Bit unlucky. Sometimes you got luck, sometimes you don't. T10 will go leg side first up. $82 for 6 after 7 then. I'm going to have a little peek about what's coming in the last game of the day. For me, this is the game of the day. It's a rematch of last year's finals. Budapest Blinders taking on Cobras EC. Blinders winning the toss and batting. Let's see if they can keep their dominance over the Cobras. Beat them in the final last year and beat them the other night. So I'll be hoping they can do it again. Match 20 is around about half an hour away. It's going to be Vicky getting a ball here. Yeah, so I had a good question. But what about, is that something on artificial, that the bat will bounce? It's not just on artificial, but generally artificial surfaces are a bit harder, so it probably happens slightly more often. There's always actually some bounce if you're coming from high to low. But on a turf pitch, it's normally a bit more of a duller thud. I guess it depends on how hard the pitch is. But on, for example, on English pitches, you'll probably just put like a dent in the pitch with your bat, whereas that's not going to happen here. Well, that's in the air. Easy catch and gone. Gowda has to go, and Vicky's got a wicket now. Eagles 83 for 7. Really, Cobras. And I think that they feel that if things keep going this way, they might be able to take all the points out of this one. Remember, they need to get to 103, wasn't it? 103. Eagles to get a point. But that's going to be a 7th wicket down now. Sami Ullah comes out. Abdullah's been in the action, hasn't he? 3 wickets now, catch. Sami Ullah getting ready to go, I think. So he's not happy with his bat. I'll say, give me your bat. All right. So I think once they... Chetty's got to pick a bat. He can't... At the fall of a wicket, you can probably change it. One thing we don't allow is, you know, the bat to be swapped constantly. Sometimes got to use common sense. I think he's come out there with a bat. Now here's the question for you. Do you take the 5 runs here because he wasn't ready to face up? He's not happy with his bat. Yeah. Well, it probably is broken, but it would have probably been good to check that before he went out there. If I'm going to be technical, he's not ready to face, is he? You have to face one with a broken bat if you want to save the 5, and then you might be able to get it changed. Anyway, all's fair in love and T10 cricket. Well, broken bat's probably a smart tactic because that's not going to go too far. T10, see if he can muscle one out of the ground. 19 off 14 for point. Bad, we only get 1 for it. Cut away. This is quite a long way from the fielder. Wow, I think he's kept this in. There's a few extra fumbles. Let's check it. The only thing is when he kicks it, is his foot inside? I think so. But let's try and get you a good look. Yeah, I think it's a clean stop. So that'll be the end of the over. So it's 87 for 7 after 8. Still leaves 16 to get. Main thing here is that they're down to the bottom water. So to get this 16, it's going to be as easy as if you had 7 wickets in hand instead of 7 wickets down. Dave thinks it should have been a penalty. See your point. Anyway, Jacob, 2 for 13, his first over. Love to clean things up here. 16 for the point. Hit straight, catchable, and taken. Excellent catch from Mohammed Siddiqui down there. Come round to his right. Also had another fielder nearby. But he kind of felt it was always his catch, and he was right. Gets 2 hands to it, and that's 8 out now. Makes it even tougher for the Royal Eagles. Stephen holds out for 3. It's 87 for 8. Yeah, I suppose there's a difference between breaking your bat after you've faced and before you've faced. Probably should probably get that luxury. Maybe something we'll have to think about for the future. You get all these situations coming up that never happened before. Full toss, and it's gone. Well, Jaiswal, just what the doctor ordered. I mean, they only need 16, make that 10. A couple more of those, and the Eagles can get the point. The losses so far, the Eagles haven't been able to take a point out of any of them, so this would certainly help. Get 1 here. We'll have to settle for that. Certainly the bonus point, or the enhanced point scoring system, has livened up a lot of contests. I mean, otherwise we'd know this one's just kind of petering out, but there's something very tangible and real on the line here. It's going to be a wide. Don't think it hit the batter. Maybe it flicked his pad or his foot. He doesn't get the wide call. In the air, Pularuthu can't make the ground to his left. Again, they'll settle for the single. Could have a BP thriller here. 8 off 7 required now. It's not going too far, but good enough to get 1. So they'll need 7 off the last over to get a point out of this. There's 2 wickets in hand. We'll go to the 10th. The score is 96 for 8 after 9. They got Vikram to come back. Well, he's probably not a bad option. I think he took 1 for 5 in the first over that he bowled. That's exactly what they're going to do. Okay, so 7. And also for the Cobras, this is a point they want to pick up. Could be the difference between them qualifying automatically and having to play 5 more games. A bit like I said about the Blinders, that last game against Kashmir. Okay, 7 off 6. Oh, that's going to run away for 4, surely. Won't race there, but it will get there. So, wasn't the best ball, was it, from Vicky? Short and put away. Nicely done by Jaiswal. It's actually made a bit of a difference since he's come out there. 3 off 5 for a point now. I like this. They're bringing the field up and they're saying, look, let's not give him easy ones. If they're going to get it, make him hit the ball over or through the field. I like that. It's good captaincy. And I like they've got the deep, or the short mid wicket in. I like it. It's one outfielder floating at deep mid wicket. It's a really good field. Smart from Rusik. That's why they kept the 1 floater out there for the slog. So it's a very good field. I've got to say, I don't see this often enough. Excellent captaincy. and cricket IQ from Rasic. They still need 2 off 4. Basically need a couple of dots. Ideally 3. The Cobras and the Eagles get this point. I need 2. Also gets the batter thinking maybe I can go over the top, which is risky. Does go over the top. This is huge. Oh, they brought the deep mid wicket up. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. They will get 2 and they will get the point. I didn't actually notice because I actually liked that field with the deep mid wicket back because it's a catching position and you already had plenty of cover in the circle. But they brought Sanjay up. Well, credit to the Eagles. They had to fight for it, but they do get a point. There you go. A few smiles in the series. They haven't had too much to smile about since that first game. Now we'll play it out anyway. Well, now we'll get a little bit of a blooper. Sanjay has found himself in the hot spot there. So yeah, these things all matter in the wash-up. In the air, not going too far. Oh, that's a good catch. But I was worried, and I was very worried. Eden Joy takes the catch spectacularly, but he almost gets knocked into the next life by Slick Razik. It's all fun and games now. I think, to be honest, Rasic saw what was coming and he pulled out. Said, look, even if the catch goes down, we don't want to put anyone in hospital here. Can't gain anything else out of this game. It was pretty well done by Eden. .105 for 9, and we'll see an Evil coming out to face the last ball. Edwin Joy with a good catch. Oh, well, maybe he should be batting a bit higher. Shoob's going to catch the game. Well, sign that for you, and you can keep it, Shoob. Great hands. And Palin Evil is going to go out of the ground. Oh, Evil can Evil there. And Maximo from the number 11 to finish the game. You don't often see that. But it will be 147 to 111. Eagles get there in the end. And, well, Cobras, again, a bit like the Blinders last game. They'll feel they had that opportunity to get all 4. They'll have to settle for 3. Eagles get something out of the game still. Winning form's good form for the Cobras. They're going to tangle with their old sparring partners, the Blinders, in match number 20 tonight. We're only about 15 minutes away from coming back for the start of that one, with the Blinders batting first after winning the toss. Who do they go with? They've listed Kurugoda at the top. I've got to say, I'd go for Mutta. The guy scored 130 earlier today. Kurugoda, although he did struggle in the middle order. Ghani's been a bit off today. Farasat's been a bit off the whole tournament. Ali Yalma's in there. Again, he can provide something. Let's see how that goes when we return for the last match of the day. Maybe some random questions, maybe some food chat as well. And Sanjay Kumar is the man. Well, see plenty of him there. Really old strobe effect there. And then we had a few dangerous moments. I think the Cobras, they felt pretty confident here. They had enough runs on the board to defend, but they just hung in there, didn't they? They did get Talrecha early, but Tilbar and Arvind Kumar put together a bit of a partnership. I guess the issue is, any batter apart from that to reach double figures was Jaiswan. He was batting number 10. Well, that was that LBW. Abdullah, he liked it. Maybe just swung him with it. Exuberant appeal. He picked up 3 and also was able to take a catch out there. Maybe a bit unlucky, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classic steel bar. Playing on off his body. Make the piece, we saw that one almost pulled out. Well, he had to recover from a kind of a falling start. And, well, one thing about the Eagles, even though they've had some tough times, never really given up. They've tried to make something of it. And it was a good catch by Siddiqui. Look there, that the Cobras are in a good position to take all the points. They needed 103 to get to the point target. They did that. A few smiles, and you like to see smiles. I mean, these players, you've got to realise, put a lot on the line here in the heat. Edwin Joy with a really good catch. And well, Shub with a pretty good catch as well. It's funny, he must have heard me because he came over and basically gave me the ball. Maybe he wanted me to sign it and give it back. I've already donated it to the blinders who were going past. Anyway, well done to the Eagles. It's been a long, hot day for them. They do walk away with something out of the day, getting that point off the Cobras. 111 for 9. We see all 11 of the Eagles out there. 27 for Arvind Kumar, leading the scoring. 24 for Dilbar, 13 not out for Jaiswal. The only other batter, as I said, to reach double figures. Only 7 extras, so pretty miserly stuff from the Cobras. They run out victors by 36 runs. 3 for 19, Abdullah spun a bit of a web, but also 3 wickets for Jacob. So just shows you with the 2 from Vikram Malik, that's 8 of the 9 wickets to fall going to the slow man. Rusik, none for 22, bowled okay, I thought. Mathur did get a wicket, but he also got a bit of tap in his second over. We'll take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Last game of the day. So tee up those random questions. It'll be a rematch of the 23 final when we return. It's the Blinders batting first against the Cobras when we return to the GB Oval for the final instalment of Day 4 here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. It is day 4 in this European Cricket Series. We're in Budapest, Hungary at the GB Oval. And this, for me, a bit like day 2, this is my match of the day because we have the 2 combatants from last year's final going head-to-head. It's the Budapest Blinders taking on the Cobras in match number 20. A little while ago, Suleiman Saeed, the tournament referee, was with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
It's Blinders versus Cobra. Cobra, it's your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's tails.
We are gonna bat first.
Blinders won the toss, and they will bat first.
So a confident decision from the Blinders, I think, to put runs on the board. And look, we did see these 2 teams playing in the last game on Tuesday. Blinders put some big runs on the board in that one. They actually made 179. So, yeah, very sizable score indeed. I'll be hoping to do something similar. So I think it is a good toss to win. In that game, it was Kurugoda was 61 off 20. And Ghani was 61 off 24. That were the main combatants. They have listed them at the top again. So I suppose it makes sense, although Kurugoda seemed a little out of sorts earlier, but you just never know. Every innings is a new challenge. For the Cobras, we did see in that game the other night, Pularuthu score 74 not out. Rasic with 35 or 14. But yeah, certainly plenty of interest in this game. For me, it is the game of the day. And the Cobras and Blinders had similar last appearances. They had 3-point wins over lower-ranked opponents. 64%. Blinders probably makes sense on current form. Obviously, they've had last year's leading wicket taker in Manav Nayak, who has entered the tournament for the first time. The huddle's still going on here. Probably should have gotten out there a little bit quicker, but I think the Cobras, they'll feel this is a bit of a, I won't say do or die, but it's a really good barometer of where they're at in this tournament. If they lose twice to the Blinders, I think they'll kind of know their fate, barring something amazing happening, that they're going to have to slog it out in round 2. I think both these teams would have the visions on that, of qualifying in top spot, and therefore skipping round 2, going straight to the finals. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and as always, we love to have your interaction. ECN European Cricket Network. So, almost time to get going. I want to say round of questions, as always, are appreciated, especially because I've been riding solo today, just to give Danny the day off, and really look forward to hearing what he's gotten up to. We'll be back for tomorrow, which of course is Peacock Friday as well. Here we go. Rasic decides to open the bowling. First one's hit hard and it's hit to the boundary. So they do go with the same openers as the other night, with Ghani and Kurugoda out there. Short and wide first up, slammed away to the boundary. This time doesn't get it quite as well. Rasic bowled pretty well in that last game. A lot of Yorkers. Oh, in the air, early chance. Big moment early. Got him. So Rasic gets the wicket, and have a look at who it is. It's Chris Dow who takes the catch. That was a pressure moment. Ghani's miserable run continues. He basically goes 4 and out here. Goes after this. He was nervous straight away and he had every right to be. Dow holds his nerve, holds onto the ball, and the Blinders Losing an early wicket, 4 for 1. Sankaweli Gamage comes in then. I think kind of good instincts in his captaincy, aren't there? Said, all right, big game, I'm going to bowl first. I've seen him bowling first earlier on as well in the tournament. Oh, thick edge. That's going to end up at the boundary. Sanka, he's coming off a golden. And will be relieved to be off the mark. Cobras would just love to get a roll on through this blinders top order. They do bat pretty deep. Both teams really do. All right, in the air. Not timed at all. Can he find it? He can't. That's Abdullah, who was running back with the flight. In fact, it's going to end up going for 4. Something about that side of the ground. I think maybe it just slopes slightly down. But once balls are bouncing there, they're not really getting caught up. Let's check it out in the replay. I thought he was at least going to be able to try and pull this one back. Let's have a look. Bounces in. Then I think he just leaves it for his teammate, and Sadiki couldn't deal. Basically, big swing and a miss. Actually, good point. Just saw in the chat in the break. In the air, mishit, but doesn't matter. Still gets the journey. Maximal whacks into the scoreboard on one hop. When Gamage gets 6, 18 come off the first over. That does have the big wicket of Abbas Ghani. It's 18 for 1 after 1. And Dave was saying that I did donate that Grizzly to the blinders who happened to be walking past. But you're right, I probably shouldn't have given it away because we might be running short. We're in Hungary at the moment, and still 6 different locations will play ECS cricket. There's some bonus tournaments in there as well. I know we have T20 cricket coming from Malta at the end of August. A big weekend, the 14-15 of, so 24-25 of August is huge. We're going to have 3 different locations. We'll have the T20s going on in Malta and the Netherlands, and it'll be finals. And a Melter Shield as well that weekend. This is up, and over the top is going to be 4. Kuragota. I think he likes opening the batting here. Different mindset, different field, brand new ball. Just got caught in a bit of a rock and a hard place. 1 off 7 actually earlier on today, but boundary's going to make him feel a lot better. They do go for the left arm swinger. Ash Martha in the second over. And he's bowled him. Excellent delivery. That's exactly what Ash is trying to do. And he swings it down the line, straight through the gate. Kuragota got lucky a few times early in his last innings with swings and misses that didn't hit the stumps. But this one causes carnage. Have a look at that little in movement. He loses his shape, loses his head position, and his whole front side really. And he also loses his middle and off stump. So Callum's going to have to go 22 for 2. Just looks a bit out of nick at the moment, doesn't he? Ali Farasat comes to the crease. Got to say, I mean, Ikram scored that 130. And I know that Ghani and Kuragota made runs the other night. And I know it's different opposition, but when the guy scored 130, wouldn't you want to just give him another crack, feeling like it's his day? It might seem soon enough, the way things are going. That was a textbook left armer's dismissal, though, really. Just that little bit of swing in. And curtains. Ali Farasat, well, what a time for him to come in. Needing a captain's knock. But he's going to have his hands full. 4 deliveries to come still in his second over. He takes it on straight away. It's brave batting, and it's going to get through for 4. It's probably 4th stump, but he kind of made position there. Farasat did make a kind of semi-convincing 13 earlier, but he's much better than his numbers would suggest so far in this tournament. Cashew. I'd love to remove the blinders, skipper. This is in the air and 6. So it's another similar stroke. It's getting up, smashing the fence on the full. Maximal. Farasat, if he's even saving himself, this is a good time to save himself for. If he could step up in this moment. To be fair, when Farasat batted the other night, he only had faced 4 balls at the end of the innings, was not out against the Cobras. A lot earlier this time. That's well bowled. Just comes back, stays good. And that'll take us to the last ball of this over. Got to be bowling for wickets here, especially early. Oh, he gets lucky. Oh, bounced straight over the helmet. Well, it would have been 5. Instead, it'll be 4. Watch this. I think it bounced over the helmet. What do you see? Yeah, it bounces straight over it. So if Nilesh had a bigger head that needed a bigger helmet, it probably was 5. But it's only going to be 4. So not a huge difference, but a small difference. So that'll take us to the end of the over. That's an interesting moment there. Let's have another look. Dunk. Straight over the top of the helmet. I don't think I've seen it quite like that before. Anyway, that's the table. And you can see it's a big game because Cobras, if they could get a win here, they could pretty much be level pegging with the blinders. A few and a half games played. Another thick inside edge. Razik bring himself back to bowl out the power play. Going at the stumps there, but just loses it down the leg side. So we've got some captain on captain action here. Back to live. Well, in the air, and that's gone. I actually think it might have just top edge onto either his shoulder or his helmet. It's been an interesting one. Yeah, it's definitely, I think the last thing he hit was the, I'm going to guess the shoulder. It happened very quickly. Let's have a look. There's the edge. I actually think it gets a bit of the helmet. Popped up for an easy catch, so Ali just cannot take a trick, even though he makes such a promising start there. But he's going to have to go as a 3rd wicket. Yeah, it does. It hits the... It made that kind of sound. That's why I didn't think it was shoulder. It's the kind of near the ear of the helmet. So again, thank goodness for helmets. But it popped up for a simple catch. Martha in the game again. Rasek gets his opposite number, and it's 38 for 3. Mutta coming off 130 odd earlier in the day. Needs to step up, and I think that's a very good stop. I'll get 2 to start. I'll check the stop, but it seemed clean to me. Let's have a look. Does he let go of the ball before he goes over the line? Oh. I think he's stepping on the rope. Have a look at that right foot. That foot there. That, for me, is on the rope. Me, that foot's on the line. So I think you're going to have to give that for. Up in the air and gone. Here comes going to go 4 and out in cricket, as they say. It's the great leveller. The innings of his life earlier on today, but he lasts only 2 balls. In this rematch against the Cobras, and it was on. He's played that shot all day. Just happens to miss hit this one. And a simple catch out there. Couldn't believe it. What he's going to be the 4th to fall, and the blinders in some sort of trouble now. Shafakat Iqbal takes the catch out there. .42 for 4. I mean, they do pride themselves on the strength of their order. Zahid comes in. We know he's a good hitter too. They need a partnership, don't they? Russick with 3 wickets in his 10 balls bowled. 3 biggies too. Willie Gummergate. He's probably just saying to himself, look, put all that other stuff out of your head. You're batting well. 2 4s and a 6 out of 4 balls bowled. He's gone now. It's 4 for Russick. 4 for 25 in the end. He goes for Willie Gummergate. Very similar to the way he got out in the last game, just playing across the ball on the stumps and full. And Russick, well, that shows you really how to get results. He pitches up, goes at the stumps. Batter makes a mistake. You miss, I hit kind of stuff, and it's 43 for 5, and the blinders are in lots of trouble. 5 wickets down in the power play. (18, 18 and 7). But have a look at the wickets. 1 wicket in the first, 1 wicket in the second, 3 wickets in that over. It went wide, 1 wide wicket for wicket, 1 wicket. So into the power play. Manav Nayak gets a hit. He's not really in for his batting. Manav's got a really good technique, but looks like a small breeze would blow him over. So he's not quite kind of a power hitter at this stage. Let's see how many 6s he's hit in his career. This is going to be a bit of a tease for Burhan. He doesn't run here, Zahid. He thinks he wants to be the man. Interesting. Back foot, watched it, and basically then when he wanted to run, realised he spent too long watching it. This time he will run. Handle on the boundary. Manav has played for Costa del Sol, as well as the blinders, of course, here, Costa Vikings, as well as Copa Giants, Turek and Lathbury Lightning. 6 teams on ECN. A journeyman for someone so young. He's only 19 years old. Goes to university in Gibraltar. I do know that much. We'll see him playing for the Mediterranean Vikings as well in ECL 25. They've qualified. Cracks this. Finds the fielder. Slight fumble. Good enough. Manav, to be fair to him, he has hit 5 6s in his ECN career. .24s. Shot. Really good power. And that's got about 30 metres over the boundary. Maximal. So he brings up the 50. Just where the blinders, find out what they're made of. Can they get a kind of ugly 120 or something like that on the board? Defying the odds, really. Half the wicket's gone in the first 3 overs. Too short. Hit me ball, and it is hit. And it's going to go all the way. Maximo, back-to-back sixes for Zahid. I like the look of Abdullah. That's why he turned down the single first ball. Had to take 1 second more, but when he got the strike back, he's gone bang, bang. Into the over, 57 for 5 after 4. 14 coming off that over. Look at those 3 wickets, but Russik's bowled out. Have to turn somewhere else. And I like they're going to Jacob here. He's coming off wickets in that last game. I like the fact he's actually left arm orthodox. He's going to turn the ball away from the right-hander. Manav, I think his main job here is to hit the ball hard, get off strike. If he can get a 4, that's fine. Get a 6, that's fine. Goes after this. But he's not wasting balls, that's the thing. Productive single. Gets Zahid back on strike, coming off back-to-back Maximos. I like that he tosses it up there. Ended up hanging as a full toss. Zahid, not a huge fan of running on the hit. Likes to watch and see if he really has to. He did, and he gets home. Down the ground. Only a single this time. Manav Naik. Jacob. 3 balls, 3 singles so far. Ooh. Not sure if that back foot ever drags, but it was a fumble, wasn't it, from Nilesh? He's back behind the stumps. Was this a stumping chance? I mean, it would have had to been very quick. I'm not prepared to say it was a clear-cut chance. But maybe if he was lightning, grabbing it and taking the bails in one motion, might have been a real tight chance. Wild swing by Zahid. Good location from Jacob. Been a really good over. I liked it when they went to Jacob. Who do you go next? Do you go back to Abdullah and kind of challenge him to come back? Maybe he only went for 4 in his first 4 balls, then went back-to-back Maximos. I think it would. I think Abdullah's having a good day. That's a back cut from Zahid. Retains the strike, moves to 16. Halfway through, it's time for tricks. And the score is 61 for 5. Touch shot. Classic last ball, the overshot. To keep the strike. Yeah, Cobras into a kind of 70-30 position. The ECC is back. The European Championship of Cricket. And we have 2 divisions for the first time ever. Remember that the ECC was first played in 2021. England 11 won on that occasion. Netherlands 11 were able to get the win in 2022. England got the trophy back in 2023, but not just one, but 2 trophies are on the line. Firstly, we'll have the Challenger Division in the first 10 days of the tournament, and then we'll head into the group stages and Championship Week of the Premier Division, finishing up with the final on the 19th of October. And Hungary, you can see they're in with Germany, Denmark, Austria and Romania. Big question is, can Hungary get Laius Deploy, who is a first-class cricket captain in England, did hold the record score, individual score, 163 on the network. Was the record until Hamza Salim Dar plundered 193 in one memorable innings late in 2023. Join us for the ECC starting on the 23rd of September. Now, if you would like to join us there, now I have been told from next week or so there should be a code for the Sunset Beach Club if you'd like to stay there. It's a little bit easier maybe for transport to the ground. I think there is already a Carcast code if you want to rent a car. Okay. Sanjay is coming back. And coming back, hasn't actually bowled yet. In this game, at least. First ball, again, those chop cuts from Zahid gets him one. And his last game of the day. Feel free for some random questions. Always love them. So interesting they don't go back to Abdullah straight away. It's a no-brainer to go back to Jacob after he bowled such a great over in the last over. Only 4 singles off it. Abdullah went .1.166. Maybe they feel like they'd love to get Zahid out somehow. Then they can go back to the leggy. I think he will get another over somewhere along the line. Also, bowling Sanjay now gives you the option of either bowling him out straight away or at the end. Charges and whacks it. Maximo says Carreras. I think it's Marzi down there. I think he was protecting the equipment because there is a scoreboard. There's a little bit going on down there. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Also, Marzi wouldn't feel right catching a blinder, is my guess. Luckily, their tent basically obscures his face. Up in the air, that's slicing away, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! It's Zahid who's going to get 6 more. But, see it here on the replay. Basically goes inside out, going, and gone. 6 runs. Kumar just needs to decide what length he's bowling here. No point being almost a Yorker. Go Yorker. I think you can get Zahid. You can go get the perfect Yorker in. Swinging at everything. No, it gives him length, and Zahid, well, he clears himself again. That one's up the hill. Oh, it's perfect. And if that was mini golf, you know those holes where the hole's up the top is really annoying? That was the perfect shot from Zahid. Goes Maximo again. Check this out. This thinks to be a great baseball ground because it's already got a mound built in. Have a look at this. This is the famous hill at the GB Oval. It is a drain on the top though. It's probably not that suitable for pitching from. And Kumar's gone magical, and this has backfired kind of spectacularly for the Cobras. Last ball of his over. That's belted. Absolutely belted. In fact, it has him on the run. Oh, the chairman had to take cover. That turns out to be a big over. 26 come off the 6, and this game swings towards the blinders. That makes it 87 for 5 after 6. Zahid doing the business. So you go back Jacob now. I think got to. Abdullah's hovering, but I think you've got to go over to the guy that they basically couldn't get hold of last time out. That's what we talk about when we talk about depth in the order. Zahid batting 6. Found himself out there well before he expected to, but no one wasting balls above him. Right in the air, and that's going to be 6. And Manav Nayak, he pulls out the long handle now. There's the 6th Maximo of his career's first of the season. Check this out. Yeah, it's good clean hit, good technique. That's what got it there. Jacob goes the distance for the first time. To get 1. It's a good partnership this. They came together at 43 for 5. They've just gone past the 50 partnership. In fact, that 6 brought up the 50 partnership. In just 19 balls as well. What a turnaround. Can't give Zahid room, I think, based on what we've seen last couple of overs. It's the kind of ball where, that's actually the ball before. That Mike got away, but that next one you can see kind of cramped him. Attempted club down the ground, brings a single. Yes. Percentages evening up. It was about 70-30 to the Cobras at drinks break now, 55-45. Doesn't matter how you get there, you just got to get there. They're still on 140's pace, despite the loss of those 5 wickets. Well bowled. Lures him into a drive here. Foot Came down a bit, didn't really get across, did he? Manav. He's had to adjust his helmet a little bit, but getting ready for the last ball of the 7th. Last ball for Jacob. Well struck this time as well. It'll only be a single. Pretty good spell, to say the least, from Amal Jacob. Only 13 conceded off his 2 overs, and 7 overs in. The blinders are 96 for 5. This is what's coming up tomorrow as we'll get ready for some Peacock Friday action. And we do go back to Group A, so we've got the Tigers versus the Kangaroos. They'll be wrestling in match 21. Dunabog Danny will arrive and play their first match in match 22. They also play the last 2 matches, so it's a big day for them. Super Kings in action as well. Join us for day number 5. Zalmi have the day off there tomorrow. And whether you're at the ground or whether you're watching at home, wear a bright shirt because it's Peacock Friday, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Should be a really great day. First time we've seen Dunabog Danny since 2020 in the competition. It's going to be a wide first up. Going for Shafkat Iqbal here. A little bit surprised they're not giving Abdullah another crack, only because he bowled 2/3 of a good over. He got hit for a couple of sixes, but I think we just saw when Sanjay was bowling, this kind of pace was getting whacked. In the air, that's turned out to be a pretty good shot as well. It's going to be 4. Nayak, I like his technique, like I said. Just waits for it, makes good contact. There's not much of him. But yeah, it's going to be 4 runs as signalled now. Dunabog Danny played in that. It was only a 2-day series actually, back in the Wild West days, August 2020. We did finish in 2nd after the group stage, 2-1. Cobras, Royal Tigers were in that. Long way across. I think he's outside the line though. Yeah, the Cobras and the Royal Tigers played in that 2020 series, along with Dunabog Danny and Baggy Blues. Dunabog Danny finishing in 2nd. Then they had to play in an eliminator where they went down to the Cobras. So finishing in 2nd after the group stage, but 3rd overall in that series. Shot. Too short, and that's smushed. That's big. It's over the fence easily. Zahid moves to 48 maximal time. Taking care of business, Zahid. Now look at the balls faced above him. Ghani faced 3, Akuragota 2, Willagamagay and Forrest at 5 each. He hits that pretty well as well. Should be stopped, is stopped. The lanky slot machine out there, Jeremy Polaruthu. He's going to be a wide, just misses. It's a good call. Oh, ball misses the line, wide call. Bowler would like it revisited, but I think he didn't have too much of a case. All right, this one is in the air, and guess who? Oh, it's been dropped out. Very similar to the one earlier. He almost throws it back. Yes, I thought it was into the helmet, but actually when I saw it on the monitor, it wasn't actually that close. And Manav gets lucky here. Off went the hat. I think Dale doesn't really get their hands together. And flicks it to nobody in particular with a butter wouldn't melt in the mouth kind of expression. The old crocodile style. Zahid 49. In the air. He'll get his 50. It'll be just a single. And so, good innings by Zahid, fighting innings. Came in with his team in trouble. A 19-ball half-century. His 2nd in ECN cricket. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 112 for 5. Well batted by Omar. Okay, Omar, remember he does have a half century on the network. He scored 58 last year against the Royal Falcons. I'd say this one against the Cobras, given the match situation, probably the most substantial innings he's played on ECN. His partnership continues to grow. It's now worth 69 in 5 overs. 140 pace. Said they needed a partnership, they've found one. Again, I'm super surprised they're going back to Sanjay when Abdullah just looked a bit more convincing in his over. The leggy, he went none for 14, but back-to-back sixes finished that off. Sanjay's not a bad option though. He's had a lot of games on ECN where he has done a good job. Pretty close, maybe just outside leg. Don't know if you got a good look at this either. Impacts, probably just outside leg stump. Hit him on the full, but the question is, does it hit him in line? Because if it hits him outside leg, still not going to be out. Does it hit him in line? Probably not. Close, probably not. Was going to hit the stumps. Now we get a wide down leg side. Easy call for the umpire. He wants to put the finishing touches on, bit of fake footwork, but then he's found Rusick and he takes a very good catch. And sometimes you can get a bit too clever. I suppose he'd earned the right, didn't he, Omar? Look at the pre-movement here. Dancing like Fred Astaire. He ends up in a pretty orthodox position. I think if anything, that's probably distracted him. I reckon Rusick gives a little bit of a free coaching lesson on the way off, but I think Omar, he's earned his stripes there. He'll get a good ovation out for 51. 115 for 6. Yilmaz comes in, over and a half to go. Yilmaz misses. This ball would have knocked down 4 stump. That could be a really important wicket. I mean, they were on for kind of 140. Now ready. You see it's down towards low 130s. Dave B's got a really good question. I will answer it in a minute. He's hit. Yilmaz get bat to foot, get a single. Now Dave's saying, can an ambidextrous batter change from left hand to right hand or vice versa without informing the umpire or the fielding team? And to my knowledge, the answer to that is yes, they can. But I know that whatever they face up as the bowler starts his run is what they are considered. But yeah, you don't need to actually inform the umpire. Probably should actually, for practical reasons. But you don't really see switch hitters. The thing is, you don't often see batters facing up as different handers. So I've only seen it a couple of times. It's different to switching while the bowler's running in, right? We're talking about actually facing up and starting the delivery as a different hander. End of the 9th over here. Kumar actually does a good job, doesn't he? Brought back, they trust him, and that trust is repaid. It's just 6 runs off the 9th over, and the key wicket of Omar Zahid, 118 for 6. So the times I can think of are Joe Root doing it. I think he played 2 balls left-handed against some of the spin. I think it was in India, just for like half an over. Felt he was going to reverse sweep anyway, no matter what. So he just decided, okay, I'm just going to face up left-handed. David Warner has done it at times as well for Australia, where he basically faces up as the right-hander. Again, not talking about switch hitting. I'm talking about actually changing from the point of the delivery starting, which is actually when the bowler starts his run-up. So yeah, good question, Dave. Really good question. All right, 10th overtime. And they're going to go back to Shafkat Iqbal. 15 come off his first over. This is cut away, and it's cut away pretty well. And I think that might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! Manav Nayak, he's been more than handy. Fielder says he doesn't know here, but I don't know. To me, it looks like 4. I think it was 4, you know. I think the fielder was actually saying, I don't know. And the umpire thought because he had 2 hands kind of up, he was signaling 6, but it was 4. And that's the way it scored in the end. So no Maximo for Manav, but he will get a thick leading edge here. And that's going to run away for 4 more. So yeah, non-standard 130s coming up, I think, for the blinders. Still going to have to bowl really well, I think, to defend it. Manav tormenting poor Chris, who has to go on the long march to nowhere. We dropped him earlier. A bit close to cut, Manav misses out. A really good game here, game of the day, really. Trip asked me a question. I must have missed earlier, Trip, about my favourite baseball team. I'm a Toronto Blue Jays fan, actually. My sister-in-law's from Toronto. And yeah, I have caught a few games at Rogers Centre before. All right, high in the air. Who wants it? Probably no one. Bermuda Triangle coming up. And it's going to fall perfectly in the dirt. And everyone looking at Russick. And he's saying, well, I probably could have got it, but I didn't want to mow down any of my teammates on the way. Well, Shafkat was probably worried if he did go for it, what might be coming the other way. I mean, no real damage in the end, cost them a run. Might have. A few vertical runs. Watch this hit the sand. Dush. All right, 2 to come. Yilmaz gets a wide. That'll be bowled again. 128 now. Jeff Mobbs mentioned Glenn Maxwell. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he has done it as well. Faced up as a left-hander. He's normally right-handed. 2 to come still then. Yilmaz just hasn't quite looked in touch, has he here? 1 off 3, last ball to come. Yeah, but yeah, I basically started following the Blue Jays because I had a trip to Toronto back in 2013 and yeah, caught a couple of games there. Got a few friends as well. Last ball. Oh, maybe not. This is funny because he does charge, but it's not like a slow ball. I actually don't think it's coming down in time. I just felt that it was a flat ball. And I mean, where he hits it is like chest high. I actually think it is a no ball. And it has been called. Yeah. Good decision. I think they've been a lot more sensible on those today. You'll see this when he plays. I know he's on the charge, but it's very above the waist. I mean, even if it drops, it's only dropping to waist, I think. So, free hit, Yilmaz. Some standard minimo plus this. He hits it. He'll go for 1. Probably should go for 2. Manav's trying it on. Manav does the right thing, forces 1 more throw, and it'll be out. Yeah, Ali, he probably has to be a bit better there. I mean, who knows? Anything can happen last ball. Suddenly you might have a fielding error. Maybe you'll have more overthrows. Manav read the room, didn't he? And Yilmaz, look how close he gets. Probably gets about 4 metres away. Maybe he could have made those 4 metres if he'd taken off straight away. But he will be run out. Bowler to keeper in the end. And the blinders will finish 134 for 7 after the 10 overs. Good game. Good game. Middle of the road score. I don't know. Is this the game where we see the golden ball, Barron Street, get broken? Time will tell. Manav Nayak had a lot to do there, didn't he? In that innings. Came out after 3 overs, batted the last 7. Ends up with a fighting 27 not out off 18. Zahid, though, was the chief campaigner for the Blinders with his second ECN half century. Dow had the mitts out early. Well, must have missed that. It's pool time. The inflatables were out. But a bit of fresh air in that fielding attempt. Mathur, well, if he gets it right, he's dangerous. And he just got that one to swing through the gate of a Kurigoda, who had a bit of an off day with the bat. And we know the Blinders, they like to attack. That one bounced straight over the helmet. That one came off the helmet, but was top edged by Farasat, whose miserable run continues. And there was a bit of action, to say the least. 43 runs in the power play, which is pretty good, but they also lost 5 wickets. Razik snaffling 4, including 3 in the 3rd over. But the game was to change with this partnership between Omar Zahid and Manav Nayak, who carried the game forward. Zahid in particular was pretty brutal on the bowling, hitting 7 sixes. Not a single 4 in there. But those two put on 72 in 33 balls. We saw Dow drop that one. Had that opportunity to break the partnership. Zahid, yeah, did really well under pressure. That was his half century. Eventually would go, caught down the ground. Cat in the hot tin roof style footwork leading to that. Nayak flew the flag as much as he could. Yalmas wasn't really with it, but he did get a bit of a gift at the end. Was able to cash that high ball in for 4, got a bonus ball. Running on a hot day, probably not something he was loving. He'd be run out off the last ball for 6, but yeah, middle of the road target there. I have a feeling between what I would call kind of the top 4 or 5 teams, that 130 to 135 is par. A little bit higher maybe than for some of the other teams, but that's where they end up, 134 for 7 off the 10. Wasn't looking like it for a while. You can see none of the top 5 getting past 15, and they were all gone in the power play, including Witta Ikram, who scored that incredible century earlier today. 51 for Zahid leads the scoring. Nayak, also really handy contribution. 3 4s and a 6, played his role to perfection in that score of 134 for 7. Bowling wise, well, I think Jacob had a good case for being best of the bowlers. They just couldn't really get him away. Went for 1 6 and that was all, none for 13. His figures, I suppose it is hard to go past Sheikh Rasek though, with 4 for 25, wrecking the top order. 1 for 18, Mathur, Sanjay Kumar, 1 for 31. The other wicket takers. We'll take a break then. Big finish coming up, no doubt. 135 for the Cobras. Anybody's game as we roll into the second half of this one. Can the Cobras square the ledger against their rivals from last year's final? Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN, back with the exciting conclusion of day 4 after this break in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Howdy there, welcome back. It is time for the exciting last innings of the day, day 4. I feel like everything's been leading to this moment. We've had some of the underdog teams flying the flag, taking points off some of the bigger teams, but really this is two giants colliding in match number 20, rematch of last year's final. On that occasion, Cobras won 13, batting first, not enough, as the Blinders would chase it down, pick up their first ever silverware, the ECS trophy in 2023. Cobras, though, they won the Hungarian championship last year overall, and that's why they would end up at the Kashmir Ovals, the T20 champions of Hungary. They had qualification for ECL 25. Looking at this game, 134 scored means that 93 or less falls apart for the Cobras. They won't take anything out of this. Off chance they might be able to chase it in 7, but that's a lot. It's basically 19 and over. I just think they want the win here. There's Nilesh. Back in the side, gets his spot back at the top of the order. No Mahandas in the side today, so... In fact, no, that is Sandeep. He's just not wearing his shirt. So he is in the side. That was weird. It looked like it. But, you know, he is back. No, Ibra in the side. Left armour, left out. Interesting selections here. Also, don't have Ahmed Khan in, so changing the bowling lineup. Sandeep's given his shirt to Manav and obviously didn't want it back. So he wears the 13. Said he wears 17 for Hungary as well, Sandeep. Genuine swing bowler though. Pularuthu faces up. Having an incredible series, isn't he? Jeremy Pularuthu. Punches. Gets through one fielder, but not a second. They won't get a run. Finish down to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'd love to get your thoughts. Who do you think's ahead in this? Cobras by a nose, it says right now. Bumped it into the ground, and Al-Yilmaz does the fielding. Want to get a good start, don't you? Probably 40s in the power play is what you're looking at. One goes wrong. Actually, it's not dealt with. Running away. Omar shows he can run. Chases that one down well. Kajla couldn't quite organise a dive there. Didn't he bat well? Second half century on ECN for Zahid. Basically setting up this total of 134. Again, he's going to wear that one. Kind of got him in an uncomfortable section there. To be fair, I think it's just, I would say, in the guts, to be completely honest. Pretty close to coin toss. Let's have a look. He's taking guard again. He's trying every trick to buy a bit more time. There you go. Right in the old belly button. Hole in one. If he prods forward to this one. No, he swings. Nilesh hasn't really been working out. In fact, the best thing he did so far was get out for a duck in that game where they end up putting 257 on the board. Again, it's a hard place to bat, I think, if you've got Russick to come in under you. I guess in theory there's no pressure. It probably is all the pressure. Oh, well, maybe not, because Jane says, I'll show you. And he takes it out on the Grizzly. Maximo. And we're off to the races here. Into the first over. There's still a pretty good one from Sandeep. 8 without loss after 1. Well, I have to be completely honest. I do have a little bit of a golden ball tingle about this one. If we do get one, it'll get us back to golden ball 0. Don't you love the look of when it goes back to 0? resets. Reminds me of that show. Remember Lost? They had to press the button every, I think it was 108 minutes. They didn't know why. We need to press the button. We need to get it back to 0. And actually, no, Alex is in my ear, and he's got a very good point. Lost, maybe the full name for that show might have been Lost the Plot. Because it seemed that once, it was very good early. But then as it ran on, wait for this, Kuragoda, down leg side, spear wide. Not too far away from that leg stump though. But I think the writers, they would answer one question, but then basically open 6 Pandora's boxes per episode. And I think it was pretty clear that they had no idea what they were doing with the show or where it was going. And in the end, it was all a dream or something. Just kind of unraveled. Ruther finally gets off the mark here. The 4th attempt, pushes and runs, gets a single. The ball doesn't leave the infield. It's another show a bit like that, Heroes. Remember Heroes? I think it's around the same era. Talking kind of mid to late 2000s. And that was good early, but I think they kind of lost it as well. There's the bouncer. The one for the over. I'm also told it was a very expensive pilot. I think at the time it was the most expensive. J.J. Abrams directed a lot of classic TV shows, including that one, but couldn't keep a handle on it. Got lost in the end. A bit wide. Sprayed a little bit wide of that tram line. Here's the thing, and we were talking about this last night. We're talking about a song from 2004, and that's 20 years ago. Bold, good comeback from Kuragoda. So, 20 years ago was 2004. I realize now I've lived longer in the 2000s than I did pre-2000. This into the gap. Oh, it should hold up. Maybe a slight touch on it to slow it down. Just a single. So far, so good for blinders. Haven't been hurt. There's always that presence of Rusick in the background. We actually saw when these two teams met on Tuesday night, basically no wickets fall for Cobras, but they couldn't get going in the first half. They end up having to retire someone out. So should be gone. Is gone. Pularuthu won't fire here. He's going to fall for just one. Tries to take that on down the ground. Kuragoda with a key breakthrough. Jeremy finally has to take a seat. 12 for 1 in the second over. They won't have to retire anyone to get the captain out there tonight. He's going to come at the fall off the wicket of his old sparring partner. I don't know if it's as simple as this, but I just feel like Rusick fires, Cobras win. If he doesn't, they don't. That's a real simplistic way I'm looking at this. Tries to take this on. A little bit late in it there, wasn't he, Jeremy? The reels were spinning, but he had to head for the exit. All right. Big price on the wicket of Slick Razik, player of the series here in Hungary. Oh, gets beaten upstairs first up. I don't think this is above the shoulder. Remember there was one bowled earlier in the over. Might not get a great look at it. No, that's fine. About armpit height. So, end of the over. Successful one for Callum Kuragoda. And it's 12 for 1 after 2. Strong start for the blinders. Blinders with a win. They're on top of the ladder. If they lose, they're not. At the end of day 4, second day of Group B action. Looking forward to seeing UCB as well. See them on Saturday for the first time. Sundick will get a second over. First up, trying to swing that new ball around. Jane leans on this. Bit of a pitching wedge. Should pitch inside. Almost caught. Oh, no. He's put it into his own net. Well, once it bounced, and the captain had one job, and that was to get out the way. Ali Faris, that ends up basically booting it into his own goal. 4 runs. Check it out. Just leaned on power play batting. Accidental touch. Because I don't think that ball would have even gone to the boundary under its own steam. It certainly would have taken its time. Goes after this leg side fielder. Can't do anything about it. Has to watch it. Saves Carreras. Jane getting moving. That's why he's at the top of the order. He's probably been waiting for his opportunity to kind of make a significant contribution. Well, he's got it now. Along with the captain trying to get this chase heading in the right direction. Yeah, tell us your other, I'm talking 2000 to 2010, TV shows we haven't thought about in a while. Okay, there's a random one for you. Naughties. In the air, gap. Won't quite go on the full, but it will go on the bounce. 4 more, 6 and 4 for Jane. Trying to put the bite back in the innings. Breaking Bad was mentioned. I think it's around 2008, so I'll allow it. Yeah, Breaking Bad. But I mean, people still talk about Breaking Bad. Give me one that we haven't thought about in a while. Lost. Yeah, Heroes. There are a few in there. I think there's one called The 4400 or something like that. Hit well. Going, and gone. Maximo! Well, Jane lighting it up in this third over. Last of the power play, Mohandas. Once bitten, twice shy. Third one out of the ground. Good swing in the bat, doesn't he, Nilesh? Justifying his position at the top of the order. Cobras behind in the game, but only just. Fighting back. Oh, what a shot. Standing sweep. Has he found the fielder, though? Oh, he's found over the fielder. That's an extraordinary shot from Jane to sweep the seam bowler from outside the off stump and to have the timing to get it over the sweeper. Fantastic shot from Jane. 6 more. Really, after that, they might be in the lead. Yeah, they are. 55-45 again. Cobras. This is out last ball, but still a very productive over there for the Snakes. 5 boundaries and a dot. 26 come off it. Wonder if they want to go for spin straight away or maybe try something else. Still got Cameron Wahid up there, sleeve. I think that's who they're going to go to now. Yeah, just having a look in the chat, catching up on a few things. Yeah, it is crazy how time flies. Dave said he bought a Mazda. Reminded him that they had a Mazda Sunny Bristol, which he thought was a bit of an ironic name because it's not the sunniest place. Tripp got out of school in 2001. Thinks he's the youngest in the chat. Oh, you never know. Hello to Jacob Lambeth. Where are you watching from, Jacob? Good to see you. Kingston Weatherby. Hello, Kingston. Always love to see you lurking. Saying the middle was 2009. Give us your obscure 2000 shows. How about Prison Break? Have you thought about that in a while? Rusick off the mark. Should get 2 here. Will. Yeah, Prison Break. That's probably worth another watch. Mail is on it though. Watch the first season, then give it up. Can I make an unpopular opinion? Never got into Breaking Bad. I don't think I stuck with it long enough. I know apparently it gets really good, but hey, life's only so long. Got things to do, people to see. Right now, this ball is going to see the jungle as Rusick goes bang. Maximo, this is already firming as such a key partnership. So if you're the blinders now, whatever you think your best option is to get a wicket, get it on ASAP. Well, he's not a bad option. You maybe go to Temanav Nayak, something different. It's a tough place to be. They've got a few bowlers that probably are capable, but who is the right one for the situation? Cobra's up to 60-40 now. Rasik bangs his first Maximo of the innings. Now gets across, flicks away, gets one. Chip saying as time goes by. What was that one about? I was trying to think about what I was doing in the 2000s. It was a bit of a transitional decade for me. I was working in hospitality for a long time. I was hosting events. I was doing a lot of things at night. So I think back in those days, you had to work pretty hard to tape something if you wanted to watch it back. So probably didn't catch a lot of shows in that period. There were certain ones that I remember lost. Obviously was one of them. Goes after this, and I think he's got the journey. He does. Maximo. Jane, well, what a time for him to step up. He's to 39 of just 13 rocks, going at 3 a ball. So as time goes by, it's a British sitcom. Okay, that's probably why I didn't see it. I know the people out of that. That's hit very hard, but along the ground, so Arbus will have a play on it. Fumbles it. No real damage. 50's come up during this over as well. Okay, so yeah, as time goes by, 92 to 2005. Yes, I'll allow that. Nice one. Interesting that Trip's American, but he went for a British show. Hook shot, fine legs up, so that's going to spell trouble to the tune of 6. Maximo, Waheed goes magical. Got to go to spin now. If you're not going to try it now, when will you? 22 off that over. In fact, that's back-to-back magicals. 48 in the last two. 60 for 1 after 4. So 12 off the first 2 overs, 48 off the second 2, quadrupling their scoring. X-Files is a shout, but wasn't that more 90s? Did that go into the 2000s? It went 93 to 2002. Okay, you just get there. I want majority noughties, though. That's what I'm looking for. Morse. That's a good one by Alan. Hello to John Tucker. Always great to see you lurking. John, do you have a TV show from the 2000s decade, 2000 to 2009, that you'd like to share? Something we haven't thought about in a while? Jane on 40. That's a great shot. Just leans on this. We'll take a picture. It'll last longer. That's gone miles over the boundary. Jane's been saving up his runs. And I like the way he can play over the offside. You couldn't play a better looking shot than that, really. Look at that. Bother running. Why would you? Blinders staring down the barrel here. Now they're a 1 in 5 shot. A bit short. Jane is going to get 4 more. Gets it more towards mid-wicket. Got to say, I think you had to go to spin here. I think you had to gamble. It's been all pace, and the ball's been disappearing. You've got Nayak in your side. He's the leading wicket taker from last year's tournament. Got to bowl him. Jane actually brings up his 50 with that. He's got that quickly, didn't he? 16 balls. 6 Maximos, 3 4. Been a top knock from the keeper bat. Now, could be trouble though. Sun's a factor. He's gone. So 50 and out, and they needed something. And I suppose Ghani will say, well, I got my man in the end. And it broke the partnership. Nicely taken, Sandeep Mohandas out there at deep mid-wicket. I suppose they had the relief of having 5 out and finally deciding to put the mid-wicket in. Nilesh goes with it. He'll be annoyed he doesn't go on with it, even though I know he'll be happy. He does strike a half century. And he goes 50 and out. He'll get a good response, I'm sure, from his teammates as well, as he departs 70 for 2. Blackadder, I think that's too old to be 2000s. Maybe I'm wrong. Down the ground, and that's funny. Actually hits his hat because he was wearing it and he didn't take it off on purpose. There's not a problem. Blackadder 83 to 89. Try again, Dave B. Geez, you're off by a lot there. Actually feel like it should time you out for 300 seconds for that. Corey would. I see. Helps that one on its way. That's going to be 6. Maximo. If there's one ball you don't want to bowl to Rusick, that's probably it. Shortening at the hip. He's so good at getting his hands out in front. Thank you. Doesn't even have to make perfect contact. That ball's going to fly. NCIS started in 2003. Okay, that's true, but isn't that still going with several iterations? We're kind of struggling on obscure ones. Ones we haven't thought of in a while. How about Roswell? There's one for you. How about Dawson's Creek? Yeah, that'll come. Party of 5. Am I close here? Oh, Garney. Gets Jane, almost gets Rusick. But it'll be the end of the 5th over. Walking 677 for 2 for the Cobras. Hitting 58 off the last 5 overs of the day. Quick look at the 2 groups. We've seen 8 of those 10 teams. We're still to see Dunabug Danny CC, but they'll be on deck tomorrow. They've actually got 3 games and they'll play their games over the next 3 days. UCB, well, likewise, they'll play their 3 days of games back to back to back, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So top teams will go straight through. Bottom teams out, middle teams fight in round 2. These 2 teams, based on what we've seen so far, and admittedly we haven't seen UCB, they look in the box seat to get one of those spots. And the thing is, this result could be huge in determining that. Tomorrow will be exactly 1 week away from finals. Ten teams here in Hungary. Remember, the first series we only had 4. And then I think we went to 5, and then getting up this similar amount of teams last year. So it's always great to see more teams getting involved. I know sometimes it means there's a few mismatches, but I think that you only get better by playing more games at a higher level. Roswell, 99 to 2002. So I think that one's okay. What was the other ones I said? Party of 5. Party of 5 was 94 to 2000. Okay, give myself a slap on the wrist for that one. Oh, it did sneak into the 2000s. Wow, is that old? What was the other one I said? Dawson's Creek, yeah. It's probably about the same, isn't it? Dawson's Creek, 98 to 03. So I'll allow that. Band of Brothers, that's a pretty good one. All right, Nyack. Pretty important 2 overs for him. This is the first one wide. He will attack that tram line. He'll probably love this rule change that says you can bowl it on the line. Having said that, the batters can also kind of set up out there, knowing the line doesn't move. Burhan's come in number 4. Doesn't get him, change of pace. The Nyack versus Rusick battle could be really, really important in determining who wins this game. Yeah, good get, Band of Brothers. Goes after this, doesn't get a lot of it, but does get it over. Ali Farasat. Ali's had a bit of a rough start to the tournament, but it is early. We'll be hoping he can come back and come back strongly. Band of Brothers, a bit more of a mini-series though, right? Than a weekly. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. 11 episodes. I'll count it. 2001. All right. This is the battle I've been waiting to see. Pushes the first one straight, and it's Adios Pelota Maximo. It's funny, Nark's been so good at keeping the ball outside off stump, but maybe Russick spooks him. Tries to bowl the miracle ball straight enough for Russick to just stay on the back foot and dismiss it. The thing about Manav Naik, though, he's pretty good at just not worrying about it if he gets hit out of the ground. He's got quite a good temperament for a teenager. Might need it here. 50 off 27 required. Better ball, but same result. Maximo! Russick's after him. Moves to 39 off just 10, and this is some cracking pace. That Slick Razik is motoring at right now. Brilliantly hit. 33 off 9, actually. Well bowled. That one's definitely got some of the line. Slick doesn't like it, but that's not a wide. It's straight over the line. See, when it passes the crease, it's over the line. Using every inch he's got. Not enough. That one's pitched up, but that's a monster. That's probably the biggest six today. That's probably gone 50 metres over the boundary. I think that's triple digits. And no, doesn't work out too well. Russick wins that battle and puts his team even further into the box seat. Magical 20 off the sixth. And it's 97 for 2. 4 overs to go, 38 required. For the Cobras. This game could be very, very different if they can get Russick out. Having said that, you've got Dowliston to come in next. You've got Amal Jacob, who made some good runs in the last game, and then Sanjay Kumar. So you've got 3 genuine threats. Bang, 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 still to come. But they need to break this partnership again. When they did it, obviously they got Giant when he just got to 50. They got to get Sheikh Razik here. If they don't get him next 2 overs, I think it could be all over. They bring back Kalamakura Goda. Like it. Hold a tight over first up. Held him back. Now they're going to use him. This one gets him on the foot, actually. What a day for that man. What to Ikram. How was he earlier in the day? 132, not out of 39. The 90th. You heard me right. The 90th century of the season. And I'll tell you, that's already, it's about 7 times as many centuries as we got in the whole of season 2022. So we're getting the amount of centuries in a month that we used to get in a year. Little flick away, not a great ball. That's going to be 4. Russick up into the 40s. I've stopped reading out TV shows, though. Mad TV's a pretty good shout. Thank you, Michael. Bones, yes. Footballer's Wife, 5s, yes. Kavanagh QC, Judge John, Judge Dredd, yes. Kingston Weatherby mentioned Band of Brothers first, actually. Alex said it in my ear. Dalziel and Pascoe, absolutely fabulous. I think older. Dave's pretty close to a timeout, because if this isn't touching 2000, let's see. Oh. All right, you got lucky. 2001 to 2004. And then came back 11-12. There's the train. That's not the way we want to go, though. We want to get the other way to get back into the city. All right, putting the TV chat to bed for a little bit now, because we've got a game in our hands here. 32 off 20. Burhan yet to fire. Still yet to fire. Mishandled. They'll go on the fumble. Made it semi-risky. They'll get 1. Last ball of the over. 44 for Rusick. It's a classic last ball, the overshot. They might go 2 here. It's probably there. Gonna hustle. That just shows he's pushing for every run. Could have kept the strike, but instead he'll take the extra run. He'll trust Burhan to deal with it. End of the 7th over. 106 for 2. See, now because Nayak's been smashed out of the attack, you can't see him coming back if Rusick is still there. Coming up tomorrow, we have more action. It's actually the 3rd day of Group A matches, and Dunabog Danny will make their return for the first time in 4 years to ECS cricket. Finished 2nd after the group stage, finished 3rd after they got knocked out of the finals back in 2020. Admittedly, there were only 4 teams back then. Now, they could have a few more opponents. Starting with the Kangaroos. That'll be a good game, I think, in match 22. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for day 5, Peacock Friday. Danny Hudacek back on deck, hopefully with a few stories from his day off in Budapest. Bowled him. Burhan never got going. He goes for 3. Rusick took the extra run and he trusted him, but Burhan, despite his best efforts, has to tell his story walking. Can you see the difference here? Burhan, he's a good striker, but he does tend to get carried away looking for that leg side. That one makes a mess of the stumps. Abbas breaks through. I suppose if you can keep taking wickets, you put more pressure on Rusick, but interestingly, they've gone for Sanjay Kumar in this spot. Had a bit of a feeling they might go to Jacob only because he finished so well before. Dow's also an option. Sanjay going to face up. I'd be tempted maybe just to bring a couple in on the single. Maybe you're kind of edge of the circle fielders. Leave your outfielders back, but you'd love to keep Sanjay on strike for a little bit, make him feel the heat a little bit. Bowled him! What an in-swinging Yorker from Ghani, and he's on a hat-trick. I don't like throwing words around like unplayable, but have a look at this one tail in. It was perfectly pitched. Came in, and really, Sanjay got a good one there. Tried to bang the bat down, but it was all in vain. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat. I think it's one of those occasions. Golden Derek will follow Sanjay back as quick as he came out. Is this a big over? I said keep taking wickets to the other end. Put a bit more pressure on Rusick. It's a great ball. Copy and paste that 12 times. You're going to have a good time. People go on about, yeah, the dimensions and the pitches being so flat and all these things, but bowlers, they have tools they can use and perfect as well. All right, hat-trick ball then. Well, get ready. Get set. Well, there'll be a note on the hat-trick. Siddiqui gets the nod. Yeah, again, Siddiqui getting the nod ahead of Amal Jacob. Batted really well, but you know, obviously mixing it up a little bit, wanting to give other people a chance to bat in key situations. You never know who you might need to call on. You get to the pointy end of the tournament. All right, Rusick, see if he can suck it up. Ghani with 3 wickets. Almost chops on here. Keeper gets a hand on it, so it's not going to go for 4. Rusick just kind of walks one. Feeling a bit lucky. Geez, that almost hit the helmet. Geez, I tell you what, don't know where that helmet is, but this throw goes pretty close. Look, the top. Straight over it. Probably something they want to sort out. Anyway. Siddiqui gets the strike back. Oh, a bowl. Swinging down the leg side, but that's the old foot breaker. Ghani, another good in-swinging Yorker. Ghani trying to equal the effort of Rusick, who came up with 4 wickets earlier. Ouch. You have a big toe to start with. I bet it'll be even bigger after that. Last ball of the 8th. Going nowhere. Watch the ball. Watch this. He was about to knock it away with his hand. And luckily for Siddiqui, he remembered he couldn't, but then he couldn't really do anything else. Watch. Probably luckily for him, he noticed as he was getting ready to brush it that it was going to bounce over the stumps anyway. 108 for 4. What an over from Ghani at that stage. Goes wicket, wicket, 1-1, dot, dot, 2 for 2. And right now, sitting right on that red line, anybody's game. They're going at 13.5 and over. That's exactly the rate if they want to win. Exactly the rate. I said it though when he came in. Razik fires, they win. If he doesn't, they won't. He's got him this far. Biggest over of the day coming up, and it's Kamran Waheed to bowl it. What an over by Abbas Ghani to get his team back in it. All happens in the ninth. Razik on 47. Not a good ball, but it might pay off. It's hit him, and it's gone for 6. Oh, well, I think that's actually got him. I think it hit him on the hands and then might have hit him. And then I'm pretty sure it's gone for 6. It'll be 50 for Razik. Let's check the height first. Have a look. I don't think that's going to be high. And then went out there, and I think it's got him in the face. Let's have a look. Yeah, it burst through their hands, and then I'll see it again. But yeah, it is 6. Mahandis out there, and he's going to go off. Hopefully it's not too bad. He is looking straight into the sun there as well. So he'll take a breather. Probably watch the rest of this game from the sidelines. He has bowled out his 2 overs. Hate to see that ever, but I hope his hand took some of the sting out of the ball. Anyway, so it won't be a no ball, but it will be 6. It's 50 to Razik. 21 off 11. This is basically the contest, the one-on-one contest that decides this game, I think. If you can't get him, at least get him to the other end. Try and keep him there if you're the blinders. And then, who are we going to see in the last over? I don't think you can go back to Manav Nayak if Sheikh Razik's there. If he's out, it's different. I think you're going to have to find another bowler. If you go to like an Ali Yilmaz, we'll see. Shot. Throws the hands through it, and 6. Maximo. Razik's got the Cobras on his back. He's trying to carry them across the line. 15 off 10 now. That's if we even get to a final over. Hello to Michael Gustavo. He's donated $1.99 US. Watching from Brooklyn, NYC. Hello, Michael. Great to have you with us. Appreciate the gesture. Awesome to see you here. All right, Waheed needs to get out of this tight spot. At least get Razik to the other end. It's up in the air, and he's gone. Well, that's a huge moment in this game. And Abbas Ghani's caught really well today. He stepped up once again. Razik caught in a similar area of the field. He's taken his team so far, but he hasn't got them across the line. Grandstand finish loading here at the end of day 4. Huge moment, because if Ghani messes that up, it's going for 6. And you can pretty much start the car. But Razik doesn't quite get the distance this time. Catches win matches, and potentially that one could get the blinders this win. Put them in the box seat for a free passage through to finals Friday. Still plenty of cricket to play. Razik, well, what an innings. Don't forget he took 4 wickets in the first half of this game. With the bat, he scores 59 off 18 with 8 Maximos. 120 for 5. Jacob, not a bad guy to come in. Got form today. Yes, it's one you should take, but I mean, the pressure's an extra intangible. It makes that a bit tougher. Jacob in the hot seat. Pretty good shot, finds the fielder, they run. Bowler, chance if he can get it on. Decides not to throw, probably smart. Probably, although there was someone backing up, but he wasn't to know that. Probably thinks, okay, let's not throw away a 5 or something like that. I think it was smart to go to the bowler. Just one. 14 off 8 now. Siddiqui faces up. Goes for it and gets it. What a shot. Well, come the moment, come the man. Siddiqui takes up where his captain left off. Maximo, wasn't the greatest ball from Waheed. Didn't find the Yorker. It was basically slot, step, hit, 6. Makes it 8 off 7. But it looks like we will go to the last over. How many will the Blinders be defending? And who's going to bowl it? Last ball of the 9th. Missed. So we are coming down to it. It's 1, 2, 7 for 5. 6 and dot last 2 balls. Setting things up. At 93%, I'm not so sure about that. 93% they should get there. I suppose you look at the run rate in the game. They've been going at 13.5 and over these two teams. So you see Nayak's an option, but the thing is, yeah, they've got Rusik out. So do you go for Nayak or you go someone else? And they are going to Yilmaz. I thought he was the other option. They kind of had a tough choice there. Well, if we do have 7 off this over, we'll be tied at 134 going into overtime. And the Cobras will need 2 off an extra delivery. But you'd say it's the Cobras' game to lose. Yes, the Cobras have achieved a point. See that there, but they want to take the win. All right, well, okay, that was weird. Oh, it's kind of put everyone off. Interesting here, Yilmaz basically starts his run up, the arm comes out. Yilmaz runs through the stop sign. I think this put kind of everyone off. You say, all right, are we good to go? Say, well, yes, no, all right, let's go. Late drop, a bit like the start of a race in the olden days. 7 off 5 now. Siddiqui can tie the game with a 6. Doesn't get it, catch a ball, got him! Abbas steps up again, and the Blinders breathe again. Like I said, a Maximo would have tied the game, but it comes up just short. Yilmaz turns out to be a good choice. Blinders defending 7 now, 4 balls. To be honest, it was there to hit, wasn't it? Maybe not quite full enough to drive comfortably. Did get pretty square on there. Abbas, he's always stepped up, especially with the field and with the big moments. All right, well, it's a miss hit. This should be out as well. And it is. Our 12th man comes on the field. Ibra and into the action. Yilmaz is on a hat trick. Dal goes first ball. And the Blinders trying to pull this one out of the fire. Wow, what a last over. What a last couple of overs. Now Yilmaz is on a hat trick. Oh, well, you come off the bench. Remember, he came on when Mohandas copped that one in the chops. He had the extra height, didn't he? Oh, Dow had the right idea. I just mistimed it. Yilmaz has gone 1 wicket in this last over. 7 off 3. Who's got the tingle? Plenty of ways it can happen. Martha comes out now. Joins Jacob, but Jacob's been in good form. He's at the wrong end at the moment. Martha did it with the ball. Yilmaz got to get in the block hole here. Don't give him anything he can get under. 3 to come. Not going too far. They want to run. Want to find a way to run. They don't. It's an interesting one because you probably want to get Jacob to the other end, but Martha wasn't prepared to make kind of the ultimate sacrifice. It's going to go down as a dot. So the one thing is at least he's had a look at Ali Yilmaz. See, that's one you can hold your crease and force the throw at the other end. All right, back to the action. 7 off 2. Missed. Again, they want to find a way, they won't. Wow, this has been an incredible last over. Only the 1 run off it. Well, you know what this means. If this is a 6, we've got a tie, and we've got golden ball 64. Any other results, and the blinders have held on. What a comeback. Remember, this could be super important for qualification purposes. Martha stepping up to the plate. These are the golden balls we've had this year. Had 13 of them. All right, here we go. 6 to tie, last ball of the day. And it won't be. Blinders have done it. It'll probably be run out. And the blinders are going to win it. 6 runs the margin. What a comeback. They got Rusick and they got the game. The blinders somehow have come back from what looked like a hopeless position. It all happens in the 9th. It turned around in the 9th. And the blinders continue their unbeaten run in this European Cricket Series. And once again, they've got the wood on the Cobras. And remember the situation. If you go right back to the start of the game, the blinders lost 5 wickets in the power play, albeit they had a score up in the 40s, but it took a big partnership to get them into a kind of ugly 130s type of score. But those big moments, and that's why you practice your fielding. You look at all those situations where key catches had to be taken. If you drop those, the game's gone. But we saw Abbas Ghani catching very well at long off. We even saw the substitute, Ibra, come on and hold an important one. And for the Cobras, it was a kind of revolving door of batters in the last few minutes, and they can't get across the line. Great game, though. I thought it would be the game of the day, and it certainly turned out to be that way. A lot of respect between these two teams, too, and there's every chance they might meet again. And if that's to happen, I imagine it will be on finals day, or potentially, I mean, if UCB get the qualifying spot, they could meet again in round 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow then. And we will go back to Group A. Junabok Danny will be on the park for the first time, playing 3 times. The Roos will be here to start the morning. Tigers as well, hoping to get a bit back on track after they dropped a game last time out. I'll be here, and Danny will be here as well. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Also, all you Super Kings fans, don't worry. You'll get to see your team as well. So, let's have a look at the highlights. And what an innings it was. Mohandas came back in, but he pretty much had an innings to forget. In fact, he wouldn't end up on the field by the end. Ghani's had such good hands. That's why you need to put your top fielders in the hot spots. And long off has been a hot spot. A lot of catches have been taken down there. A lot of catches of good players as well. But don't forget, Nilesh Jain's innings, his 50 was an incredibly poised knock. Played some beautiful looking shots. Here's a nice day for a drink in the shade. That was probably my favourite. Well, Ghani just had the knack, didn't he? That was well taken, Mohandas. That was probably his high point, wasn't it? When he took that one out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. But we know that the train was only just getting out of the station. Sheikh Razik was there, trusted Burhan to start the over. Didn't go too well, got castled. And Sajid Kumar got castled as well. And we almost had a handling the ball. Luckily missed it. Razik got a bit of a gift there. Hand to face to 6. This was the biggest moment in the game, I think. Ghani catches Razik, not before he put together a really good looking 59, scoring at 328 strike rate. But this game was not over. Siddiqui hit a 6. But then, defending 7 in the last over, it all fell apart, didn't it, for the Cobras? And the blinders were able to go 1, 2, afueras, 2 outs, and it was almost done. But there was still some drama to come. 6 to tie last ball, no bat on ball, probably run out as well. A little bit of fun at the end, and all over. Martha not able to pull his team into overtime, and the blinders with a blinder of a comeback in match 20.
Something tells me there's a bit of that story between these two teams that is still to be written in this European Cricket Series. Twin 50s this time. Jane batted out of his skin for 50 off 17 and 59 for Russick, the top score, but was all in vain as the Blinders pretty clinical down the stretch, and when the heat was on, they kept their heads together. Only 6 extras as well, so not giving too many away. That was a bit of a key as well, I think, in pulling off this very, very narrow victory. Two very talented sides with a lot of depth. No surprise they played off for the trophy last year. 3 for 19, Ghani. He was incredibly kind of cool in a crisis, wasn't he? 3 for 19, some important catches in there. 2 for 1 though, Yilmaz. How about that in the last over? We wondered, would they go to spin? Would they go to Yilmaz as a 6? They did. And Yilmaz delivered. Only a single run off the last over of the day. Also shout out to Wahid and Ghani, Wahid I should say, and Kalamakura Goda, who were both able to pick up a wicket. Well, I want to say big thanks once again to everyone out there. What an exciting way to digest your cricket. Haven't had time because I finished to say hello to everyone in the chat, but I want to say that really enjoyed your company. I know we had to wait a long time for a nail-biting finish, but I want to appreciate that along with all of you. We got there in the end, 134 to 128. Just quickly before we go, don't forget to like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European cricket. Well, it's fast, it's furious, and it's going to keep on coming at you because we'll be back tomorrow with Day 5, Peacock Friday, and Dunabog Danny. Well, 4 years they've been waiting to get back to the big dance. We'll see what they're bringing to the table. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network on behalf of all the team here. Spring Media, of course, all the players and officials. It's been great to bring you the action on Day 4. Back for more tomorrow. Here's the best bits for Thursday, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana. Bye.